Welcome to the David Blackman Show. I am, of course, your host, David Blackman. On tonight's broadcast, we will begin our epic, never-ending coverage of the entire January 6th committee hearings as requested by you, the viewers. On top of that, I have late breaking news. Jay Bundy is dead. You did not mishear me, folks. The A-list atheist, Jay Bundy, is dead. I repeat, one more time, for all you religious creatards and flat earthers who in the name of the Trinity have to hear everything 3 fucking times. Jay Bundy is motherfucking dead. All of that is coming up on the broadcast. Let's start the show.
She got that sweet juice, Minute Maid, some of out that lemonade. Take a sip, blowing purple clouds, taste like lemon haze. Conversations back and forth like damn, we could go on for days. Looking back at it like damn, she bad when she walk away. Here we go, been down this road, they already know. When we go on tour, I'll take you anywhere you wanna go. People talk about us like they understand just what this is. I just wanna give you all you want and then the double it. They all say I'm way too young, maybe I'm just ignorant. I won't find nobody like you on some real shit. Spend a couple hours on the phone. Hey, I don't wanna let you go. I'll be all about you, babe. I'll be all about you, babe. Saying so unless you don't know, they won't find what we got and that gon' drive me crazy. No need to run.
Listen to me, God's people, get out before it gets hot. If you can't take the heat, you better get out of this kitchen right now, because I'm sick and tired of full-out war going on. God's people, bunch of filthy sodomite perverts, and if you don't like it, get out of here. Let me tell you something. I'm sick of it, and I'm not going to back down, and I'm sick of people not backing me up on this. And you know what? You are insane. If you're not going to back us up, let me tell you something. God's people, you are insane. I don't want to hang around with a bunch of fat hags. You are insane. And a bunch of queer babes and a bunch of effeminates. Yeah, I don't love God. I read the Bible. I'm just a brainwashed fool. Let me tell you something. Can't think for myself. God's people, they're sodomites. They're gone.
Why aren't there people backing me up on
God's
this?
people,
David Blackman is here. I am here to out-Pac-Man David Pac-Man. And I will not stop until I am the new king of leftist right-wing news coverage. Okay? I will not stand for this, oh, there's enough room on the internet. No, there isn't enough room on the internet for all of us. I'm taking over the internet. I'm raising my legs. I am pissing all over the internet. I'm just I am marking the entire internet as my goddamn territory. Do you guys understand that? There's no room for others. There's no room for others. This is my tree. YouTube Punk is in the house, but I'm so on top of it. I see the people that were here before we started today. I see that Lena was first. I see that Athena, goddess of wisdom and warfare. Do you want to marry me? Because I would like to be married to a goddess of wisdom and warfare. Like, imagine the goddess that just lays it down on you, right? Just lays it down on you, right? Like, she just fucking the shit out. You're like, oh baby, oh baby, oh baby. And you're like, oh, that was so good. What you about to do, baby? She's like, I'm gonna go make you some pancakes real quick. Not because of that, because I like pancakes, and I'm gonna just make you some while I'm in there. And then I gotta get back to being the goddess of wisdom and warfare. Catch you later. Have fun with your friends. I'll be like, damn, boo, do you? You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? Do you? You know? Yo, I can't wait for this movie to come out. I feel like whatever the nano version of the actual movie is gonna be way better. Like I don't even know what that movie is, but we just want to see the nano remake. Like we don't really give a shit about the actual movie. Oh, did I do the same one again? No, we can't do that. Nope. Whoops, can't do that. Oh no, this is the right one.
Hey, bro, you have you have to maintain, dude.
Bro, you gotta maintain.
Dude. You have to act like a fucking adult,
like a
bro.
fucking adult.
Fucking adult, bro.
Like a fucking adult.
Fuck what you talking about.
In terms of reality.
Stupid ass house nigga.
House nigga.
Fucking myopic. Fucking little fucking
juvenile
worldviews.
You're juvenile.
Whoever fucking talks next while I'm talking is out. Fucking, okay? I'm gonna make a fucking point here, and if I get interrupted, you're gone.
What's going on with you? What are you talking about?
By the way, Flying Disciple Man.
Flying
Flying Disciple.
If you can't handle fucking people using strong language, fucking.
Like I said, I come in the name of Jesus by the power of the Holy Spirit. I ain't playing with your ass. Don't call up and play with me.
By the way, Flying Disciple Man.
Okay? You the devil. You the devil.
Fucking.
Ron Hubbard is the true God.
I don't give a fuck.
I don't know why. What is wrong with LPP? Why haven't we heard from LPP since Gunsy Gibbons' video?
Then don't come.
So you know
Did Gunsy Gibbons' video just murder LPP? Is LPP alive? Can somebody get a check on
Turn
him?
that poop into wine.
Hang
Turn
on,
that
yo.
poop into wine. Turn that poop
Hang on,
into
y'all. My
wine.
phone is
Turn that
broken.
poop into wine.
I really can't do this because my phone broke. But look, let me just pretend my phone not broke for a sec. We are now in the pocket locker bedroom grabbing the broken phone. Yeah, hello? Hello, is this 911? Yeah, I'm concerned. This is a wellness check. Yeah, we need a wellness check on John Maddox. Yeah, where do you find John Maddox? I have no fucking idea. He's kind of an internet troll. But he has this channel called Logical, Probably Not, Definitely Not Plausible or some shit like that. Y'all might want to send somebody over there to look after him. Yeah, by the way, check on his friend Bible Research Tools too. He just got out of the hospital with COVID and he's half retarded too. So can y'all send somebody? Yeah, y'all might want to just preemptively send an ambulance. Like, I don't know. Nobody's heard from them in a while. Yeah. Yeah, all right, thanks. No, go fuck yourself. Snitches get stitches. Fuck the police. Bye. All right, guys, sorry about that. Just had to do my civic duty here. Just wanted to make sure everything's all right. You know, we don't want anything bad to happen to the people that make us famous around here. You know what I'm saying? You don't want to bite the hand that feeds you. You know, I got to keep make sure nothing happens to my creationist out there.
The upper middle class superhero team that protects your innocence any way they can. They are Tallulah, Sebastian Caden, Zoe, Quota, and Dirk.
We don't tolerate different.
We're heterosexual overdance.
Yeah! Fighting evil in multicolored skin tight cut off suspended. Pow! I'm happy to wait.
I don't even need to masturbate.
I did it all for the
Yes,
sake of justice.
we're here to conquer sex. Fuck sex.
Sex is bad.
Sex is bad.
Gonna save the neighborhood from sex.
Yo, I literally, this is an actual show. I'm actually using this to promote the fact that we'll probably be watching that show. It's actually a whole ass show that comes on like Los Santos TV. And there's like whole ass episodes that we'll be watching we'll probably do some late night counter-apologetics where we just watch Kung Fu Laser Force or whatever. Amazing. Love it, love it, love it. Keeping it solo, Santos. All right, folks, I got one more before we get started. Shout out to my friend Doug. Doug's been having a hard time lately. My friend Doug's been feeling a little used, a little mistreated, a little downtrodden on his luck. He's been popping up on stream after stream, doing a little weeping. doing a little bit of Jordan Peterson's Tears impression. Doug, we love you, Doug. Doug, we know even you cannot be as dead inside as you should be, Doug. Doug, we're sorry, Doug. We love you, Doug. Doug, you have friends, Doug. Doug, you have friends. No one's here to use you, Doug. You have real friends, Doug. We love you. It's going to be okay. Let's get some classic Pine Creek up in this bitch.
You see, sometimes we think we need all this fancy knowledge to grow as a human.
All this fancy book learning.
But I got news for you. All you have to do is apply one concept and put it to work. That doubt is a virtue. Touch your neighbors and say it's time to doubt.
Touch your neighbor in intimate places and say,
here's a new kind of faith. It's not the kind of faith of wishful thinking of the heart.
Right.
Or helps you deny reality. Or only works seldomly. It's the kind of faith that's reliable. Repeatable. It's the kind of faith that goes beyond all religions. All biases. Embraces doubt. It's open to change. It's the kind of faith where you know when it's been misplaced. It's the kind of faith that works. You can make sense of it. You can explain it. It's the kind of faith that you can see, touch, feel, and hear. It's the kind of faith that really does heal the sick.
I feel the spirit of doubt in this place.
We put our trust, we put our hope, we put our confidence in things that are observable, measurable, repeatable, and most importantly, falsifiable. Let's join together and have a faith that spits in the face of gullibility.
No more gullibility.
You have heard it said that faith has an objective. Well, what has your faith done for you lately?
Janet.
What has your faith done for society lately?
Theocracy.
Stephen's kind of faith has been around for thousands of years. But it was science that cured smallpox.
Science!
Measles. Polio. And infection. Stephen doesn't want his faith to be held hostage to outcomes. But I say outcomes and results matter. Stephen said that with God in your presence, there's nothing you can't do. There's nothing you can't heal. There's nothing you can't restore. But we all know that's not true.
That ain't true.
You can't fly.
That's right. Nope.
You can't walk on water.
That's right.
You can't raise the dead.
That's right.
Let's be humble.
Humble.
Let's be honest.
Honest.
Let's stop with the hoping and start with the reasoning.
Start with the reasoning, amen, hallelujah.
Say no to astrology on Monday. No to crystals on Tuesday. No to chakras on Wednesday. No to the vacuum salesman on Thursday. No to homeopathy on Friday. No to faith healing, and yes to medical healing. And on Sunday, I want a faith that doesn't need a holy book, or a pastor, or a priest, or a rabbi, or an imam to know it's not okay to harm others.
Unless it's me. Unless it's a good atheist pastor. That's the type of pastor you got to listen to. Those guys are rare. Those guys are worth their weight in gold. Amen. Hallelujah. Live from Sacred Death Studios in Los Santos, San Andreas. Welcome, everyone, to Late Night Counter-Apologetics. And now, please welcome your host. He is the wise man of the Sacred Death Motorcycle Club. He is the sexiest man in all of word wrestling entertainment. And that's a lot of word wrestlers. The most entertaining man in the history of evolutionary biology. He is the virtual visionary. Visionary. Mr. Dual PhD himself. Two of them. Please
Give it up for
the United States
the
champion
architect of the atheist apocalypse, the only man to have his vestments blessed by Pine Creek, the most high apostle of the cult of the Flying Man. He is none other than the Outlaw Prince.
I appreciate that, Casey Randy. The champ appreciates that. The champ appreciates you, Randy.
Jesus, who can save us? Dr. Heartbreak J. Pocket Locker Bundy.
I'm cute. I know I'm sexy. I've got the look that drives the girls wild. I got the moves that really move them. I send chills up and down their spines. I'm just a sexy boy. Are y'all ready to go tonight?
I'm not your boy.
Woo! That mic flip though. The boy is in the house. The U.S. champ is here. It's time to talk. January 6th. You are live with David Blackman. I make him hot. I make them shiver. They just get weak whenever I'm around. They see me walk, they hear me talk. I make them feel like their God ain't real, 'cause I'm a sexy boy. I'm not your boy toy. I'm just a sexy boy. Come on, Sam, you ready to go? What are you sleeping for? It's time for late night Counter-Apologetics.
Eat your heart out, girls. Hands off the merchandise. I'm just a sexy boy. I'm not your boy toy. I'm just a sexy boy. I'm not your boy toy. I'm just a sexy boy. I'm not your boy toy. I'm just a sexy boy. I'm not your boy toy. I'm just a sexy boy. I'm not your boy toy. I'm just a sexy boy. I'm not your boy toy. Welcome, welcome, welcome everybody to a very special edition of Late Night Counter-Apologetics. I am your host, Pocket Locker 86, a.k.a. Dr. J. Bundy, a.k.a. the new king of left-wing, right-wing media coverage, David Blackman himself. And as always, folks, I am in airplane mode, folks. We have got such an amazing program lined up for you. But before we get into that, I have got to take care of the priestly duties. You guys need to relax. Welcome to the cult of the Flying Man. I know you were so excited about tonight's program, and I want to get into it. I really, really do. I'm joined by the late night crew. Sam is here. Liberty Bell is here. The one-hit wonder is here. Jewish Space Laser is in the house. He's not even lasering. Right now, Jewish Space Laser. So did you take the night off, Jewish Space Laser? The Refiner's Fire is in the house. The motherfucking golden plate is in the house. By the way, hit up our charity. We are $40 away from hitting our goal of 100 big ones, folks. So look, before we get into the program, lay back, catch a vibe. In case you didn't know, we are promoting itsairplanemode.com. That is my that is my cousin, OG Roddy's music. He joined us yesterday live on the stream. He wants me to send you guys his love. He was so happy to join us, so happy to see us enjoying his music. Head to itsairplanemode.com for the sneak peek. The album comes out August 12th. We will be doing album release party as part of my birthday bash on that day, and we will be donating our money to the International Bipolar Foundation live on air. This one is called La Guardia. Please enjoy it, because I promise you folks, after this song, I have to share some very, very bad news with you all. So enjoy this La Guardia, catch a vibe while you still can, because I am coming back with the unfortunate news. This one is called Stunt 102, let's go!
Whoa. Working hard on my stunt, what's the problem? I ain't had shit to show, being modest. Now it's grams of the wax for my conscience. Brian James in LA, you're on college. I've been jumping on them planes like a hobby. Still moving with the pack like my partners. Shut the John on them jets, cause you wildin'. But the bowl is a party on the island, moment of silence. So good, get back to the topic. Grew up, it was me and Flocka. Grandma's and Big T, this my mama.
Cameron Bennett dropping them big time private fitness instructor dollars.
Hold up, blaze through a whole zip.
Thank you, Cameron.
My first flip. Days in red roof for my first whip. Split the money with the gang, never post pics. Seen the change in the game, had to coach it. Never let them take my wangs on the mold, bitch. Ever made in a month, nigga. Used to serve him at the minute just the front, nigga. Goddamn. Had to grow up quick, I made my own rules. Had my first child, got it jumping with music. Can't really hang with nobody who losing. I thought by now that you would go and get it, but I could hardly see niggas this distant. Know you get cropped if you not in the picture. And I made that tag and went got a bag. Shots to the Henny and OG prescriptions, put rebel shit on the map. Took a leap from where I started at. Started ballin' now, I'm Chris Paul and Cass. Got them steady calling for the mold, but I'm on a roll, gotta call him back. And that's all fact.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome aboard. All carry-on items should now be stowed securely, either in an overhead bin or under this.
Thank you, Cameron. We appreciate that. Airplane mode is in the house. Airplane mode is in the house. All right, folks. I told you I have some very bad news for you guys, and I don't really know how to say this one, guys. Because I feel like I need to pay this moment the proper gravitas that it deserves, because I'm pretty sure I'm the first person to report this live on air. So all you out there can go fuck yourselves, because none of you had this story before I did. Okay, so I have the unfortunate responsibility of sharing this late breaking news today. Folks, the A-list atheist Jay Bundy is dead. I repeat, Jay Bundy is dead. Jay Bundy is dead. Jay Bundy is dead. Jay Bundy is dead. Allegedly. I know you're asking me. I thought you were Jay Bundy. I am Jay Bundy. Legally, as far as the government's concerned, as far as all that bullshit in my wallet is concerned, as far as all my friends, families, and colleagues are concerned, they think I'm Jay Bundy, right? But we all know the reality is, if we look you up on the internet and you're not there, you don't exist. So the real question becomes, what happened to the Jay Bundy channel? And folks, I went to that very same link that used to be in our description, and I pulled up I bookmarked it. I know it used to be I made sure I bookmarked it. And I went to the Jay Bundy channel and look at what I found. That's right, folks. You see the evidence here for yourselves. I am not making this up. According to YouTube, Jay Bundy has finally had his atheist wish come true. He has poofed. He has poofed. That's right, theist. You should be sad. Myron, the Flying Man. We now have evidence that Myron, the Flying Man, has granted his atheist wish, and he has painlessly poofed and ceased to exist right before our eyes. He was here one day, gone the next, nothing. An answer to his atheist prayer, because what is there seems to be some sort of alternative right-wing fever dream, totally alternative facts personality known as Hunter Biden's laptops. Exactly, gang! Exactly, gang! What the fuck is that shit? It's like it's all making too much sense. You know, we got Jewish Space Laser in the house. The damn theists are always rolling through. My man LPP had me blowing up. And now Jay Bundy's entire existence has been taken over by Hunter Biden's laptops. Okay? Something is fucking going on, folks. Something is fucking going on. We're going to get to the bottom of it. We've got January 6th business to get to tonight, okay? But before we do, we're going to get into this real quick because we're going to bring you this late-breaking update from 4 months ago because this is news to us, and now we have to figure out what the fuck is going on with Hunter Biden's laptops.
Welcome back to Fox and Friends. The computer repair shop owner who turned in Hunter Biden's abandoned laptop to the FBI now says he's on the verge of bankruptcy. John Paul MacIsaac claiming it comes after months of liberal intimidation campaign against him, telling the New York Post, quote,
that explains
I have
it.
been punished for my actions to set an example for anyone else that might try to blow the wrong whistle. Fox News contributor and New York Post columnist
those
Miranda
fucking
Devine is on the
libtards.
case in her book, Laptop from Hell, and she joins us now. Miranda, always so great to have you on the show. Good morning.
You too, Rachel.
So this really steams me because this guy, in fact, did a favor to the country. He uncovered
his country.
Corruption, many of it having possibly national security implications, and he's harassed. He's got death threats. He's going bankrupt. Meanwhile, Hunter Biden's gotten richer.
Wow.
Yeah, look,
Wow.
It's incredibly unfair, Rachel. This is a man who really is an American hero. He's a patriot. He's someone who saw wrongdoing on that laptop, and instead of keeping quiet about it, he decided that he would blow the whistle. He looked for someone to tell. He tried various Republican congressmen, got no response.
Guys, is this a sex thing? This blowing the whistle? Is that like one of those swallowing babies references that I don't really get as a young junior boomer? How exactly does one blow the whistle, and what exactly does it have to do with politics? Go ahead, let me know.
Got through to Rudy Giuliani, and since then, his life has been turned upside down. He, to this day, has not got his business back. He had to leave his home in Delaware.
Somebody should walk up to him and ask him if that hat is a euphemism.
He's been targeted by death threats and harassment by the IRS and various other agencies. And, you know, to make matters worse, he tried to sue Twitter for defamation. He lost, and then he had to pay Twitter's legal
Me
fees
too,
as well as his
Lena.
own. So he's tens of thousands of dollars in debt, will probably have to declare bankruptcy. And yet he's such a good person that he says he would do it all again. His only regret is that, the story that the New York Post ended up publishing before the election was censored and never had the effect that he had hoped it would.
Yeah, no, he truly is a patriot. Now, people may not realize or remember, but he's also disabled. I believe he's blind, Miranda, correct?
That's
yes,
terrible.
He's legally blind.
He's legally blind.
I mean, he can see well enough close up to do the very fine work that he does repairing computers. Yeah. But yes, I mean, he can't, drive a car, and it's difficult for him to get around.
Yeah, well, he applied for benefits, and he wasn't getting his unemployment benefits. He went all the way to Senator Coons of Delaware.
But he's a laptop repairman, though, right? Just checking.
So the government has been weaponized against him at every level, as you mentioned, big tech. I'll leave you really quick with the last word because I'm very concerned about the way he's been attacked, especially.
Y'all, I'm fucking over here tripping because they were like, the government has been turned against him at every level. And I was like, hold on a second, is this nigga black? And then I was like, wait, Jay, you tripping. Jay, you want some dumb shit, Jay. Don't. We're not talking about race right now, Jay. We're not talking about that right now. The government at every level was turned against this one person right here, this one man, okay?
By government.
Yes, look, he strongly believes that there are various agencies in government that have targeted him and in retaliation.
Hooker cracks? Yeah, I don't know. We're getting so deep into this right-wing world. Y'all be talking about shit. I have no idea. I don't know what's going on, y'all.
And so he is speaking out now in the hope that harassment will stop. Yeah. He also has a book that he wants to write, which we're hoping to get published for him.
There we go. Hey now. You're an all-star. All right, guys. I still have no fucking idea what's going on, but yeah, it looks like, no, seriously, guys, go over here and we'll get to the bottom of this together. Subscribe to my apparent alternative right-wing identity, Hunter Biden's Laptops channel. We're just gonna make that grow. We're gonna join all the right-wing social medias. Look for us to be blowing up big as the biggest left-wing evolutionary biologist on Parler, Truth Social. We'll be trolling the chat of the Right Side Broadcasting Network. Guys, I'm really trying to make a come up as a known infamous right-wing troll. And this is the game of attack where we're teaming up with our genuine right-wing troll, the light of my life, my significant other, Hillary's emails, who some of you may know. These are our his and hers accounts. Some people really just know me these days as Mr. Hillary's emails. But, I wanted to use my maiden name for this account, so I decided to reveal myself as actually being Hunter Biden's Laptops. Yeah, that's just as actually. Oh nope, there it is. See, we're live. You can go over there right now. We're gonna get to the bottom of what the fuck is going on. Speaking of what the fuck is going on in the bottom of the right wing. Why did I close that? That was actually the playlist I wanted. We will be beginning the first day of our power coverage of the entire January 6th committee hearings. Why? Viewer requested, folks. We are an entirely viewer-supported operation here at the David Blackman Show. And we became convinced that the people really wanted a more compelling way to consume the January 6th committee hearings. And we also realized that these are a once-in-a-sort-of generation, unfortunately, historic travesty that we really ought to not turn away from before fully digesting the magnitude and the gory details of exactly what took place on that fateful day. So, before getting into the most depressing thing that's ever happened in the history of our country, sit back, relax, let's have a little bit of communion. Let's get ready to break bread with our colleagues. So, folks, you guys know the drill. Please raise your glasses and hold on to your asses. Through him, with him, in the unity of the flying man. All glory and honor is yours who flied for our sins forever and ever. You may drink. I feel the spirits of doubt. And now, of course, that being our communion hymn. Thank you so much for the worship team.
No one's gonna come at you with
who is this? Jimmy Snow. No. We could do Jimmy Snow. Jimmy Snow's fun. But I got a motherfucking better idea. How about we hit up our motherfucking communion song? It's called MJ Interlude and it's off that motherfucking LaGuardia. Yes, folks. It's a make love to your weed type of night. Like every night.
Start my morning every day with her.
Yes, baby.
In the afternoon I lay with her.
Okay.
In the evening I'ma stay with her. Hi, I'm in love. I ain't even tripping, but them say she drunk.
Let's go.
She here every day for me. In the morning hit her faithfully. At least a dub when we touch. No one falling in love. I ain't even tripping, cause she the one I could trust. Even bring her out on dates with me.
See my mama new place with me. Yeah.
She hold me down on the days when I ain't feeling too up. I ain't even tripping, cause she with me in the clutch. I go all out the way for ya. Take some time out my day for ya. I even took her on a plane, but she ain't even a drug. Some say I'm tripping, but they ain't even in love. In the morning I might lay with ya. In the afternoon I play with ya. But I know I'm never tripping. The signs say I'm in love. Mary Jane is different cause she ain't even a drug. She be here every day for me.
She my lady, say Mary Jane, so let's go.
I even took her on a plane, but never enough. Some say I'm tripping. She turned me into the plug. She be there dealing with me. She be there to take the pain from me. The homie said that I'm tripping, but all they do is get drunk. Smoking on the wax, they thinking I'm off the drugs. I go all out the way for ya. In the morning I might lay with ya. In the afternoon I stay, cause she know that I'm in love. I ain't even tripping, cause she the one I could trust. She
all right. Let's give out some currency.
They say I'm tripping, I ain't slipping, cause she ain't even a drug. Niggas sipping lean, ain't worried what's in your cup. In the morning I might play with ya.
Where's the Chaco?
Take a long walk and stay with ya. She my sweet Mary Jane, and she the one I could trust. Niggas sipping lean, but me I'm smoking a dub. I go all out the way for ya. Take some time out my day for ya. I even took her on a plane, but never enough. Some say I'm tripping, but they ain't even in love. In the morning I might lay with ya.
All right, let's see.
In the afternoon I play with ya. But I know I'm never tripping, cause hi, I'm in love. Mary Jane is different, cause she ain't even a drug. Yeah.
So good. Next one's called LLJT. All right, here we go. We're going to add points. We got Lena coming in at 1 million for first.
LaGuardia. Yeah.
I don't think I have the queen in here anymore. Let me see what's up. Let me see if she's in the Discord. Everybody's in the Discord.
Nigga lost so many I got no conscience. Lost my whole right hand, had to keep grinding. Had to check up on my circle, it ain't no rhombus. Still remember mom's call, told me about Johnny. Sitting back in the chair, thinking she lying. Then I listen close here and she crying. Then it get dark, but it's like, cause you know for a fact God do it all in time and questioned it all. But I stopped there, John put me on to some fly shit. Louis V for the baggage, time of heart stakes, we ain't gramming. Should've showed you the plan here. Matching tux at the Grammys. Dog, your family, my family. Look out the plane, still see damage. But now look over the modes. Going down as the greatest. Just to get to the top and show all the gain that you gave me. Y'all in this verse like my mom. Never bye, see you later. Rest in peace, Jonathan T.O. That's my bro, miss you daily. Goddamn,
All right, guys. I'm also in the Discord voice chat under streaming. If you'd like to go there, and the restream room is open. All right. Also, let me see what YouTube phone just dropped. Also, I'm gonna be dropping some more airplane mode playlists on y'all this weekend. Yes, YouTube Plug just sent me something we about to get into. Yeah, I will. All right, let me do some of this. Let me get
I'm saying some shit that, like, this is documented. You know, I got a TED talk.
Let me see who I got in the chat. I had
I'm saying it to say this. Nigga that killed my brother.
Actually, I had YouTube Punk in here
my
too.
My arms. The house.
I'm gonna just get the first 3 a million. I'm gonna do that today.
He ran to the house. He died in Nanny Hall when she opened the door. So I'm telling you, there's some real shit, man. If I ain't let that shit go, I won't be right here today. I won't be here for my niece and my nephews. Me and Gil won't be doing this. Y'all wouldn't know me.
And then 3, I had KCA Randy. Let's go.
When I had to leave. I had to let that shit go. When I let that shit go,
yeah, it's awesome. I'm looking at it right now. I'm about to pull it up.
And now I'm here today, and it was harder than man.
All right, look.
And I'm talking about this is my big brother, nigga.
Let's get it. Look at Cameron being a thought. Look at this thought, y'all. Yes. Give it to me. Give it to me. Give it to me. Yes. Yes.
3. Work.
Yes. Hey, YouTube Punk told me to pull it up. This was sent in by one of our mods. Shout out to YouTube Punk. Look at Cameron. Yo, folks, don't try that at home. This nigga making it look so easy, too. Like, look, don't fuck with Cameron Bennett. Cameron Bennett will fuck your shit up. Look, the nigga got resistance bands and a kettlebell and some Converses. Cameron, like, I ain't even putting on my workout shoes for this. Yeah, this lightweight right here. Cameron, what's this, your morning stretch? This ain't even Cameron lifting weights. This is Cameron stretching. Cameron's like, I just need to loosen up a little bit. You know, just get everything warmed up. Make sure all the blood is flowing. You know? Oh my goodness. I love it. Y'all, look, this is what you got to do right here. It's pretty easy, right? You just go subscribe, right? And then you just turn on the notifications. You know what I'm saying? That's it. That's all you got to do. And then you just leave a message like, stop being a hoe on the internet. You know? There you go. Let them know that the thought energy is strong. You know, that's what we do to support each other around here. We just keep it like that. You know, we looking out for each other. Whoo, YouTube Punk. YouTube punk. That was fantastic. That was a fantastic one. All right, folks. Hope you've had your little drinks. You're gonna need them. This shit's about to get crazy, but look, we're doing social studies together. Welcome to, like I said, the David Blackman Show. And guys, if you don't know what I'm talking about, I'm gonna show you my arch nemesis. This man. I want his set. I want everything. I can't tolerate this man anymore. There can be no more David Pakman. There is not enough room for me and David Pakman to coexist in the left-wing, right-wing news coverage world. It just can't happen. It just can't happen. I've decided that the champ is calling them out, and we're just gonna keep at this thing until David Blackman has replaced David Pakman. Oh, some of you guys David Pakman fans, are you gonna go tell David Pakman on me? I hope you do. I hope you do. Because I think in a one-on-one showdown, I'm the better broadcaster. I think I'm the more entertaining person. You know, and honestly, I think with his, what he's got, like 5 or 6 girlfriends or something like that, about, 8, 9 side businesses, this really big staff, right? And now he's becoming a father. I think David Pakman's slowing down. I think he's slowing down. I think he's getting a bit too corporate for his own good. I think he's settling down into that nice, cushy life. I'm the U.S. champ of World Wrestling Entertainment. I just want to fight. I'm young, hungry, and I just want to kick people in the face. So we'll decide who you guys like. You let me know who you want to fuck with. I'm going to see who y'all want to ride with. We'll let the people decide this.
January 6, 2021, hundreds of Donald Trump supporters stormed the Capitol to stop the certification of President Joe Biden's election.
Big thing, Bruce Wayne.
Tonight,
in the House.
The House Select Committee investigated...
Give you a promo. Big thing, Bruce Wayne, nigga. What the fuck does this look like? I feel used. I don't like it when people come through my stream to promote their own channel. Okay? It makes me feel used, guys. It makes me feel used. No, it doesn't. I'm just making fun of Doug. Doug, you need to be more dead inside, bro. What the fuck is you crying about? This is what it takes. I do promos for this and for this. Okay? Okay? You understand? This and these. Money, championship belts. Money, championship belts. You see what I'm saying? See, you guys noticing the trend? You guys noticing the trend? You understand? That's what it takes to be the king of World Wrestling Entertainment. Now listen to something. I'm gonna tell you something right now. I'm not here to make friends. I'm not here to kiss babies. I'm not here to go, oh, Bruce Wayne, we're so glad you came through. Come save us. Come, we need the Batman with the blase and the Glavinoids. And come, no. People call me Batman. I'm the motherfucking Black Knight. I'm the motherfucking outlaw prince. Bruce Wayne, your time is done. That old, I'm fucking rich and my daddy left me the fucking empire and the billionaires and the fucking labs of all the secret tech, and you still can't stop no goddamn crime in one goddamn city. Fuck that bullshit. Step aside. I am here to take over the internet. This is the era of the outlaw prince. There is actually only one subject that all of my promos are about if you pay very close attention. You guessed it, folks. Me. My promos are an opportunity to let these punk-ass bitches like Big Thang Bruce Wayne, overcompensating for something, sir? Okay? And the David Pakmans of the world know you can't see me. Your time is up. My time is now. Let's cover this fucked up ass violent insurrection. And if you try to tell me it wasn't a violent insurrection, you need to call me and say it to my face so I can tell you how stupid you are to your face. Start this tape!
What led to January 6th is kicking off the first of its public hearings. More than 500 days have passed since that violent and deadly insurrection. So we'll start tonight's special coverage by taking a look back at how that day unfolded with PBS NewsHour's Amna Nawaz.
USA! USA!
1 year ago, Trump supporters from across the country gathered in the nation's capital to protest Congress's certification of the 2020 presidential election results.
To use a favorite term that all of you people really came up with, we will stop the steal.
At a rally near the White House, President Trump spoke to a crowd estimated in the
God
thousands.
damn.
Everyone from
Y'all can say what y'all want about my man Donnie JJ right here.
a rally near the White House, President.
But this nigga knows how to turn out a crowd. See, this is what the left wing is missing. Y'all are missing that bullshit ass charisma, right? See, this is something I'm gonna teach y'all about right now, right? What is this, y'all? Yes, y'all understand this. This is motherfucking right-wing Woodstock, right? And see, what's so smart about Trump is he has learned how to package that shit up, right? And just take it on the road, right? See, some people think that Trump is trying to return to his former glory. Like Trump is some kind of like washed up, celebrity business person or some shit like that. Y'all don't understand old Donnie JJ from Jersey, all right? Donnie JJ from Jersey, right, is like, yeah, I took over the boardwalk and I built all I took over the skyline and I was doing the skyline thing and I had all the jets and I would stun around on the billionaires and I'd be like, hey, Vince McMahon, that's a nice private jet. I got a bigger private jet. That's what Donald Trump literally did. He used to like roll up on Vince McMahon and other billionaires and be like, my private jet's bigger than your private jet, right? But then he was like, you know what? Nobody sees this shit. This is like some off-air secret society billionaire boys club bullshit. So he's like, nah, I need to get more public than that. What can I do? Celebrity television. Let me get into this reality TV. At the time, reality TV was the big thing, right? So he had written some bullshit. He had paid some people to write some bull. He had gone into debt to take a fraudulent ass loan to pay some people to write a fraudulent ass book that he sold a bunch of copies to some dumbass motherfuckers who thought Donald Trump knew something about how to make a deal. Oh Lord, you ever talk to anybody that did business with this motherfucker? Oh, I'm sorry, y'all. I know people. Y'all, I'm from Jersey, y'all. I got people who've literally gone to court with this man, right? Nigga, my family got Donald Trump stories. Not a motherfucker from New Jersey breathing oxygen thinks Donald Trump knows a goddamn thing about the art of the deal other than how to make sure whatever you're doing in that deal is ultimately illegal and end your ass up right back in the court, right? A book could not be a more explicit instruction manual on how not to make a deal if it tried. Anyway, right? He progressed, right? We're following the story arc here, folks, right? He progressed, right? All the way to fucking Celebrity Apprentice dude, right? Then he was like, nah, I don't have any real power. I get this sort of like, yeah, you're big and you're all over the TV and you're super famous now, but you don't have any real stroke and influence. When he would go to like the press dinners and shit, all the real politicians were like making fun of him. Oh, Donald Trump thinks he's really somebody now. He's like, I'm gonna get y'all motherfuckers. I'm gonna just dip my toe straight into politics and I'm gonna just go straight for president, right? So he does that, right? Does it the Donald Trump way, just fucks everything up as like the worst human being on the planet, worst president ever, gets impeached twice, right? But the whole time, the wheels are turning in his head. He's like, you know what, Donald? You always wanted to be a rock star, And these politicians, right, they got the little political power, but like people don't adore them, right? There's no cults, right? They don't have like T-shirts. Nobody's got like their Nancy Pelosi T-shirts on or their Nancy Pelosi flags, right? Nobody's rocking their like Chuck Schumer hats and all of that type of shit. You know what I'm saying? Nobody's ever like fucking Ted Cruz. You know what I'm saying? So Donald Trump was like, yo, I'm about to remake the whole game. I'm about to get y'all president on tour, right? So don't sleep on this man. The man is ramping up his operations. He's back on tour. And what this is showing you is that literally at the man's worst political moment, when he had literally been resoundingly defeated for president, he was like, yo, y'all want to just stop this whole shit right now? Let's throw a fucking insurrection fest like in the fucking Federal Capitol Mall in the middle of fucking the Capitol, like while they're literally trying, like, yo, this shit is so fucked up. But I just wanted to pause on this and let's analyze this scene for a while, because I'm going to summarize it like this. Game respects game. And this is it right here. You know what I'm saying? When you ask me, like, do I want to be the drummer playing behind, who's another responsible-ass politician? The motherfucking chair of the January 6th committee, for instance, right? Or fucking Jamie Raskin or whatever the fuck his name is, right? One of these responsible-ass motherfuckers. Or they're like, yo, do you want to play in front of, like, 200,000 bitches with Donald Trump? I'll be like, yo, sign me up for that Trump tour, matter of fact. Yeah. Matter of fact, they be showing a lot of titties on the Trump tour. Yeah, sign me up. They ain't showing no titties on that Chuck Schumer tour. Yeah, I did that Chuck Schumer gig last time. Yeah, that shit, yeah, it was no ass on that tour. Yeah, I heard niggas be getting all kinds of pussy on the Trump tour. You know what I'm saying? I'm just keeping it a buck with you folks. I'm just keeping it 100. Speaking of which, folks, I just want to give my plug for sustainable energy, folks. I think no matter what you do, y'all need to join us over here in the Cult of the Flying Man. We just think the best kind of energy, the most sustainable type of energy, if we really want to make America great again, we need to rebuild this economy. Not on corn, not on oil, not on gas, not on electric, not on the sun, not on wind, bird poop, none of that shit. We need to build this economy from the root to the tip, from the top to the bottom, from the devil's fucking hell all the way down and all the way up to the heavens and the 18th outer layer on stupid horror energy. Can I get an amen? Hallelujah. Let's go.
Trump spoke to a crowd estimated in the thousands, everyone from ordinary Americans to conspiracy theorists to members of right-wing extremist groups.
We will never give up. We will never concede.
Trump repeated the lie that the election was stolen, urging his supporters to march to the Capitol and fight.
You'll never take back our country with weakness. We fight like hell. And if you don't fight like hell, you're not going to have a country anymore.
Yep, got that
Around
vibe to it. Absolutely,
as Trump
stupid
is
horror
wrapping
energy.
up his remarks in the park, the day turned violent. A group of his supporters on the western side of the Capitol confront the handful of police guarding the barriers and force their way through. Moments after Mr. Trump finished his more than hour-long speech, thousands of protesters streamed from that rally site and walked this route, down Pennsylvania Avenue, directly to the U.S. Capitol grounds. Several people told us that day they expected Vice President Pence to overturn the 2020 election results.
What needs to happen today is Vice President Pence needs to not open the 7 state electors' envelopes for the states that I mentioned. Set them aside and send it all back to those state legislatures.
Well, we got to stop this steal from happening, because if we don't, nobody's ever going to vote again. There's not going to be any integrity in our voting systems.
As the crowd grows, clashes between Trump supporters and Capitol police officers, clearly outnumbered, intensified.
We're not going to take it anymore. This is our country.
Outside, the Capitol's west front became a battleground. Inside, the joint session of Congress to certify election results was underway. The traditionally ceremonial process is upended by Republicans, led by Representative Paul Gosar of Arizona and Senator Ted Cruz of Texas, challenging Trump's loss, sending lawmakers to their separate chambers to debate.
What does it say to the nearly half the country?
Hang on a sec, guys. Let's pause the tape. Are you guys saying that, like, you don't normally carry, like, nooses and zip ties and shit when you guys on tourist trips? Like, you don't keep that right next to the trail mix or whatever the fuck? I don't know. I haven't traveled a lot lately, so I was just assuming that's what everybody did.
Election was rigged if we vote not even to consider the claims of illegality and fraud in this election.
Meanwhile, around 2 p.m., the east side barricades are breached. Here's what I saw from outside the Capitol.
half an hour ago, vehicle barriers that had been set up about 100 yards away or so from the Capitol were first breached by a group of protesters. Capitol Hill police retreated a little bit more.
Pause the fucked up ass tape. Everybody, I want everybody paying attention. This is fucking social studies time. I ain't on no David Pakman. Pay attention, nigga. This is some important historical shit. I heard some lefties today. Some people on the left, I'm not gonna mention any names right now, trying to downplay this shit. Oh, I don't know if it was really a coup. It didn't really quite show all of the historic symptoms of a coup that we see in violent overthrows in other types of countries. Well, I'm not really, I don't want to hear none of this philosophical bullshit. We're about to lay the facts bare, and if you are on that bullshit, you need to watch this shit. If you're going to sit here and tell me there just aren't enough hours in the day to watch all this coverage, but your ass doesn't get what the fuck happened, shut the fuck up, watch this shit, and get a fucking clue. All right? Because this is going to be one of those things where if you start to tell me some bullshit about this shit and you don't know all the facts, I'm just going to tell you to go fuck yourself. Because I'm tired of people who want to deny reality based on what they the fuck don't know, but is public information to everybody the fuck else. Go fuck yourselves. Let's go.
More protesters started to stream up this walkway in front of the Capitol. It is a remarkable scene.
On the West Front, the mob tore down scaffolding, battled their way through the last line of police defense, and broke into the Capitol building itself. NewsHour congressional correspondent Lisa Desjardins was inside the building reporting live as it happened.
Judy, there are protesters. Protesters have now broken into the U.S. Capitol.
Yeah, like, fuck this, John.
I will stand in recess until the call of the chair.
The Senate was called into recess and evacuated. The mob of Trump supporters...
Y'all, I ain't even gonna tell you. I'm gonna tell y'all one straight up thing. Here's how real my life is. When this shit happened, the one thing I was legitimately worried about was the safety of my very real friend and mentor, Cory motherfucking Booker. And I was like, the worst part is this motherfucking hero cop in real life, bullshit ass nigga. Not really a cop, I would know. But he really is on some hero shit. Is going to be trying to take care of all the senators and make sure they get out safely. And sure enough, when they show pictures of his narrow black ass, what the fuck was he doing? Trying to make sure everybody else, they was trying to get him out of there. He was trying to get everybody else out of there. I was screaming at TV, Cory, if you don't get your black ass out of there right the fuck now, I was like, yo, I'm gonna have to drive down there to Washington, D.C. and drag this nigga out the fucking Capitol myself by his ear. Nigga, you ain't saving nobody. Nigga, I don't give a shit about none of them. Nigga, we don't work too hard to get your black ass in the Senate and in position to be candidate. Get your ass back there. Get your ass back in your office. You ain't not sacrificing yourself for none of these motherfuckers today. Whoo, y'all don't know what it's like to really be friends with a senator. You have no idea what it's really like. You have to look out for these motherfuckers when they refuse to look out for themselves. Y'all do not know the real life shit I'm talking about. Let's go.
The historic halls, damaging property and searching for lawmakers. Security footage captured the moment.
He is a great guy, but he's too great of a guy for his own good. Literally, y'all, I was in the fucking law department when this motherfucker first became the mayor in Newark, New Jersey. He asked me, what do you want to do? I was like, I want to work in the law department. He like made me work the intern for corporation counsel as the city's head attorney, right? And so literally, he like tackled some bank robber. He like literally ran the bank robber down and tackled him and was like, not in my city. He like ran into a burning building to save Ola. He was always doing type of shit, right? And we literally, as a fucking ceremonial shit, we'd always have to sit there and waste half a fucking day's work drafting these very serious legal memos on behalf of the city's law department, right? Because when you're corporation counsel, you literally represent the city. You're the city's top attorney, right? And the city is incorporated like a motherfucking corporation. It's literally a public corporation, right? And so then you have to like draft all this shit like on behalf of the best interests of the city to like hold the city harmless for this shit, to be like, send this legal memo to the mayor's office that's basically like, Mr. Mayor, you're not allowed to put yourself in harm's way on behalf of the city because that's not how this works. Yeah, no. We have police for that. We have, yes. Matter of fact, y'all should contact the fire department when this, no. Don't let the mayor run into the building. Yes, that's right. Also, I'm going to give y'all guys another power tip. How many phone calls would it take me to get to Cory Booker through the grapevine? Guess. If you guess 3, you're correct. It's 1 call on my dad. He's 2 calls away. So when I was on the team as an intern working for the city, what did I do? How did I become the most power-playing intern? I'm about to teach y'all a boss move. If any of y'all in politics, get out your motherfucking notebooks right now and start scratching this down. What I did, knowing them as good as I did, was I had the cell phone number, not of the mayor. Don't ever ask a politician for their cell phone number. They will give it to you, and they are giving you the number of a phone that they never answer. I could get his personal phone number, but that would be inappropriate. I don't really want it. All right. Anyway, what I did was I got the cell phone number of his driver. The driver. There's a driver and a body man, and they're always with the politician. They're always right next to them. Their job is to know where that person is at all times. And they actually know how long it's going to take for them to get to point A to point B, because they know exactly what they're doing. So I would call him. They'd be like, Jay, we don't know where the mayor's were. Mayors are always late. Jay, where's the mayor? When's he going to be here? And I'd be like, don't worry, I got it. Yo, how long? All right. He'd be like, yo, he'll be here in about 10 minutes. And then, like, literally about 10 minutes later, he would walk and they'd be like, Jay, how the fuck did you do that? I'd be like, I don't know. Power tip, y'all. That's a power tip. That one was free. Let's go.
Blackman shuttled Republican Senator Mitt Romney of Utah to safety before running ahead to divert the approaching mob away from the Senate chamber. Rioters came within 100 feet of Vice President Mike Pence, whose security detail took him to safety from an office near the Senate.
Exactly.
While
70
this was
armed planes in
happening
air.
at 2:24
Yo, let's do a
p.m.
thought experiment. Pine Creek's dumbass tried to trigger us by saying January 6th wasn't a big deal. I immediately came back with a counter thought experiment. By the way, Pine Creek's thought experiments are the worst. Pine Creek, we love you. Please stick to Counter-Apologetics. Leave the thought experiments alone. Like the flying man, like that's a really good one. You know what I mean? That's a really good one. Poof or drown, that's a really good one. Sometimes you gotta leave the memories alone. You know, sometimes you just gotta be like, man, we had us a couple of real classics there. You know, because these sort of impromptu, on the fly thought experiments you had going lately, that's not really the hit. Yeah, that's not really the thing. So anyway, this nigga tried to tell us that January 6th was not that big of a deal. I was immediately like, all right, let's do a thought experiment. It's January 6th, but instead of everybody being like white Christian nationalists, they're all radical black Muslims. All right, tell me that's not a big deal. Go. See how easy hypotheticals are? Oh, don't be a stupid motherfucker on the internet, y'all. Do that shit in the privacy of your own home, please.
Trump tweeted from the White House, criticizing Pence for not having, quote, the courage to do what should have been done. Remarkably, the House was still in session when rioters attempted to break into that chamber. A police officer shot Ashley Babbitt, an Air Force veteran from California and QAnon conspiracy theorist, as she and a crowd tried to break into the rear of the chamber where some lawmakers were still sheltering. According to an analysis from the New York Times, rioters breached the Capitol in at least 8 different places.
Oh, my goodness.
They entered the Rotunda, Statuary Hall, and the Senate chamber. Some broke into the offices of lawmakers, including House Speaker Nancy Pelosi's.
Also, y'all, I'm going to tell y'all right now, I'm bringing it to y'all now. I'm not even going to wait till like later, because this is going to be so much coverage we're doing on this. And I'm going to drop this shit on y'all now. That I really felt then, and I don't hear anybody talking about it, and I'm not trying to be sensational, y'all. Here it is. I'm going to lay it out for you real straight. Pay attention, y'all. As far as I remember, right, this shit was January 6th, right, 2021, right? Now, that's a very important date because as far as I know, one of the things is there wasn't a whole lot of shit going on at the Capitol because as far as I know, the Capitol was actually closed, right? You got to remember, normally the Capitol is like an open public building, but the shit was shut down during COVID, and I don't think that the Capitol was back to like normal operating procedure yet. And so, like, I think part of the thing that nobody ever really talks about was based on whatever was going on there this day, it wasn't even like a normal day where it would have just been appropriate for that many people to be walking around the Capitol like this anyway. As you can see, there wasn't any other big touring groups and shit like that. Like, maybe people resumed doing business there and the staffers and all of that shit was there, but I don't think it was like, oh yeah, you can bring a bus full of motherfuckers to the Capitol and go ahead and tour the paintings. Like, I don't think that was, it was open like that yet, right? And so that brings a whole level of, you know, trouble to this whole situation to begin with, that like, it's like there's so much fucked up shit going on with this that nobody's even talking about that. But it does really sort of undermine they were just a bunch of tourists. Like, not that day they weren't. Not that day. That wasn't a thing on that day, actually. Not in groups like that.
Enforcement arrived to clear a hallway above Statuary Hall, where
calling for snipers to kill Biden. Oh my goodness. Yeah, you expected the Hanks to, like, oh, it's finally going down. Like, like they finally about to get their ass whipped by the cops. It was crazy. Nah, man, it's two different systems. It's two totally different systems. If these were brown people doing this shit, we'd be having a whole different story. We'd be talking about the January 6th, I don't even know. I was going to say the January 6th massacre, but if it was brown people that they were shooting, they wouldn't call it the massacre. We'd be calling it the January 6th. It'd be a holiday, right? It'd be a holiday. It'd be like a fucking, oh yeah, the day them niggers tried to end democracy. The psychologists were calling it mass slavery backlash or something. Like they just all of a sudden they all had that 5-generation slavery rage kicking, and they all tried to storm the Capitol, but we called in all 15 branches of the military. Oh, yeah, people thought there was only like 4 or 5. Yeah, there was like 10 more that we never even talked about, but once the black people stormed the Capitol, the whole military came out. Yeah, we brought all the secret divisions and the space divisions and the underground military and the bio weapons, all the shit y'all didn't even know we had. We just used all of that shit. Yeah, we had the fucking drones and all of that shit. All of that shit. The video game shit, niggas. We was on the phone with Russia! Yeah, Russia. Can y'all call Japan and China, get us some more fucking weapons of mass destruction up here that niggas are trying to take over the Capitol? Yeah, it's time to unleash all of that shit. Total different story, y'all.
Our NewsHour correspondent Lisa Desjardins was sheltered.
But I do hear shouting as police seem to one by one be taking down the protesters, telling them to get on the ground, trying to control the situation.
Democratic Senator Patty Murray from Washington State spoke with
white
Judy
Democrats would have been shot
about
too.
Hiding in her office with her husband that day.
And we heard somebody saying, we saw them, they're in one of these rooms.
But also, I'm going to say most white Democrats ain't got that kind of fight in y'all. I'm going to just be honest with you. Here's the 2 reasons I think the Civil War is really not going to happen. One is more important to me than the other. Here's the less important reason. The less important reason is Democrats ain't got it like that. Democrats ain't got it like that. Remember Dunning-Kruger, y'all. So the Democrats, right, y'all like smart, cushy, y'all got the bright ideas, right? But y'all don't got the guns like that, right? When we say it's more guns in the U.S. than people, right? Think about who has the majority of them, right? Now also think about who's dumb enough to actually try to solve this by using them, right? Right? Both of those things lean heavy towards the right wing, right? So I'm going to be honest with you. When the bullets get to flying and the cannons and all of that shit, I'm not betting on the left. I'm just keeping it a buck with you right now. Like, y'all ain't really got it like that. Like we cool. Like, I really like y'all ideas, but Yeah, you ain't going to be able to take the right wing in the war. Like, It's like a puppy fighting a bear. No, it's not going to work. But the more important reason is, like, we don't really want them here, right? So when they finally get organized enough to fucking try to succeed, like I said, we just going to be like, bye, Felicia. Bye, see you later. Oh, no. Y'all don't got to do nothing about it. No. We'll sponsor the wall. Yeah, we going to build the fucking wall. Yeah, we'll build the wall. We going to set up regulations. Yeah, like I said, then we going to lock down, get rid of this COVID real quick, get our party on. And they going to just do their thing, whatever the fuck they going to do on the other side of the border. So we going to just let them go. They ain't going to have to fight.
And they were pounding on our door and trying to open it.
I'm sure
and
that's
my
terrifying.
husband sat with his foot against the door, praying that it would not break in.
Woo!
Meanwhile, outside, as the crowds grew, so did the violence. Officers on
Myron
site
protected
continued
her
to
that
call
day,
for
y'all.
backup throughout the day. And while some reinforcements did arrive from local and state and federal agencies, it took National Guard units about 3 hours to respond to the Capitol. Rioters, outnumbering law enforcement by more than 50 to 1, attacked, dragged, and beat police officers, crushing them underfoot and spraying them with chemicals.
They began to beat me with their fists and with what felt like hard metal objects.
In testimony to Congress, former D.C. Metro Police Officer Michael Fanone recounted being pulled into a crowd of protesters.
I was electrocuted again and again and again with a taser.
This is our country!
Bro, I don't know what y'all saw in that man's face, but I saw a man's face, in that man's face, like the memory of all them cops who like have, you know, lost their lives in this or taken their lives since. And I felt like he knows what they experienced, and he committed himself to like stay strong so he could tell this story. Look at this man's face when he's telling this story. Look at his face.
Congress, former D.C. Metro Police Officer
Just look at his
Michael
fucking
Fanone
face.
recounted being pulled into a crowd of protesters.
I was electrocuted again and again and again.
Woo!
With a taser.
I ain't fucking with that face. Nope.
In total, nearly 150 police officers were injured on the day. During the attack, those closest to President Trump privately urged him to take action and tell his supporters to stop the assault. House Republican leader Kevin McCarthy spoke with him from the besieged Capitol. His son, Donald Trump Jr., and several Fox hosts texted White House contacts to tell Trump to address the crowd. Hours passed before President Trump did anything to address the insurrection. Just after 4 p.m., he released a video repeating unfounded claims about the election results.
I know your pain. I know you're hurt. We had an election that was stolen from us.
Oh, my God.
It was a landslide election, and everyone knows it, especially the other side. But you have to go home now. We have to have peace.
Around this time, police began to secure the Capitol. Flashbangs and tear gas were used to clear the Western Terrace, the site of presidential inaugurations. Police declared the Capitol complex secure around 8 p.m.
To those who wreaked havoc in our Capitol today, you did not win.
In the early hours of the next day, January 7th, Congress finished certifying the election results. Some Senate Republicans withdrew their initial objections.
The chair declares the joint session dissolved.
A Capitol police officer, Brian Sicknick, suffered 2 strokes and died that evening. In the days and months following the attack, 4 police officers who were on duty died by suicide. More than 720 people have been arrested and charged with crimes linked to January 6th. The physical destruction of that day has since been cleaned up, but questions of how to repair the deeper damage to our democracy remain. For the PBS NewsHour in Washington, I'm Amna Nawaz.
Capitol and D.C. Metropolitan Police were on the front lines of the insurrection that day. Many paid a physical and psychological price. 1 police officer died a day later from multiple strokes. 4 others died by suicide in the months that followed. A year after the attack, the NewsHour's Lisa Desjardins spoke with 2 Capitol police officers on the lingering effects and anger in the wake of January 6th.
Some officers, like U.S. Capitol Police Officer Harry Dunn, are still recovering from the emotional scars of that day. Others, like Capitol Police Sergeant Aquilino Gunnell, are still recovering from the physical toll. Gunnell recently tweeted out graphic photos showing the gashes and bruises from crushing and other injuries to his shoulder, to his hands, and to his foot. Dunn and Gunnell co-wrote this op-ed today for the Washington Post, demanding accountability for the Capitol riot. Officer Harry Dunn and Sergeant Aquilino Gunnell join me now. Thank you both so much for protecting the Capitol, me personally, and thank you for joining us now. And I want to start first off with that op-ed. You had strong words in that.
Yeah, it's crazy.
One sentence that you wrote was
it's not
this.
enough.
You wrote,
it's not
it will
fast
not be
enough.
enough to identify and punish only those who physically attack.
The system we have does not work in time with the technology. Like, it is not kept up with the times. We exchange information too quickly, right? Like, we all watched this shit happen on January 6th, 2021. It's July 30th, 2022. And we're still sitting around going, well, was it technically insurrection? Well, I don't know. Well, do y'all think Trump's going to run again? Should Trump be able to run again? Like, it's just too slow. Like, there's literally, like, no excuse for it. But the problem is, the emperor wears no clothes, y'all. There's nobody in charge of this shit. Like, there's no branch of government that actually is responsible for being like, hey, y'all, the whole shit's broke. Like, how do we fix this thing, right? America's kind of fucked, and the system is not really that great. The only people who think it's that great are the people who don't know any other systems, right? We're an old-ass democracy. And so the benefit that a lot of more recent sort of established countries have is that they have much more modern constitutions that allow for much more, fundamental keeping up to the date processes and shit. Ours is just old as fuck. And then on top of the system itself being fucked, we got all these fuckheads who are basically like biblical literates, right? Who like think that the word of the founding fathers and their original interpretation has to be stuck to and on, like, oh, are you an originalist versus all, you know what I mean? And it's like they want to treat this whole thing like it's a sacred text when it's just like a bunch of humans got together and wrote a gloriously imperfect document that it just takes way too much effort to revise in a culture that is not built for it. Like, it's just a fucked up mismatch. It just doesn't work.
The Capitol and tried to disrupt the peaceful transfer of power. Those are strong words. Sergeant Gonell, who do you mean there, and what do you want to happen in terms of that accountability?
Oh, it's a lot of
looks at England, yeah, exactly.
People
exactly
involved with,
and we think since ours is newer than that, we're good.
6, including some of the
because that's what we keep comparing ourselves to.
Even after we put our bodies at risk of injuries and even death, like Officer Signey, they continue to downplay this.
Pause. I just heard 2,000-year-old Jesus look over at a bunch of people in heaven and go, well, hey, I'm fucking younger than Moses is.
The horrific event of January 6th. And it's mind-boggling that what they do, trying to downplay everything.
It sounds like you're talking about politicians. Is that right?
I don't know.
Yeah.
This is old. This is this is just from the hearings. I just I wanted to let them roll a little bit before I get into the actual hearing coverage because they're doing like I don't know what they're doing. We're actually gonna skip this. We're gonna skip into the actual proceedings. Because that's a whole lot of show we don't need to watch. But yeah, I wanted to do a little lead up, y'all. That's the summary of the highlights of what the fuck we getting into. Let's get into the heart of this shit.
January 6th.
Let me hear I want to hear actually how we started this off.
Vicksburg.
Y'all are gonna learn this about me in due time. I try to drop y'all little stories from my life, but y'all put it together over time. I'm also start doing some broadcasts with my dad in August, and so I'm sure more of my background and shit that we do in our family and stuff with politics you'll see and hear about when I start doing those broadcasts. But yeah, I'm kind of a government nerd, and so I actually used to watch a lot of government TV. And my dad is a cable television host, and he interviews politicians and hosts political events. So we're a bunch of politicos, as they're called in Jersey.
Technically bipartisan, with 2 Republicans joining 7 Democratic members. The House Republican leaders charged that the hearings are a partisan effort to disparage former President Donald Trump. Following the hearings tonight, with me are our correspondents Lisa Desjardins at the Capitol and Jeff Bennett at the White House. And let me start with both of you. To you, Lisa, I know you've been following this.
Right. That was all right. That's our team. We're cool. Y'all see what the deal is. Y'all know what's up.
The committee in recess at any point. Pursuant to House Deposition Authority Regulation 10, the chair announces the committee's approval to release the deposition material presented during tonight's hearing. Thanks to everyone watching tonight for sharing part of your evening to learn the facts and causes of the events leading up to and including the violent attack on January 6, 2021. Our democracy, electoral system, and country. I'm Benny Thompson, chairman of the January 6, 2021 committee. I was born, raised, and still live in Bolton, Mississippi, a town with a population of 521, which is midway between Jackson and Vicksburg, Mississippi, and the Mississippi River. I'm from a part of the country where people justify the actions of slavery, the Ku Klux Klan, and lynching. I'm reminded of that dark history as I hear voices today try and justify the actions of the insurrectionists.
He sure
January
does.
6th,
he was the right guy.
Over the next few weeks, hopefully you will get to know the other members, my colleagues up here, and me. We represent a diversity of communities from all over the United States, rural areas and cities, East Coast, West Coast, and the Heartland. All of us have one thing in common. We swore the same oath. That same oath that all members of Congress take upon taking office and afterwards every 2 years if they are reelected. We swore an oath to defend the Constitution against all enemies, foreign and domestic. The words of the current oath taken by all of us that nearly every United States government employee takes have their roots in the Civil War. Throughout our history, the United States has fought against foreign enemies to preserve our democracy, electoral system, and country. When the United States Capitol was stormed and burned in 1814, foreign enemies were responsible. Afterward, in 1862, when American citizens had taken up arms against this country, Congress adopted a new oath to help make sure no person who had supported the rebellion could hold a position of public trust. Therefore, Congresspersons and United States federal government employees were required for the first time to swear an oath to defend the Constitution.
Bruce Wayne. I'm supposed to be moving to Minneapolis.
All enemies,
I work at the University of Minnesota.
And domestic. That oath was put to test on January 6, 2021. The police officers who held the line that day honored their oath. Many came out of that day blooded and broken.
Pause the tape.
They still.
And here's something that I think really you need to reflect on. And I hate to say this is especially if you're religious. See, for a lot of us that don't really believe in any sort of divine intervention or supernatural forces, we recognize that our bonds that hold us together and make this whole thing we call society, civilization, the country, whatever the fuck, right, is only as good as our mutual cooperation in this whole dance, right? It reminds me of my club, right? To sustain a gaming club for 5 fucking years or whatever the fuck it's been, right? I think we're about to do our 6-year anniversary. It's like, y'all see, we have church every Sunday, right? Everybody has to agree to get on, to do their roles, to deal with the fucking recruitment system and go through up the ranks and learn all the rules and the bullshit and show up every Sunday to church and vote on all this shit that we go through, right? And y'all just got to show up and do that shit week in and week out. And, you know, what the fuck would any of this shit be? The reason so many clubs come and go, and ours is just steady going is because we all take that shit seriously. We show up and we do what we're supposed to do, come hell or high water, right? And so what these motherfuckers are trying to lay out for you, right, is like, yo, this isn't a fucking game, right? We all we got. And if the motherfuckers in this Senate, right, push comes to shove, we got to set all that bullshit aside, y'all. The motherfucking sanctity of the democracy and all of that bullshit and the fucking institutions and the statutes and the military, ain't none of that shit unless the motherfuckers who take these oath of offices faithfully execute the duty that comes along with it, right? And so he's really, it should really be impressed upon some of you. It's easy to talk a lot of shit about politicians from the sidelines, and we all do it. It's all love. They understand that. But man, when you think about what the fuck them people endured that day just to do their fucking jobs, and on top of that, he's giving a nod to the officers, and if ain't ever one day in my life I back the blue. This was that day. You could be as black as you want to be. Shout out to the George Floyd and his family and everybody being devastated and trying to change the world and all of that. But yes, sir, on that day, yo ass would have wanted the protection of the motherfucker in law enforcement, and you would have wanted them to hold up to their oath, and you would have been thankful in the motherfucker that they take that oath seriously, because Jesus wasn't coming.
Bear those wounds, visible and invisible. They did their duty. They repelled the mob and ended the occupation of the Capitol. They defended the Constitution.
Oh, yeah, we gonna hotbox and watch AEW.
So that Congress could return, uphold our own oath, and count your votes to ensure the transfer of power, just as we've done for hundreds of years.
Woo.
But
for hundreds of years,
in 1814, it was domestic enemies of the Constitution who stormed the Capitol and occupied the Capitol, who sought to thwart the will of the people to stop the transfer of power. And so they did, so at the encouragement of the President of the United States. The President of the United States trying to stop the transfer of power, a precedent that had stood for 220 years, even as our democracy had faced its most difficult tests. Thinking back again to the Civil War in the summer of 1864, the President of the United States believed we would be doomed to his bid for re-election. He believed his opponent, General George McClellan, would wave the white flag when it came to preserving the Union. But even with that grim fate hanging in the balance, President Lincoln was ready to accept the will of the voters, come what may. He made a quiet pledge. He wrote down the words, "This morning, as for some days past, it seems exceedingly probable that this administration will not be reelected. Then it will be my duty to so cooperate with the president-elect. It will be my duty." Lincoln sealed that memo and asked his cabinet secretaries to sign it sight unseen. He asked.
It's something very scary. I just want to touch on this because it's an important point. It's something very scary. Is SmackDown still a thing? Yeah, SmackDown's bigger than ever before. They got like a $250 million TV deal from Fox a few years ago, and so, yeah, the WWE is printing money, but Vince McMahon just retired in the middle of a sex scandal. I think maybe we should cover that. I was going to cover it, and I was like, Jay, I don't want to go full-blown wrestling nerd on everybody. But yeah, you know, we might have to get a little Vince McMahon coverage in here this weekend to break up our January 6th thing, since this is going to take forever to cover anyway. But the scary part about violence is force begets more force, right? Like, you know, I'm like I said, like it's scary how you know, into the violence and fantasizing about it and gun crazy the right wing is, and it's like, I don't know about y'all, but I'm not cool letting them just outpower me and overthrow shit. And I live in Lansing, right? So I live in Lansing, Michigan. I'm gonna just say I live within a stone's throw of the Capitol. And so when they did shit like kidnap the governor, and, you know, show up at the State House with all of the fucking AK-47s and automatic rifles and shit, y'all, you be scared than the motherfucker in this bitch. You be like, what if they just, you know, and a lot of the right-wing racist militia groups are out here and shit, and they be like, yo, they feel like they could just, you know, totally flex on how much they can outgun the cops and shit here, and they love their guns and they don't love their black people, and like you can see where this can go, right? And then because of like my shit, like I'm not supposed to own firearms and shit because I'm bipolar, so you know you feel very vulnerable, and you feel like you don't even have the legal right to defend yourself, right, against the real dangerous, crazy motherfuckers in the world. Not the motherfuckers who are paying out the ass for therapy and taking their goddamn meds every day like this nigga right here. Anyway, let's go.
Them to make the same commitment he did, to accept defeat, if indeed defeat was the will of the people, to uphold the rule of law, to do what every president who came before him did, and what every president who followed him would do, until Donald Trump.
Oh, yeah, then they want gun
lost
control, right?
The presidential election in 2020. The American people voted him out of office. It was not because of a rigged system.
Yep.
It was not because of voter fraud.
Facts.
Don't believe me? Hear what his former attorney general had to say about it.
Now, guys, hang on a sec. Before I let him continue this, he just laid out the facts. Donald Trump lost the election. It wasn't because of a rigged system. It wasn't stolen. Joe Biden got more votes. Yes, Donald Trump got more votes than any other presidential candidate in the history of this country. Except Joe Biden in the very same election. And that is how you lose an election. Y'all, it's really not simple. It's called Biden's vote total greater than Trump's vote total. These are the facts. Now, here's the profound thing I want you to think about. You're going to have a little empathize with pocket moment. A little empathize with pocket moment. We all know these are the facts, right? Now, ask yourself, how deep do I truly think this country's ability to run wild with this wild delusion and not let go of it at all cost? How hopeful am I that bearing out in public before everyone the facts and all of the evidence will finally convince these people to the truth of what happened so that they accept the fact of the insurrection on January 6th, because they're going to have all of the evidence laid out for them by the witnesses, on the video, by the insurrectionists themselves, by the testimony, by the government officials, all overseen by the government, in prime time, on television, in front of the whole world. Everybody can see it. How optimistic am I? How optimistic am I? Now, I want you to do one thing in this thought experiment. As you watch this with me, you want to put yourself in my shoes. You need to remember one thing about me. And you will know exactly how I feel about all of this. I'm really glad this is happening. I'm really glad we're doing this. I'm really glad that I get to see this and we get to take this all in so we know for ourselves what happened. But how optimistic am I? One fact to keep in mind. one fact to keep in mind. I am a motherfucking evolutionary biologist. That should be all I have to say to y'all about these motherfucking Americans. Let's go.
I warn those who watching that this contains strong language.
There you go, No Name.
No, just what I've been through. I had 3 discussions with the president that I can recall. One was on November 23rd. One was on December 1st.
It's about to get real flat earthy up in here.
And I've been through sort of the give and take of those discussions.
2 Chainz, 2 PhD, motherfucker. Exactly.
The idea of saying the election was stolen and putting out this stuff, which I told the president was bullshit. And, you know, I didn't want to be a part of it, and that's one of the reasons that went into me deciding to leave when I did. I observed, I think it was on December 1st, that, you know, how can you can't live in a world where the incumbent administration stays in power based on its view, unsupported by specific evidence, that there was fraud in the election.
Bill Barr, on Election Day 2020, he was the Attorney General.
Where's Rebel Nas? Exactly.
The top law enforcement official in the country, telling the president exactly what he thought about claims of a stolen election. Donald Trump had his days in court to challenge the results. He was within his rights to sue all machines. In the United States, law-abiding citizens have those tools for pursuing justice. He lost in the courts, just as he did at the ballot box. And in this country, that's the end of the line.
I am getting more gin and truthy by the day because I'm trying to get ready for our collaboration. And if him and I are going to be tag team partners, I need to be able to take that hot tag and keep the smackdown going. And folks, I got to tell you, I will not hear a single one of these apologists, insurrectionists, right-wingers, theotards, theists, Christians, none of them motherfuckers tell me a goddamn thing about how they would not be authoritarian. I have one motherfucking fact to remind you people of about these people. You're going to hear me say it over and over and over again. It is one fact to remind you about these people, and that is they believe in Jesus Christ. Yes, these are the motherfuckers who want to tell you that at a point in our human history, on this earth, a primate, that's right, someone they say was fully human, fully motherfucking human, was born to a virgin, go fuck yourselves. Walked on water, go fuck yourselves. Raised the dead, go fuck yourselves. Was raised from the dead, go fuck yourselves. Ascended to heaven, go fuck yourselves. And will come again in glory to judge all of us, sending all of us who would not believe in him to hell forever, go fuck yourselves. If these motherfuckers try to tell you that they are not here to try to establish and support an authoritarian regime, and you believe them, you deserve to live in said authoritarian regime for letting them lie to your monkey ass with all the evidence in front of you that they were full of shit and you signed up anyway because you wanted to be nice to them and say, well, I think they'll be really good about this American democracy shit because, you know, I think we should trust them. They're a really good neighbor, you know, they keep their lawn nice, you know, they're not too loud late at night, you know, hey, maybe we can work out this American democracy thing with these people. Go fuck yourselves. One fact about these people, they believe in Jesus. Remind yourselves of that at all times, please.
But for Donald Trump, that was only the beginning of what became a sprawling, multi-step conspiracy aimed at overturning the presidential election, aimed at throwing out the votes of millions of Americans, your votes, your voice in our democracy, and replacing the will of the American people with his will to remain in power after his term ended. Donald Trump was at the center of this conspiracy. And ultimately, Donald Trump, the President of the United States, spurred a mob of domestic enemies of the Constitution to march down the Capitol and subvert American democracy. Any legal jargon you hear about seditious
pretty close to Alabama, Afghanistan.
Conspiracy to defraud the United States boils down to this. January 6th.
Welcome to Tupelo, Saudi Arabia, where women need to keep their faces covered.
A brazen attempt, as one rioter put it shortly after January 6th, to overthrow the government. The violence was no accident.
Pause the tape. Y'all, there's nothing, yes, we're talking about very important things. His speech is very important, but we have to interrupt this to bring attention to No Name's comment. People think it's a joke. There's a lot of comments that go by on the live chat. You can't pay attention to all of them, I understand, but pay attention, folks. No Name said, in this country of motherfucking America, churches who don't pay taxes can have private police forces. Nope, I didn't forget what to say. I wasn't worried. I wasn't stumbling through the broadcast. I just wanted to literally pause to let that shit sink in. I'm going to read it one more time and I'm going to pause again. Let the shit sink in. No Name said where he lives. So if you don't believe us, go to where No Name lives and show us that there are no fucking private churches, because I'm sure he will show us that there are. Right? Where he lives, churches can have private police forces. All right, roll the tape.
Last stand, most desperate chance to halt the transfer of power. Now, you may hear those words and think, this is just another political attack on Donald Trump by people who don't like him. That's not the case. My colleagues and I all wanted an outside independent commission to investigate January 6th, similar to what we had after 9/11. But after first agreeing to the idea, Donald Trump's allies in Congress put a stop to it.
The war on transing the kids.
They don't want January 6th investigated.
Look at this. They don't want it investigated.
And in the last 17 months, many of those same people have tried to whitewash what happened on January 6th, to rewrite history, call it a tourist visit, label it legitimate political discourse.
Hang on, let's go back. Let's go back. Let's go back.
People at all. Idea. Donald Trump's allies in Congress put a stop to it. Apparently, they don't want January 6th investigated at all. And in the last 17 months, many of those same people have tried to whitewash what happened on January 6th, to rewrite history.
Now, I told y'all I'm an evolutionary biologist, which it's just a fact about life. I'm not really trying to stun or anything. I'm just telling you I understand. I deal with people who won't accept the evidence every day. But I want y'all to go through that, because when I start saying out here that people are trying to whitewash on January 6th and they start to tell me that they're not, and the bullshit that they try to spin, I just want to firmly establish that they're not disagreeing with me. They are disagreeing with the motherfucking chair of the actual United States government's committee on January 6th. This motherfucker has looked over all of this shit, sat in with all the motherfucking witnesses, sat through the hundreds and hours of the shit, read all the fucking documents, read all the motherfucking reports, and has come out on primetime television, moment number one, about all this motherfucking January 6th. He's like, hi, here's who I am. Second, here's my oath. Number third, the motherfucking senators whose lives were in jeopardy, the congressmen in the motherfucking Republican Party, are trying to whitewash what happened during the insurrection. Now, when we tell your monkey asses that the motherfucking people that you keep electing to represent you are trying to overthrow the motherfucking democracy you elected them to uphold, while at the same time whitewashing the truth about it, and you tell us we are full of shit. We are not going to take it personally. We are just going to tell you you're wrong as fuck and you're ignorant. And the reason we're not taking it personally is because we know what the whole world now knows, that you're not disagreeing with our ignorant ass. You are disagreeing with the motherfucking chair of the United States government's official congressional January 6th committee, whatever. So go fuck yourself every day and 5 times on Sunday, you stupid motherfucker.
Call it a tourist visit. Label it legitimate political discourse. Donald Trump and his followers have adopted the words of the songwriter.
Fuck that shit, y'all. What y'all really want, y'all want Benny T, Corey B, in the place to be, and then me, you just wanted some think tank. I'm gonna just be in some think tank, y'all. I'm not trying to be a politician. I'm gonna tell y'all why. Because what I learned is what you don't want to be the politician. What you want to be is the guy who's really, really useful to the politician, who the politician loves and considers very near and dear, and will let do whatever the fuck he wants. That's the place you want to be. Why? You want to pretend you're the mayor? Go ahead. Walk in the mayor's office. Sit in the mayor's chair. You know what I'm saying? You're chilling with the judge. Hey, judge, can I come into your office? Go into the judge's office. Hey, judge, can I see that gavel for a second? Doop, doop, doop. Hey, Pockets, you want to go to law school and, like, sacrifice and learn all the codes and deal with all the bullshit becoming... No, I actually kind of just wanted to bang this hammer real quick. Yeah, I just kind of wanted to bang this hammer. Thank you. Yeah, I'm good. I just wanted to bang the hammer. Yeah, I just wanted to sit in the mayor's chair for a little bit. So, y'all, here's what I'm going to do, right? I'm going to have me a little handheld game. I'm going to just get myself in the Oval Office, right? I'm going to go live like this, right? I'm going to go live, and I'm going to just be like, yeah, y'all, we're live from the Resolute desk inside the Oval Office. And everybody, Pocket, what are you doing? Playing some WWE? Why? Because you only live once, motherfucker. When you're friends with the president, what do? You just roll through the Oval Office. Car, I need you to get out of here. Yeah, I need to wrap this up. Y'all done for today? Nah, it's late night. It's like 10, 11 o'clock. What the fuck y'all doing? Y'all can't be in here late. Nah, I got to go somewhere else with that shit. We trying to stream. All right, y'all, look, we playing WWE from, we stunting, nigga. We just stunting on a Resolute desk right now. Why? Buffalo wings all over the Resolute desk. Buffalo wings, real hot one, blue cheese dip all over the Resolute desk. What the fuck they gonna do? Not a goddamn thing. What they gonna do about it? Nothing. I did it just to trigger the right wing. See, then the right wing, they be blowing up the next day on Fox News. This is unbelievable. The Booker administration has no respect for the Oval Office. They are letting somebody stream Twitch games in there. I heard he was smoking weed on the White House grounds, slapping women in their butts, and right? And then in the office, we just be laughing, Jay, way to trigger the right wing, Jay. Oh, Jay, yo, bro, we had all this boring shit. We was doing shit. We wasn't even going to get no good press today, bro. Way to trigger them with the Twitch. All you had to do was stream Twitch. Bro, how do you trigger the whole Republican Party with some chicken wings, bro? You got the magic touch, Jay. Stay strong, man. Science, man. We like that science that y'all doing. Yeah, keep that digital evolution shit up. Y'all doing good with that. Yeah, we like that. Yeah, man, all right, we'll see you next time. We'll see. When you coming around next? Bro, you know me. I'm just here for the parties, y'all. I'm going to be here at the state dinner. Oh, you coming through the state dinner? Of course, bro. All the bitches gonna be through the state dinner. All right, bro. I'll see you at the state dinner. Yeah, for sure. All right, later. Right? That's what I want to do. I'm telling you. Don't hate on my dreams, y'all. I'm gonna marry. This is my dream. I put a lot of time into Team Booker. Ask Corey. He'll tell you. That nigga get in the White House, I'm chilling. I'm doing all the fucked up Negro shit. All that Brick City shit. Brick City goes to D.C. You know what I'm talking about? That's what we doing. Fuck all that responsible shit.
Believe me or your lying eyes. We can't sweep what happened under the rug. The American people deserve answers. So I come before you this evening, not as a Democrat, but as an American who swore an oath to defend the Constitution. The Constitution doesn't protect just Democrats or just Republicans. It protects all of us. We the people. And this scheme was an attempt
You only bring back this
undermine
kid?
the will of the people. So tonight and over the next few weeks,
live
we're
your
going
dreams,
to
baby.
remind
Thanks.
you
Thanks,
of
Bruce
the
Wayne.
reality
Appreciate
of
you.
what happened that day. But our work must do much more than just look backwards. Because of our democracy remains in danger, the conspiracies that brought the will of the people
Listen, similar things
not
about
over.
Obama.
There are those in this audience who thirst for power but have no love or respect for what makes America great.
Oh, like the
Devotion
streamer
to the
perverts do?
Constitution, allegiance to the rule of law, our shared journey to build a more perfect union. January 6th and the lies that led to insurrection have put two and a half centuries of constitutional democracy at risk. The world is watching what we do here. America has long been expected to be a shining city.
Thanks, Stupidor Energy. Appreciate you. Have a good night.
A beacon of hope and freedom, a model for others when we are at our best. How can we play that role when our house is in such disorder? We must confront the truth with candor, resolve, and determination. We need to show that we are worthy of the gifts that are the birthright of every American. That begins here, and it begins now, with a true accounting of what happened, and what led
this
to
is
the
like such a
attack
good
on
sermon.
our Constitution and our democracy. In this moment, when the dangers of our Constitution and our democracy loom large, nothing could be more important. Working alongside the public servants on this dais has been one of the greatest honors of my time in Congress. It's been a particular privilege to count as a partner in this effort and to count as a friend the gentlewoman from Wyoming, Ms. Cheney. She's a patriot, a public servant of profound courage, of devotion to her oath and the Constitution. It's my pleasure to recognize Ms. Cheney for her opening statement.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. And let me
Pause the tape.
echo those words about the importance of
we got to talk about something more important than the insurrection. I'm sorry, folks. Some things are more important than the insurrection. Such as who was on my Mount Rushmore professional wrestlers. Wow. Well, look, we don't have time for this conversation. That'll have to be an entire series of podcasts on its own, right? Because quickly rundown, there's a whole lot of ways to be the greatest. Are you talking the greatest in-ring performer, the greatest promo, the greatest seller? Like who did the biggest business, right? Who was actually the best champion? Like who made the championships feel the most meaningful, right? Like who did the most to elevate the company that they were representing? Who did most to represent the title they were representing? Who did most to elevate the business, right? Anyway, let's give you the quick and dirty, folks. My number one all time is just the Heartbreak Kid, Shawn Michaels. That just is what it is. He has to be on there, mandatory. But to be honest, obviously for me, the real guy who has probably the biggest bust, the forward bust, if you will, is obviously going to be Ric Flair, right? It's just going to be Ric Flair forward with mine. And then I got HBK on there because he is up there with Ric Flair as sort of the 90s era's, best performer and in-ring worker and all that type of stuff with the promos and just everything. And then I've just got Bret Hart right there for some reason. And then for better or worse, I've got to go with Hulk Hogan. It's just some things are what they are in the history of it being the way it is. And then I'm gonna put 6 on mine and put The Rock and Austin on there, just so I don't get, yelled down by all the Attitude Era kids who don't know shit about professional wrestling.
Bipartisanship, and what a tremendous honor it is to work on this committee. Mr. Chairman, at 6:01 p.m. on January 6th, after he spent hours watching a violent mob besiege, attack,
two of the greatest
and
attractions of all time, but
Donald Trump
the Mount Rushmores for the greatest
he did
champions.
not condemn the attack. Instead, he justified it. These are the things and events that happen, he said, when a sacred landslide election victory is so unceremoniously and viciously stripped away from great patriots.
No name, that's an informed opinion, no name. I respect that.
As you will see in the hearings to come,
he's one of mine too.
President Trump believed his supporters at the Capitol, and I quote,
pause the tape. If you don't know this name I'm about to give you, go look him up. I got to go with another underrated heel for people who just don't remember him as much or don't appreciate his work. Go check out his videos, Rick Rude. Oh, God, just go watch Rick Rude, right? And then not only his work on the mic, in the ring, the dedication with the body. He has so many legend stories about him, and the sex appeal and all that. But he was secretly like a serious family man. Like it was just one of those cases of a guy just being so good at what he did that you almost can't believe the difference between the character and the real person. And then when you get to the details, like having his opponents on his tights and all of that stuff, it's just forget about it. Mick Foley is just the next level genius, and obviously he's one of the big inspirations for me. That's why I do a lot of the different characters, and I'm always trying to do the sort of my own version of the faces of Foley because I respect the fact that a lot of, it's hard to get one character over, but man, if you can get multiple characters over, that's pretty special.
This is what he told his staff as they pleaded with him to call off the mob, to instruct his supporters to leave. Over a series of hearings in the coming weeks, you will hear testimony, live and on video, from more than half a dozen former White House staff in the Trump administration, all of whom were in the West Wing of the White House on January 6th. You will hear testimony that, quote, the president did not really want to put anything out, calling off the riot or asking his supporters to leave. You will hear that President Trump was yelling and, quote, really angry at advisors who told him he needed to be doing something more. And aware of the rioters' chance to hang Mike Pence, the president responded with this sentiment, quote, maybe our supporters have the right idea.
Yeah, pro wrestling is not good for your body.
Mike Pence, quote, deserves
or your mental health, or your family.
You will hear evidence that President Trump refused for hours to do what his staff,
pause the tape.
His family, and
it's part of what most fans actually love about pro wrestling, is that there's a bond between wrestling nerds and wrestlers out of fans having some weird, sick appreciation and gratification out of the sacrifice that those people make. Those people make not only physically, but like we said, being away from their families, being on the road, eating shitty catering all day, laying under the ring for an hour so you don't spoil a surprise entrance, practicing your matches, dealing with shitty fans, all that type of shit. Being an independent contractor, not having fucking benefits, being able to be fired at any fucking moment, having the script changed on you last minute, being told 5 minutes before you go live in front of 100,000 people that you're about to drop a championship and your dream's over. Like, whew, what a job.
And many of his other advisors begged him
but it's fun to beat up people in your underwear. Let's go.
Supporters to stand down and evacuate the Capitol. Tonight, you will see never-before-seen footage of the brutal attack on our Capitol. An attack that unfolded
let's go.
while a few
we got to get through this. We got a lot of footage to get through. Let's go. We got a lot of committee hearings.
Next to the Oval Office. You will hear audio from the brave police officers battling for their lives and ours, fighting to defend our democracy.
Bruce Wayne, I want to read that. Send that shit to me.
Donald Trump refused to call off. Tonight and in the weeks to come, you will see evidence of what motivated this violence, including directly from those who participated in this attack. You will see video of them explaining what caused them to do it. You will see their posts on social media. We will show you what they have said in federal court. On this point, there is...
Wow. I don't know. It's so weird. Like, when I get asked these questions, I want to think, but I also want to go with the first thing that comes to mind. So if I'm front and center at my favorite wrestling event, I just realized what's written on my homemade sign. All right, I'm going with two things I got right now. It's WrestleMania, and because I'm riding or dying for the team, the front of my sign is straight up like pink and super long braid and glitter and gold, and y'all should know where this is going. It's straight Bianca Belair, right? Oh, and you know what it is? I love this line from her entrance. I'm gonna see if I could. Yeah, I'm gonna play her entrance music for y'all real quick. Let's see if we could do this. We got to do this. We got to do little intermissions from the January 6th. You can't do like unfettered insurrection. Entrance. Her WrestleMania entrance was dope, but I don't want. If I play WWE, they might. Let's do this. All right, let me know if they cut off the stream. Look. She did like a HBCU marching band for WrestleMania, y'all. Like, what? Like, they stepping, they playing. What? They're in the Dallas Cowboys stadium, right? This shit was live as fuck. We was like, what? Oh, it's the night. Oh, she about to go next level superstar. Oh, we're going to take Bianca to the moon. What? What? Are they stepping at WrestleMania right now? Black people, this is not happening. What? No, the WWE is not stepping at WrestleMania. No, the WWE is not stepping at WrestleMania. What? Y'all, I was losing my fucking mind watching this shit. I didn't even want to be there live. Like, I needed to be in the privacy of my own home where I could, properly lose my shit without having to worry about what other people would think about me. What? And then the music hits. What? And listen to the line. Here it is. I never needed to at all. Let's go. Yes. Y'all, I listened to this song so many times. And then there was one time it just hit me. I never needed you at all. Oh my God, I love it. Yes. Oh, yeah, so that's it. The front of the sign says it's Bianca Belair. It's got the hair whip and the lips, and it just says in big glitter, I never needed you at all. That's what's on the front of the sign, right? And then it's like, watch me shine. I'm gonna just say, I never needed you at all. Oh, we in here, let's go. Oh, it's gonna be hype, right? And then on the other side, is it's got to be punt. You know, it's got to be the punt. You know, it's got to be the punt. It's got to be the WrestleMania punt. It's got to be Pat McAfee. Look, y'all, he launched that football at WrestleMania. Look, he came out with the Dallas Cowboy cheerleaders, y'all, and then watch him punt this football. Watch him punt this football. Watch. What? Holy shit, he launched that fucking football. For the culture. For the culture, it's Pat McAfee on the other side. That's what's on my wrestling sign.
There's no room for debate. Those who invaded our Capitol and battled law enforcement for hours were motivated by what President Trump had told them, that the election was stolen.
Yeah, Bobby Lashley. I love Bobby Lashley.
President Trump summoned the mob, assembled the mob, and lit the flame of this attack. You will also hear about plots to commit seditious conspiracy on January 6th, a crime defined in our laws as conspiring to overthrow, put down, or destroy by force the government of the United States, or to oppose by force
Pat
the
McAfee
authority
is brilliant.
thereof. Multiple members of two groups, the Oath Keepers and the Proud Boys, have been charged with this crime for their involvement in the events leading up to and on January 6th. Some have pled guilty. The attack on our Capitol was not a spontaneous riot. Intelligence available before January 6th identified plans to, quote, invade the Capitol, occupy the Capitol, and take other steps to halt Congress's count of electoral votes that day. In our hearings to come, and we will show specifically how a group of Proud Boys led a mob into the Capitol building on January 6th. Tonight, I'm going to describe for you some of what our committee has learned and highlight initial findings you will see this month in our hearings. As you hear this, all Americans should keep in mind this fact. On the morning of January 6th, President Donald Trump's intention was to remain President of the United States, despite the lawful outcome of the 2020 election,
Seriously,
and in
though.
violation of his constitutional obligation to relinquish power.
Bernie's like the sniveling old man heel that everybody loves. Like he's dirty, but everybody cheers for him when he does dirty moves.
A sophisticated seven-part plan to overturn the presidential election and prevent the transfer of presidential power.
Guys, does Bernie wrestle with the mittens on? Right? I know that's his entrance attire. It's his fucking winter coat and the fucking mittens, right? Like the hand knit mittens or whatever the fuck that he wears. Oh, it's like the worst look ever. Oh man.
Our hearings.
It's like him versus Mr. Burns, right? Like in the old man last man standing match.
You will see evidence of each element of this plan.
The mitten mandible claw.
In our second hearing, you will see that Donald Trump and his advisors
knew
that he had in fact lost
exactly.
the election. But despite this, President Trump engaged in a massive effort to spread false and fraudulent information to convince huge portions of the U.S. population that fraud had stolen the election from him. This was not true. Jason Miller was a senior Trump campaign spokesman. In this clip, Miller describes a call between the Trump campaign's internal data expert and President Trump a few days after the 2020 election.
I was in the Oval Office, and at some point in the conversation, Matt Oskowski, who is the lead data person, was brought on. And I remember he delivered to the president pretty blunt terms that he was going to lose.
And that was based, Mr. Miller, on Matt and the data team's assessment of the sort of county by county, state by state results as reported?
Correct.
Alex Cannon was one of President Trump's campaign lawyers. He previously worked for the Trump Organization. One of his responsibilities was to assess allegations of election fraud in November 2020. Here is one sample of his testimony discussing what he told White House Chief of Staff Mark Meadows.
I remember a call with Mr. Meadows, where Mr. Meadows was asking me what I was finding and if I was finding anything. And I remember sharing with him that we weren't finding anything that would be sufficient to change the results in any of the key states.
When was that conversation?
Probably in November. Mid to late November, I think.
Guys, this is my Rodrigo cam. The Rodrigo actually told me he likes the side cam that shows all the gear and the into the studio cam. So I try to use it more. Actually, when I do presentations with my friend Rodrigo, I'll be doing some streams with him. He's one of the grad students in my lab. He always wants me to use the side camera. So shout out to Rodrigo. What's up, bro? We need to link up. Me and Rodrigo just been too busy for each other lately, but you guys will be seeing Rodrigo on stream a lot. Shout out.
Before my child was born.
And what was Mr. Meadows' reaction to that information?
I believe the words he used were, so there's no there.
Drink every time you want to punch a wall. You'll be in the hospital.
There's no there. The Trump campaign's general counsel, Matt Morgan, gave similar testimony. He explained that all of the fraud allegations and the campaign's other election arguments taken together and viewed in the best possible light for President Trump could still not change the outcome of the election. President Trump's Attorney General Bill Barr also told Donald Trump his election claims were wrong.
There we go.
Repeatedly told the president in no uncertain terms that I did not see evidence of fraud, and that would have affected
someone to
the
come through the curtain.
of the
Awesome.
election. And frankly, a year and a half later, I haven't seen anything to change my mind on that.
Attorney General Barr also told President Trump that his allegations about Dominion voting machines were groundless.
I saw absolutely zero basis for the allegations, but they were made in such a sensational way that they obviously were influencing a lot of people, members of the public.
I need that Slim Jim money.
Systemic corruption in the system, and that their votes didn't count, and that these machines controlled by...
Maybe if while we're blowing up, taking over the internet, I'm eating Slim Jims, they'll see us. All right, but guys, hold on. There could be a plan, and there could be a plan in motion here, folks. We've got to go over to the good old secret Amazon account and see what's going on. Let me see something, folks, guys. Let me see something. For security purposes, you need to do the what to the who's a what you. You sent it to a Samsung. No, don't send it to my phone. My phone's broken. Let me in my Amazon account. Let me shop. All right, guys. I think I'm gonna let them play the January 6th thingy. I think I might have some beef jerky here. If I do, then we'll go with that. Yeah, I like where this is going. Now, let's go back to the insurrection coverage. Oh wait, hold on. One more time for the road, guys. Give it to me, Pat. I need the end. Oh shit! It kicked the fuck out of that football. Holy shit, that was such a vibe with the Cowboys cheerleaders. Oh, that was all. It's all your dreams. It was football, pro wrestling, Cowboys cheerleaders, all the fans cheering for you, fight against the boss. It was just moment with Stone Cold Steve Austin, drinking beers in the ring with Stone Cold. Pat McAfee lived our WrestleMania fantasy for us. And it was somehow so much more glorious than we had dared to even imagine. Pat McAfee was giving us life fucking life. I cannot stress enough how much you should check it out. Oh, it was such a glorious night for wrestling. Woo! WrestleMania, babies. Nothing like it. Let me switch this up just because I'm actually going to do find my beef jerky. I'll be right back.
Somebody else were actually determining it, which was complete nonsense, and it was being laid out there. And I told them that it was crazy stuff, and they were wasting their time on that, and it was doing a grave disservice to the country.
But President Trump persisted, repeating the false Dominion allegations in public at least a dozen more times, even after his attorney general told him they were, quote, complete nonsense. And after Barr's resignation on December 23rd, the acting attorney general who replaced him, Jeff Rosen, and the acting deputy, Richard Donahue, told President Trump over and over again that the evidence did not support allegations he was making in public. Many of President Trump's White House staff also recognized that the evidence did not support the claims President Trump was making. This is the president's daughter commenting on Bill Barr's statement that the department found no fraud sufficient to overturn the election.
How did that affect your perspective about the election when Attorney General Barr made that statement?
It affected my perspective. I respect Attorney General Barr. So I accepted what he was saying.
As you will hear on Monday, the president had every right to litigate his campaign claims, but he ultimately lost more than 60 cases in state and federal courts. The president's claims in the election cases were so frivolous and unsupported that the president's lead lawyer, Rudy Giuliani, not only lost the lawsuits, his license to practice law was suspended. Here's what the court said of Mr. Giuliani. Giuliani communicated demonstrably false and misleading statements to courts, lawmakers, and the public at large in his capacity as lawyer for former President Donald J. Trump and the Trump campaign in connection with Trump's failed effort at re-election in 2020. As you will see in great detail in our hearings, President Trump ignored the rulings of our nation's courts. He ignored his own campaign leadership, his White House staff, many Republican state officials. He ignored the Department of Justice and the Department of Homeland Security. President Trump invested millions of dollars of campaign funds purposely spreading false information, running ads he knew were false, and convincing millions of Americans that the election was corrupt and that he was the true president. As you will see, this misinformation campaign provoked the violence on January 6th. In our third hearing, you will see that President Trump corruptly planned to replace the Attorney General of the United States so the U.S. Justice Department would spread his false stolen election claims. In the days before January 6th, President Trump told his top Justice Department officials, quote, "Just say the election was corrupt and leave the rest to me and the Republican congressman." Senior Justice Department officials, men he had appointed, told him they could not do that because it was not true. So President Trump decided to replace them. He offered Jeff Clark, an environmental lawyer at the Justice Department, the job of acting Attorney General. President Trump wanted Mr. Clark to take a number of steps, including sending this letter to Georgia and 5 other states, saying the U.S. Department of Justice had, quote, identified significant concerns that may have impacted the outcome of the election. This letter is a lie. The Department of Justice had, in fact, repeatedly told President Trump exactly the opposite, that they had investigated his stolen election allegations and found no credible fraud that could impact the outcome of the election. This letter and others like it would have urged multiple states to withdraw their official and lawful electoral votes for Biden. Acting Deputy Attorney General Richard Donahue described Jeff Clark's letter this way, quote, "This would be a grave step for the department to take and could have tremendous constitutional, political, and social ramifications for this country." The committee agrees with Mr. Donahue's assessment. Had Clark assumed the role of Attorney General in the days before January 6th and issued these letters, the ramifications could indeed have been grave. Mr. Donahue also said this about Clark's plan.
And I recall toward the end saying, what you're proposing is nothing less than the United States Justice Department meddling in the outcome of a presidential election.
In our hearings, you will hear firsthand how the senior leadership of the Department of Justice threatened to resign, how the White House counsel threatened to resign, and how they confronted Donald Trump and Jeff Clark in the Oval Office. The men involved, including Acting Attorney General Jeff Rosen and Acting Deputy Attorney General Richard Donahue, were appointed by President Trump. These men honored their oaths of office, they did their duty, and you will hear from them in our hearings. By contrast, Jeff Clark has invoked his Fifth Amendment privilege against self-incrimination and refused to testify. Representative Scott Perry, who is also involved in trying to get Clark appointed as Attorney General, has refused to testify here. As you will see, Representative Perry contacted the White House in the weeks after January 6th to seek a presidential pardon. Multiple other Republican congressmen also sought presidential pardons for their roles in attempting to overturn the 2020 election. In our fourth hearing, we will focus on President Trump's efforts to pressure Vice President Mike Pence to refuse to count electoral votes on January 6th. Vice President Pence has spoken publicly about this.
President Trump is wrong. I had no right to overturn the election. The presidency belongs to the American people and the American people alone. And frankly, there is no idea more un-American than the notion that any one person could choose the American president.
What President Trump demanded that Mike Pence do wasn't just wrong, it was illegal and it was unconstitutional. You will hear this in great detail from the Vice President's former general counsel. Witnesses in these hearings will explain how the former Vice President and his staff informed President Trump over and over again that what he was pressuring Mike Pence to do was illegal. As you will hear, President Trump engaged in a relentless effort to pressure Pence, both in private and in public. You will see the evidence of that pressure from multiple witnesses, live and on video. Vice President...
Now, guys, I got to be honest with you. This right here is a fresh shipment of that Jack's Links beef jerky. And as you can see, I like my beef jerky like I like my women. Sweet and hot. Okay? You know what I'm talking about? Lean, but with a thick ass bottom. You understand what I'm saying to you one time? All right? Now, you see right here. It took me a minute because it had to go through the COVID protocol. It just is, the receiving department just got it. You know, I murdered the last one. The receiving department just got the fresh shipment, and boom, there it is. There's the Jack Links. Oh. Oh my God, I fucking love this show. Now, by some kind of miraculous means, I might be persuaded either to become a Slim Jim man or even perhaps to take my relationship with Jack's Links to the next level. I'm not really sure what it would take to do that. All I'm just saying is you need to just contact me, have your people call my people or email me, and just let me know what you have in mind as far as what you might want to do. And if you do that, not only will I put you on my little overlay as the sponsor here of the show, but folks, you could have your very own commercial spot here on the Pocket Locker 86 broadcast. So please do hit me up. I'm trying to up the professionalism of the broadcast. You could even have a commercial, and I could come in and out that commercial. I could integrate that into the show, folks. All right? So all you got to do is let me know. Jack Slinks, Slim Jim, I'm out here. Holler at me. I'm trying to go at David Blackman. David Blackman needs your support. All right? What I do is not free. It's expensive to try to take down David Blackman. He's been doing this for a long time, y'all. All right? So look, we'll be right back after this commercial break. They need to watch this commercial break and think this could be you.
No matter what shape your stomach's in. No matter what shape your stomach's in, when it gets out of shape, take Alka-Seltzer. Alka-Seltzer relieves the flutters, calms the nervous feeling, relieves heartburn, relieves the stuffy feeling, and relieves a headache. Better than any other antacid. Better than anything you can get without a prescription. Anything. Alka-Seltzer. It's the best on any stomach.
Oh my goodness. Boom. Did y'all see that? Nailed it. Nailed the into the commercial and the out of the commercial. Okay? Wow. The behind the scenes magic. Wow. I mean, this man is really taking the broadcasting game to another level. Folks, I write the show, I host the show, I produce the show, and I'm back here editing the show on the switches in real time. All right, Pocket, they're ready. All right, we queued up the next one. All right, you need to roll in the commercial in 3, 2, and here we go. Boom. And then it's in, and then I'm watching, and I'm seeing it. Oh, the commercial about to end, I got the next scene ready to fire. Boom, and then I'm back. Jack Slinks Beef Jerky, holler at me. Somebody clip this and send this to them. I'm taking over the internet. My broadcast skills are next generation. I am not just a dual PhD, I am a second generation broadcaster, folks. I am also a second generation political commentator and analyzer, a second generation man of the academy. Why? Because my parents is some bad motherfuckers. I ain't gonna lie to you. I am the combination of two very impressive human beings. Like, say my parents got some flaws. They got some real annoying shit they be doing. Mostly parent shit. You know, they just love you too much. They just be, hey, how you doing all the time? You know, they just trying to talk to you all the time. Be like, damn, y'all, I'm busy. What's up? How you doing, Pops? What's up? How you doing? You know what I'm saying? You know, that's it, basically. You know, but damn, they some impressive ass motherfuckers. Gotta hand it to them. Them two cold ass humans right there.
Pence demonstrated his loyalty to Donald Trump consistently over 4 years. But he knew that he had a higher duty.
No, fuck David Blackman. I don't care. I'm here to take down David Blackman.
This is testimony.
Listen, guys.
From the
listen, you've heard it before, but I'm here to tell you it's true. It's true. It's true. Listen, I'm going to throw some other names at you. It's true of David Blackman. A lot of y'all are going to be upset, but it's true about Pine Creek. Okay? It's true about Matt Dillahunty. It'll probably be true about Derek. You know? Sometimes your idols become your rivals, right? And it's not because you don't like them anymore. It's because you really need them to see that you've been taking their guidance and their inspiration and their wisdom seriously, and you and them both know that the only way they're ever going to really believe that you've been paying attention and that you've really been studying the playbook that they've laid out for you is that you are doing it to the point that it forces this tension within their own community. And then, even though they don't like it, it's that stinging, ooh, game respects game, and then they go, I helped them do that. It stings things, but if anybody's going to do that to me, at least when he does it, I can say I helped him get there. And it's just part of the beast, guys. And so right now, it's not that I don't like David Pakman. I'm a huge David Pakman fan. I'm always in the David Pakman streams and watching him, and I'm active in the chat. But I got to do my thing. And we're in the same business, and there can't be two kings of this. The internet is just not big enough for both of us. I'm sorry. I wish it was.
Vice President's Chief of Staff.
So I think the Vice President was proud of his 4 years of service, and he felt like much had been accomplished in those 4 years. And I think he was proud to have stood beside the President.
I love Matt Dillahunty.
But I think he ultimately knew that his
You got to
fidelity
chop
to the
back if you want to hang in the
Constitution
same
was
ring.
first and
Exactly.
foremost.
Exactly.
And that's what he articulated publicly, and I think that that's what he felt.
Can't be a fan forever in this
His
game.
fidelity to the Constitution was more important than his fidelity to President Trump and his desire.
The oath he took. Yep.
Yes.
You'll also hear about a lawyer named John Eastman. Mr. Eastman was deeply involved in President Trump's plans. You'll hear from former Fourth Circuit federal judge Michael Ludig, a highly respected leading conservative judge. John Eastman clerked for Judge Ludig. Judge Ludig provided counsel to the Vice President's team in the days before January 6th. The judge will explain how Eastman, quote, was wrong at every turn. And you will see the email exchanges between Eastman and the Vice President's counsel as the violent attack on Congress was underway. Mr. Jacob said this to Mr. Eastman: "Thanks to your bullshit, we are under siege." You will also see evidence that John Eastman did not actually believe the legal position he was taking. In fact, a month before the 2020 election, Eastman took exactly the opposite view on the same legal issues. In the course of the Select Committee's work to obtain information from Mr. Eastman, we have had occasion to present evidence to a federal judge.
Oh my
judge
goodness!
evaluated the
He said he's having a holy shit!
must
I fucked this whole thing up. I went to the wrong clip. I just pressed the wrong button. I'm so sorry to hear that. This is the issue. He left the stream, right? You said his blood pressure went up. Yeah, guys, we're all worried about him. Oh, goodness. Oh, that's the link you sent me earlier? All right, wasn't that? Let me see. Oh, because I'm not pressing the control button. All right, there we go. All right, hang on a sec. Let me pull this up for you guys.
Sweet.
Doug's back safe. He's not.
What
dead.
did they say? Ask him what did they say it was?
Oh.
They had to give him
Dehydration
something.
and high sodium.
Oh, okay.
Oh.
I'm kind of surprised he went to the ER. But
Well, I mean, he had a high heart rate, man. Like,
Sample
was high.
170's high.
I don't think he took the advice of drinking a bunch of water.
God.
Now, guys, I'm glad Doug's home safely. That scared the shit out of me. All right, but now that Doug is home safely, let's talk about what's really going on, folks. I'm just putting this out there. We might call it the Pine Creek theorem of Pine Creek. I think Doug is just tripping a little bit. Number one, we have found the source of his weakness, like he says. It might just be my Mennonite background. I think he watched the footage of him saying that out loud, and it sent his system into shock. All right. The other thing that happened is, I hurt his feelings, y'all, and we're gonna have to make a little video tribute to him this weekend because, I hurt him, and I found out that Doug is not as dead inside as he leads on, you know. And I really think he went to the hospital with a broken heart. And I'm sorry, Doug. I love you, Doug. Doug, we're here for you, man. We're here for you. It's gonna be okay, man. You just gotta leave the. Look, Joe. Look, Doug. I'm gonna keep it real with you, bro. You got to get off that Joe Rogan lifestyle, man. bro, that we've been trying to warn you about this, Doug. That Joe Rogan, the Joe Rogan mentality and your diet and your working out and your podcasting, the Joe Rogan way is not for everybody. So just on all fronts, diet, social, political, how to deal with the community. Just stay away from that Joe Rogan. We want you to be around for many decades to come. We want you to have a whole nother Matt Dillahunty career or two in front of you. All right? So just leave that Joe Rogan in the Tucker Carlson alone, man. You'll be all right. You'll be all right.
Tainted by politics.
All right, let's figure out where the fuck we were.
Just this week, indicating that John Eastman and other Trump lawyers knew that their legal arguments had no real chance of success.
Y'all, sorry, I may have slightly misplaced our place by a minute or so, couple minutes here or there. Bear with me. I was a little stunned by the news about Doug, and I hit the bar the wrong place. I apologize for that.
In court, but they relied on those arguments anyway to try to, quote, overturn a Democratic election. And you will hear that while Congress was under attack on January 6th and the hours following the violence, the Trump legal team in the Willard Hotel War Room continued to work to halt the count of electoral votes. In our fifth hearing, you will see evidence that President Trump corruptly
Bruce Wayne, you got to drop it in the chat. Hang on, pause it. Let's all light up. It's a good time to light up. We gotta be an interactive stream. We gotta be an interactive stream. Folks, everybody that's about to light up, go ahead and drop that airplane mode in the chat. Let us know you're gonna light up. That's all you gotta do. We just want you to let us know. Stop trying to get high in secret, y'all. It's 2022. You don't have to hide the fact that you want to get high, y'all.
Airplane mode. Ready for takeoff?
Actually, y'all, I'm hit y'all with some other shit. That's normally where we go to airplane mode. But you gotta remember, airplane mode has a deep catalog. And what Cuzzo sent over to me earlier today, right, was Cuzzo was like, yo, Jay, you remember this one? And he sent me a Cuzzo exclusive throwback, y'all. I'm going to take y'all way back into the It's Airplane Mode catalog. Back when he was in a rap duo called OGX Henny. His partner's name was Henny, and he was OG Roddy and OG and Henny. So that was the name of that group. Zag. This was the thing they was doing back in the day. Zag. I made that Zag and went got a bag. Oh. Y'all see the Sega Zag graphics for the Zag? Let's go. March Zagness. March Zagness Volume 3. March Zagness Volume 3. Airplane mode, OG Roddy, let's go.
Now, hold up, my wife for your bad bitch. The ones on the gram got perfect titties and asses. My girl, she loyal and lavish. She ain't showing off her assets just to level up her status. If she did, it wouldn't matter. She do her, not do me. I met a shorty through a link. That's what's up. Now we linking for some drinks. Conversation kind of big, and first day, last day was in the base. On some MySpace top 8 shit. Headshots her favorite. The lust ain't gon' save us. Headed home to my main chick. Yeah, she might do some complaining, but I'd rather her than a fake chick who's stuck on herself and she brainless. Focused on loving the same way. Don't got no time for the game, babe. We getting no fucking lanes.
How he be going so hard to keep that shit so real? Oh my God, this nigga's an artist, y'all.
But the one that I'm with gon' ride for life. The problem really is that bitch first wife. I can't sing, but tonight I'm gon' try. She got all the things that I seen online, but the one that I'm with
have no idea what you're talking about.
She know she a bad bitch. You do this shit nightly. Make movies like Spike Lee. Take trips and you know that we
I told y'all the catalog is
Shorty
deep.
the wifey. Don't even need diamonds and ices. I cut off my side chicks. For her, I cut off my side chicks, yeah.
Get it, Henny, this that old Henny.
My girl, she faithful and loyal. That's why she gets spoiled. But love just keep us in order, yeah.
Oh, this duo was such a vibe.
She got all the things that
OG Henny Records fucking smashed.
The one that I'm with gon' ride for life.
Yes.
Problem really is bad bitch first wife.
Oh.
I can't sing, but tonight I'm gonna try.
That's some East Coast shit. That's some Brick City shit. When you going hard, but you still being silly as fuck. That's that Brick City bullshit. I can't really sing, but tonight I'm gonna try. Yo, that's some East Coast shit right there. Oh my goodness. I love it. I love it. Oh, it's so good. All right, let's get back into this, y'all. We making our way through it. Man, these opening speeches are great, though. Y'all, I don't fuck with Liz Cheney, but, yo, when it comes to this January 6th shit, I be fucking with Liz Cheney. We had to just set our differences aside, because when it comes to this, when it comes to this January 6th shit, I ain't gonna lie to y'all. From day one, Liz Cheney just been speaking my motherfucking language. I ain't even gonna lie to y'all. I donated some money to Liz Cheney. And I ain't even gonna fuck with y'all. I'm gonna donate $5 to Liz Cheney right now. Sometimes the lesser of two evils is just that, y'all. You know? Let me donate. Can I donate? Look, this is what a real congresswoman is like. You gotta go look for her donation page. All the frauds you pull up at their page, they be like, donate. Like the whole front page be like, donate. Liz Cheney, where do we send you money, girl? Where do we send you money? I'm trying to send you some money right now. Liz Cheney, you're being too responsible. Where's your campaign? Liz Cheney, where it is? Liz Cheney for Wyoming. Here we go. This got to be where we could donate. Boom, donate. There we go. $5. You know, Liz Cheney really, really fucks with you on that January 6th shit. I probably don't fucks with you on about nothing else. You're crazy. Your dad was kind of crazy, but I fucks with him though. He was a real OG on that America shit. I ain't gonna take that from him. Occupation. Oh, here we go, y'all. Oh, I love typing this in. What is my occupation? Let me think. Let me type it out real slow, just so it feel good. SCIENTIST. There it is. Employer name. Uh-oh. Oh, boom! University of Minnesota. Go Gophers. Let's get it. We out here. Hey, look, we reaching across the aisle. Nah, I don't want y'all to, y'all can't hit me up. I can't have my baby mama that I don't have or my dog. I can't have Sam looking at my phone and seeing Liz Cheney donations. Like that's not gonna work. Also, what y'all got my card in here? Yeah, there we go. Nice and secure. There we go. I don't have to put my number out there in them streets. There it is. Whoops. Not now. Donate once. There we go. The zip. There it is. Let's do it. Update the address. No thanks. No, don't update. No. Convert my gift to a monthly gift. Nope. All right, we did it, y'all. Tune back in on August 12th when we donate way more money to the International Bipolar Foundation. But there y'all see it, y'all. Some real life reach across the aisle type of shit. Hey, I was moved. Look, y'all. Y'all may not love Liz Cheney, but imagine if the crazy Republican that's running against her wins, right? Y'all got to keep it practical sometimes. Sometimes you just got to be real practical about things, you know?
Change election results. You will hear additional details about President Trump's call to Georgia officials, urging them to, quote, find...
Nah, I feel the same way about both their dads, actually. But yeah, I was thinking of McCain's daughter. But Dick Cheney's an OG, too. I ain't fucking with you. Yeah, I ain't, Dick, yeah, I ain't, yeah. Yeah, nah, Dick Cheney, look, some of these right-wingers, like I said, I don't agree with them about shit, but they're not all fucking Republic trash, right? Like, I don't take any great pleasure in saying this, but I don't think Dick Cheney's a fucking idiot, right? Right? I don't think George Bush is an idiot, right? I just didn't agree with them politically, right? Personally, I kind of got their whole sticks and their whole thing, and, you know, Dick Cheney shot a motherfucker in the face and just went through it like it wasn't shit. So, you know, in the Brick City, we just call that nigga like that an OG. Oh, how'd he get his OG card? Oh, yeah, he was the vice president. He shot a nigga face and ain't nobody do shit about it. Oh, damn, really? Did he? Oh, shit. Well, shit, don't fuck with him. Yeah, he all right. So matter of fact, I might donate 10 next time. Dick Cheney, if you watching this, I was a little I ain't mean no disrespect. I'm just a little tight right now. Next time it'll be, I'm gonna double it next time. Look, don't shoot me in the face, please, Dick Cheney. Please don't come back from the grave. Is he still alive? Whatever, it don't really matter. Just, I don't want to get shot in the face, because she could probably shoot me in the face. She probably could shoot a nigga pretty good. You know, she was probably sitting back there like, y'all don't even know, like, y'all really carrying all these damn guns. Y'all don't even know how to use a gun. I bet you, like, if Liz Cheney really went to the range, I bet you she could show you some shit. I bet you if you went to the range with Liz Cheney, when you got in the car with her afterwards and she was going to drive y'all back to fucking lunch at fucking Panera or whatever, you look over her ass like, and she'd be like, what are you so upset about? I'd be like, bitch, you's a cold ass bitch. You ain't telling me you can handle with the blam blams and you was twisting and twirling and boop, 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 bullseye and turn around and the blind spin. Where the fuck did you learn all of that shit? And she's just gonna be like, my father was the vice president. He shot a mother in the face and nobody did anything about it. And you're gonna be like, oh, you right. Oh, you right. You know what I'm talking about? Like, oh, you right. I forgot. My bad.
11,780 votes. Votes that did not exist. And his efforts to get states to rescind certified electoral slates without factual basis.
Yeah, no disrespect. I know that cut shit. Facts.
You will hear new details about the Trump campaign and other Trump associates' efforts to instruct Republican officials in multiple states to create intentionally false electoral slates and transmit those slates to Congress, to the Vice President, and the National Archives, falsely certifying that Trump won states he actually lost. In our final 2 June hearings, you will hear how President Trump summoned a violent mob and directed them illegally to march on the United States Capitol. While the violence was underway, President Trump failed to take immediate action to stop the violence and instruct his supporters to leave the Capitol.
That's a part of being a primate, though.
As we present these initial findings, keep 2 points in mind. First,
a lot
our
of primates like to
investigation
kill
is still
shit.
ongoing. So what we make public here will not be the complete set of
Hold
information.
up, people get twisted about nature, but go watch a bunch of chimps. You'll realize that they hunt monkeys. Sometimes because they're for sport. Sometimes to defend their territory. Other times because they seem to really just be bored and have nothing better to do than hunt a fucking monkey. They're like, uh-oh, this monkey done found himself in the wrong part of the jungle today. So when I see chimps do that shit, I'll be like, oh yeah, that's pretty much us. A lot of y'all be tripping, but I'll really take my cues from the chimps. That's how I really figure out what a human being is. I look at the chimps and I'll be like, we about half a chromosome away from that, so yeah, that's about right. That looks like us.
We will ultimately disclose. And second, the Department of Justice is currently working with cooperating witnesses and has disclosed to date only some of the information it has identified from encrypted communications and other sources. On December 18th, 2020, A group, including General Michael Flynn, Sidney Powell, Rudy Giuliani, and others, visited the White House. They stayed late into the evening. We know that the group discussed a number of dramatic steps, including
W's a lot sharper than people give him credit for. And I love his art. I love his fucking art.
You will also hear
I'm
that
low-key
President
a George
Trump met with that
W.
group
apologist.
alone for a period of time before
Pause
White
the
House
tape.
lawyers and
All
other
right, y'all
staff.
gonna ask, y'all gonna troll me about this shit. Here's the deal. Fuck, let me take this shit off the screen so Liz Cheney doesn't have to be associated with this shit. Liz Cheney calls me and she gets upset if I associate her with my more radical takes. Actually, you know what? I'm gonna just keep it right here because I'm talking about W and we talking about Cheney. So keep Cheney up there because she's perfect for this. Matter of fact, how do I get to the right side? There we go. There we go. That looks good. All right. Now look, I'm gonna tell y'all why I'm a George W. Bush apologist. It's very simple. Think about what I just told y'all about my dad. I'm second generation and everything. So everything I did was trying to do all the shit that secretly you're doing, and you're getting these opportunities because of your father's child, right? That's the case for me, and what at a much lower scale, more like in New Jersey, Liz Cheney's of the world, the George W. Bush's of the world, and then everybody later on is always like, oh, well, you didn't do shit. You don't know shit. You ain't worth shit. Everything you got was because of your parent, right? But you know that you actually have been working the entire time to take those opportunities and take them to the next fucking level and blow people out of the water with what you do with those opportunities. So they have to say, holy shit, this person themselves has earned their right to be here. They have earned their seat at the table. They have paid their fucking dues. They have worked their fucking ass off, and they deserve to be here as much as anybody else. And if anything else, being second generation gave them a leg up on how serious of a responsibility this all did and what it takes to get it done. And they have, tried to uphold that legacy and establish their own, even in the shadow of a gigantic fucking parent who everybody sees when they look at you for the rest of your fucking life. I will always be Al Bundy's son, no matter if I become president of the fucking world. And it's like, so I get it. So when I see George W. shit, I'll be like, George, I'm fucking with you. I get it, bro. We out here, we making our own legacy. They think we fucking up, but hey, we gotta get out here. We gotta do something. We gotta try it. We gotta try it on out. We gotta try the name out for ourselves, right? Liz Cheney, we out here. We doing things. Generation 2, bigger, badder, better, bolder. You know what I'm saying? Hey, I ain't like my father in all them ways. He may be the reason I got here, but he ain't the reason I'ma stay here. Let's get it.
Discovered the group was
so
there.
Now you
and
know. That's why I secretly have admiration for people like W and Liz Cheney. I'm on that second generation bullshit.
Flynn and the others.
It's some serious shit. The older you get, the more you realize it.
Sent the tweet on the screen now, telling people to come to Washington on January 6th. Be there, he instructed them. Will be wild. As you will see, this was a pivotal moment. This tweet initiated a chain of events. The tweet led to the planning for what occurred on January 6th, including by the Proud Boys, who ultimately led the invasion of the Capitol and the violence on that day. The indictment of a group of Proud Boys alleges that they planned, quote, to oppose by force the authority of the government of the United States. And according to the Department of Justice, on January 6, 2021, the defendants directed, mobilized, and led members of the crowd onto the Capitol grounds and into the Capitol, leading to the dismantling of metal barricades, the destruction of property, the breaching of the Capitol building, and the assaults on law enforcement. Although certain former Trump officials have argued that they did not anticipate violence on January 6th, the evidence suggests otherwise. As you will see in our hearings, the White House was receiving specific reports in the days leading up to January 6th, including during President Trump's Ellipse rally, indicating that elements in the crowd were preparing for violence at the Capitol. And on the evening of January 5th, the president's close advisor, Steve Bannon, said this on his podcast.
Because it has evidence, it's the real conspiracy theory.
All hell is going to break loose tomorrow. Just understand this. All hell is going to break loose tomorrow.
As part of our investigation, we will present information
Oh,
about
yeah,
what
I
the
am
White
blurred.
House
Why
and
am I
other
blurred?
intelligence agencies knew, and why the Capitol was not better prepared.
Have I been blurred the whole time?
We
Why
will
did I just
not
get
lose
blurred?
sight of the fact that the Capitol Police did not cause the crowd to attack. And we will not blame the violence that day, violence provoked by Donald Trump on the officers
figure out
who
what's going
bravely
on. There you
defended
go.
all of us. In our final hearing, you will hear a moment-by-moment account of the hours-long attack from more than half a dozen White House staff, both live in the hearing room and via videotaped testimony. There's no doubt that President Trump was well aware of the violence as it developed. White House staff urged President Trump to intervene and call off the mob. Here is a document written while the attack was underway by a member of the White House staff, advising what the president needed to say. Quote, anyone who enters the Capitol without proper authority should leave immediately. This is exactly what his supporters on Capitol Hill and nationwide were urging the president to do. He would not. You will hear that leaders on Capitol Hill begged the president for help, including Republican leader McCarthy, who was, quote, scared, and called multiple members of President Trump's family after he could not persuade the president himself. Not only did President Trump refuse to tell the mob to leave the Capitol, he placed no call to any element of the United States government to instruct that the Capitol be defended. He did not call his Secretary of Defense on January 6th. He did not talk to his Attorney General. He did not talk to the Department of Homeland Security. President Trump gave no order to deploy the National Guard that day, and he made no effort to work with the Department of Justice to coordinate and deploy law enforcement assets. But Vice President Pence did each of those things. For example, here is what General Milley, the chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, testified to this committee.
There were 2 or 3 calls with Vice President Pence. He was very animated, and he issued very explicit, very direct, unambiguous orders. There was no question about that.
Tactical negligence.
I
Facts.
can get you the exact quotes, I guess, from some of our records somewhere, but he was very animated, very direct, very firm, and to Secretary Miller. Get the military down here, get the Guard down here, put down this situation, etc.
By contrast, here's General Milley's
exactly.
description of his conversation with President Trump's Chief of Staff, Mark Meadows, on January 6th.
He said, we have to kill the narrative that the Vice President is making all the decisions. We need to establish the narrative that that the president is still in charge and that things are steady or stable or what's that thing. I immediately interpret that as politics, politics, politics. Red flag for me personally, no action, but I remember it distinctly.
God
And you will hear from witnesses how the day played out inside the White House, how multiple White House staff resigned in disgust,
They rolling the tape in
and how
this
President
shit.
Trump would not ask his
I love
supporters
that.
to leave the Capitol. It was only after multiple hours of violence that President Trump finally released a video instructing the riotous mob to leave. And as he did so, he said to them, quote, "We love you, and you're very special."
Right, right.
You will also hear that in the immediate aftermath of January 6th, members of the president's family, White House staff, and others tried to step in to stabilize the situation, quote, to land the plane before the presidential
Pause
transition.
the tape. Yeah, this thing about the people that told the cops to stand down, like, yeah, I'm telling y'all, this was some treasonous, traitorous shit. And these people talk such a good game until it's their side that's doing it. And then all of a sudden, it's like it didn't even happen. But again, folks, what is it going to take for us all to rally together and mobilize against these motherfuckers and say we're done with the motherfuckers championing for Jesus? Because it's just such a slippery slope to Trumpism, right? And I think James Apperson spoke so well about this, right? You could say what you want about your friendly neighborhood YouTube theist or whatever, but the point is when you slip this ideology to people, they're just going to go to their local church. They're just going to go to anywhere where they think they can feel the spirit of Jesus. And then there's a way too extraordinarily high probability that they're walking right into the hands of the worst types of people. Now, again, there's your Liz Cheneys of the world, right? But again, like, I bet you if we could get Liz Cheney off of that Jesus bullshit, she would go from being, you know, the most reasonable in a room full of nut jobs to, you know, like, wow, y'all, we just took a really competent and skilled, political operative and brought her over to the side of reason. Like, you know, in other words, she be the fucking new and improved Liz Cheney, right? Literally, like, even the good ones would be better off without that bullshit.
And on January 20th, you will hear about members of the Trump cabinet discussing the possibility of invoking the 25th Amendment and replacing the President of the United States. Multiple members of President Trump's own cabinet resigned immediately after January 6th. One member of the cabinet suggested that the remaining cabinet officers needed to take a more active role
rocking late
in
night
running
with
the
us,
White
Cameron.
House and the administration. But most emblematic of those days is this exchange of texts between Sean Hannity and former President
this gonna be Cameron tomorrow morning. Oh, I'm so tired after being up too late on Jay's stream. I had to just do these little 50-pound dumbbell because of my work, and I was up too late. I can only lift this 50-pound dumbbell like 32 times in each arm. I can't do my normal 64 set. I was up way too late. Oh, I just got to get the resistance bands in. Let me get the kettlebell with the resistance band. Oh, I was up way too late. I ain't even fucking with them. I can't be up late like that no more.
Secretary Kayleigh McEnany. Sean Hannity wrote in part,
"Go fuck yourself, Cameron
He
Bennett.
now. No more crazy people. No more
But we gonna be
stolen
looking like
election
some
talk.
G's rolling
Yes,
deep.
impeachment and 25th Amendment are real. Many people will quit." Ms. McEnany responded in part, "Love that. That's the playbook." The White House staff knew that President Trump was willing to entertain and use conspiracy theories to achieve his ends. They knew the president needed
Look
to
at
be
this
cut off.
text message, y'all. With Sean Hannity's dumb ass, who of course would leave a fucking text message record of his role in the insurrection. With his true believing ass. Kayleigh McEnany loved this. No more stolen election talk. Yes, impeachment and 25th Amendment are real and many people will quit. He was intrigued by the pardon idea, Hunter. Resistant but listened to Pence thoughts to make it right. Seemed to like attending inauguration. Oh, Lord, these people love that. Thank you. That is the playbook. I will help reinforce. Thank you for your help. You were a great service to your country.
House staff knew.
I call Kayleigh McEnany alternate reality Barbie.
That President Trump was willing to entertain and use conspiracy theories to achieve his ends. They knew the president needed to be cut off from all of those
Back
who
in
had
the local
encouraged him.
radio, he probably was a pretty
They
sensible
knew
dude back then,
that
I bet.
President Donald Trump was too dangerous
Before
to
the
be
grift
left
got
alone,
too strong.
at least until he left office on January 20th. These are important facts for Congress and the American people to understand fully. When a president fails to take the steps necessary to preserve our union, or worse, causes a constitutional crisis, we're at a moment of maximum danger for our republic. Some in the White House took responsible steps to try to prevent January 6th. Others egged the president on. Others, who could have acted, refused to do so. In this case, the White House counsel was so concerned about potentially lawless activity that he threatened to resign multiple times. That is exceedingly rare and exceedingly serious. It requires immediate attention, especially when the entire team threatens to resign. However, in the Trump White House, it was not exceedingly rare, and it was not treated seriously. This is a clip of Jared Kushner
no name. Drop us a link.
addressing multiple threats by White House counsel Pat Cipollone and his team of lawyers to resign in the weeks before January 6th.
Join that Discord, folks.
Jared, are you aware of instances where
that's the community
Pat Cipollone
clubhouse
threatened to resign?
I kind of, like I said, my interest at that time was on trying to get as many pardons done. And I know that, he was always, him and the team were always saying, oh, we're going to resign. We're not going to be here if this happens, if that happens. So I kind of took it up to just be whining.
Oh, all right.
Whining. There's a reason why people serving in our government take an oath to the Constitution. As our founding fathers recognized, democracy is fragile.
Yeah, no, I got you. I have a
Positions of
Netflix
public
account,
trust
though. I
are
could check it out.
duty-bound to
Thanks.
defend it, to step forward when action is required. In our country, we don't swear an oath to an individual or a political
Let's
party.
go, Liz Cheney.
We take our oath to defend the United States Constitution. And that oath must mean something. Tonight,
Pause the tape.
I say
Y'all, this is some bullshit on one level, right? Like, I love just hearing them say this and go over this, but it's just so tragic that our country is in a place where, like, they have to sit here and make this literal bipartisan show and dance of explaining to the meritards. Let's call them. I just need to keep making up new words for these fucking retards. So for the meritards, right? Because this is on some civic shit, so we'll call them meritards. All right. So the 2020 meritards, the MAGA crowd, right? It's like we have to explain to you that we do not take an oath to a particular party or a particular person, even if that particular person happens to be the president of the United States. Like, as much as I want to, like, honor the fucking dignity with which they all give this because they understand the magnitude of the moment, I also just want to highlight how pathetic this fucking country is, that, like, our real senators have to actually give us how the Constitution 101 works that most of us apparently didn't fucking get like in fucking our public school education somehow. And I ain't asking for everybody to be on their way to fucking be rocket scientists and shit, but it's a little bit embarrassing that this has to be explained in prime time to us. You know what I'm saying? Like, can we just acknowledge the, 5th grade reading level of the American public, apparently? Like, God damn, we suck at life. The best. I love when people try to tell me this is the best country. That's some hilarious ass bullshit.
To my Republican colleagues who are defending the indefensible. There will come a day when Donald Trump is gone, but your dishonor will remain.
The wife I don't have is the
Finally,
sexiest bitch on
I ask
earth.
all of our fellow Americans, as you watch our hearings over the coming
It's easy
weeks,
for an idea to
please
be
remember
wonderful.
what's at stake. Remember the men and women who have fought and died so that we can live under the rule of law, not the rule of men. I ask you to think of the scene in our Capitol Rotunda on the night of January 6th. There, in a sacred space in our constitutional republic, the place where our presidents lie in state, watched over by statues of Washington and Jefferson, Lincoln and Grant, Eisenhower, Ford, and Reagan. Against every wall that night encircling the room, there were SWAT teams, men and women in tactical gear with long guns, deployed inside our Capitol building. There in the rotunda, these brave men and women rested beneath paintings depicting the earliest scenes of our republic, including one painted in 1824 depicting George Washington resigning his commission, voluntarily relinquishing power, handing control of the Continental Army back to Congress. With this noble act, Washington set the indispensable example of the peaceful transfer of power, what President Reagan called nothing less than a miracle. The sacred obligation to defend this peaceful transfer of power has been honored by every American president, except one. As Americans, we all have a duty to ensure that what happened on January 6th never happens again.
Bruce Wayne's hilarious.
To set aside partisan battles, to stand together to perpetuate and preserve our great republic. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
All right, and with that, that's a great time for us to swap over, just take a hot little content break real quick. We'll check out what No Name sent us. This one is to Doug from No Name.
Let's move on to the next question. Go ahead.
Hi, my name is Jenny. I'm a sophomore, and this is for all three of you. Can you say in one sentence or less what... you know what I mean. Can you say why America is the greatest country in the world?
Diversity and opportunity.
Lewis?
Freedom and freedom. So let's keep it that way.
Will?
The New York Jets.
No, I'm going to hold you to an answer on that. What makes America the greatest country in the world?
Well, Lewis and Sharon said it. Diversity and opportunity and freedom and freedom.
I'm not letting you go back to the airport without answering the question.
Well, our Constitution is a masterpiece. James Madison was a genius. The Declaration of Independence is, for me, the single greatest piece of American writing. You don't look satisfied.
One's a set of laws and the other's a declaration of war. I want a human moment from you.
Uh-oh. What just happened?
Why is America
not the greatest country in the world, Professor? That's my answer.
You're saying...
Yes.
Let's talk about...
Fine. Sharon, the NEA is a loser. Yeah, it accounts for a penny out of our paycheck, but he gets to hit you with it anytime he wants. It doesn't cost money. It costs votes. It costs airtime and column inches. You know why people don't like liberals? Because they lose. If liberals are so fucking smart, how come they lose so goddamn always?
Hey, there it is.
With a straight face, you're going to tell students that America is so star-spangled awesome that we're the only ones in the world who have freedom? Canada has freedom. Japan has freedom. The UK, France, Italy, Germany, Spain, Australia, Belgium has freedom. So 207 sovereign states in the world, like 180 of them have freedom.
All right.
And yeah, you, sorority girl, just in case you accidentally wander into a voting booth one day, there's some things you should know. And one of them is, there is absolutely no evidence to support the statement that we're the greatest country in the world. We're 7th in literacy, 27th in math, 22nd in science, 49th in life expectancy, 178th in infant mortality, 3rd in median household income, number 4 in labor force, and number 4 in exports. We lead the world in only 3 categories: number of incarcerated citizens per capita, number of adults who believe angels are real, and defense spending, where we spend more than the next 26 countries combined, 25 of whom are allies. Now, none of this is the fault of a 20-year-old college student, but you nonetheless are, without a doubt, a member of the worst generation ever. So when you ask what makes us the greatest country in the world, I don't know what the fuck you're talking about. Yosemite?
Yes, I need it.
Sure used to be. We stood up for what was right. We fought for moral reasons. We passed laws, struck down laws for moral reasons. We waged wars on poverty, not poor people.
There you go.
We sacrificed. We cared about our neighbors. We put our money where our mouths were, and we never beat our chest. We built great big things, made ungodly technological advances, explored the universe, cured diseases, and we cultivated the world's greatest artists and the world's greatest economy. We reached for the stars, acted like men. We aspired to intelligence. We didn't belittle it. It didn't make us feel inferior. We didn't identify ourselves by who we voted for in the last election, and we didn't scare so easy. We were able to be all these things and do all these things because we were informed by great men, men who were revered. First step in solving any problem is recognizing there is one. America is not the greatest country in the world anymore. Enough?
Yep. I love them type of motherfuckers. You might prod me when you don't like the answer I give you, but if you prod me enough, you might get the answer I really want to give you, and you might regret asking that question. That was beautiful. That was fucking amazing. That's why the liberals lose. Y'all need more of that shit. I need some more of that shit. Y'all need to do some more of that. Then we vote for y'all asses. Y'all might get some motherfucking enthusiasm. You might be able to put up them Trump crowds. Y'all might be able to go on tour and shit. You know what I'm saying? And goddamn it, put the squad out there. People like squads. Squads are in right now. You know what I'm saying? Y'all got a squad. They like a dope, like super brown team. You know what I mean? You know, and they be doing all the dope shit. You know what I mean? Like, y'all sleeping on the squad, dog. They got like a little force. Y'all could be making little animated gifs of the squad teaming up with the superpowers and shit. Y'all don't know goddamn thing about marketing. All right, let's get back into this fucked up ass insurrection.
As we provide answers to American people about January 6th, it's important that we remember exactly what took place.
Speech from the dictator.
That this was no tourist visit to the Capitol. Most of the
It is his generation that fucked it up too. That's hilarious,
never
Lena.
been seen. The select committee obtained it
By the way, and then robbed us of our education so we couldn't compete with they dumbasses.
This isn't easy to watch. I want to warn everyone that this video includes violence and strong language. Without objection, I include in the record a video presentation.
Wonder Twin Powers activated. Exactly. There you go. No name knows the vibe.
Proud of your boy! Proud of your boy! Proud of your boy!
Yeah, just for awareness, be advised, there's probably about 300 Proud Boys. They're marching eastbound.
What a
in this,
disaster.
400 block
Looking
of,
like a bunch of retards.
On the mall towards the United States Capitol.
Oh my, look how...
I'm not allowed to say what's going to happen today because everyone's just going to have to watch for themselves.
Y'all literally are
But
dumber than
it's
y'all
gonna
look
happen.
somehow.
Something's going to happen.
Oh, the Proud Boys. Y'all, you gotta laugh at it. You gotta laugh at it. It's tragic. But y'all, look, this is really the day. I can't even. These retards really trying to take over the government.
I hope Mike is going to do
the
the
only
right thing.
reason
I hope
democracy
so.
survived
I
is
hope
because
so.
of
Because
the
if
low
Mike
IQ
Pence
level
does
of
the
the
right
enemy.
thing, we win the election. All Vice President Pence has to do is send it back to the states to recertify. And we become president, and you are the happiest people.
Oh my God, and the used car salesman to lead them.
that will be a sad day for our country. Because you'll never...
Yo, if you just pretend it's a movie for a second, this shit would be epic. This shit is hilarious. With Trump flags.
Cruiser 50, it does look like we're going to have an ad hoc march stepping off here.
An ad hoc march.
We love Trump! 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 We love Trump!
Dumb Watergate.
I hope you will stand up for the good of our Constitution and for the good of our country. And if you're not, I'm going to be very disappointed in you. I will tell you right now.
Oh, I'm going to be very disappointed in you. No, you can't disappoint the dear leader. Oh, man.
Get back, ladies! Get back, ladies!
Priority. We just had protesters. T-circle, breach the line. We need backup.
Yeah, it's ridiculous. It's really ridiculous. I mean, I don't feel like these people are being held responsible for the full weight of the law for what they did.
Madam
Like,
Speaker, the Vice President.
I know my
and the
black
United
ass wouldn't get
States
away with
Senate.
this. Look at this. Look at this shit. And fuck y'all. I used to hate this shit growing up, y'all. I'm gonna show y'all attention that used to grow up, that I used to have growing up. My mom used to always cloud on my dad, talking about how my dad was a name dropper because he always tell his stories. Oh, I was with Governor so and so today, and the mayor of this town, and this county executive, and these people. And then as I came up behind my dad, trying to make a name for myself in the scene, I realized how much myself that's just the work. That's just talking about what you did that day, who you was with. You know, I can't tell you how many days, I was just kicking with my dad, playing cards after work or something, that we would just be chit-chatting about all the crazy shit going on in City Hall, right? And you're literally just chit-chatting with your dad about your day at work, right? And so, the crazy stories, right? And so my point is, when you're seeing all this shit in front of you, it's so easy to be detached from it and forget that these people who you see on the news and you hear about all the time, these are real people, right? Who really don't know what the fuck is going to happen. They have friends, they have families, they have loved ones, they have staff, they have, home staff back in the state. They got second and third cousins seeing this shit on TV, right? And everybody's like, holy shit, like, what the fuck is going on, right? And so when I see them coming in to do their business, it's scary just thinking about all the people whose lives are touched when this shit happens to the government, because it's like, yo, these are real people who have to do this shit.
Give riot warnings. As soon as the outriders here, we're going to give riot warnings.
It's scary as a bitch when you know these people.
49 hours declaring it a riot.
And then you hoping, like, I hope some of my dumbass church friends is here. I was worried about that, too. I was hoping I didn't have, like, a bunch of dumbass Republican friends that are caught up in this nonsense. I was worried about that, too. Like, how many homies I got going to jail because they caught up in this bullshit?
Trying to breach and get to the Capitol.
Yeah, copy.
Y'all know y'all got some MAGA friends. Don't be acting like you ain't got no MAGA friends. Don't be acting like you ain't got no MAGA friends. You was worried getting caught up in the QAnon. I'm not the only one. Y'all know that was your third grade teacher. That's y'all like, oh shit, is that my third grade teacher? Yup, that's somebody history teacher right there. There goes somebody bus driver. That's the guy that bag your groceries.
We have a breach of the Capitol.
That's that one guy that pulled up his pants. That was his home. That was your homie that you play video games with.
Additional resources on the east side as they've broken into that window and they're trying to kick it in.
Everybody know one of these dumb shits. Look, they holding their cell phones up, telling on themselves.
Clears the House in recess pursuant to Clause 12B.
Oh, what a comedy of errors.
My kids didn't have the courage to do what should have been done to protect our country and our Constitution.
And they locked down the Supreme Court after Roe v. Wade. Yep, just hypocrisy.
Not the fraudulent or inaccurate ones which they were asked to previously certify. U.S. demands the truth. Bring out Pence.
Yeah, I'm not moving on from January 6th ever. Ever. We gonna log this one away in the forever category. There it is. Then look at that. Look at that shot, y'all. Get the fuck out of here. That's the shot. We gonna just leave that up. Hang on. Let me get my black ass out of here for a second. There it is. We gonna just take a good old gander at that for a minute. I'm gonna just say right here. I ain't even gonna talk for a second. I'm gonna just light another joint. So y'all could go fuck yourselves if you're going to tell me this wasn't an insurrection. Because there you go. In the motherfucking shadow of the rotunda, a motherfucking noose, and a motherfucking angry mob screaming to hang the vice president. Now, all the motherfuckers watching me know what the fuck is up. We know exactly what the fuck happened, but some of the people in our community happen to be what we call Christian motherfucker apologists, which happens to mean that these motherfuckers believe in Jesus. And as I take over the internet and I replace David Pakman, and the David Blackman show becomes the most exciting left-wing, right-wing media coverage, I know a lot of you Trump-latryards are going to come through and try to downplay this January 6th shit. And I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to pull this one up on Google for you. I'm going to share my screen. I'm going to quiet my black ass on up. And I'm going to take a couple of puffs of my weed while you stare at this shit. Let me practice it one more time right now. Take a good ass long look at it while I take a long ass drag of this here freedom weed. Looney Tunes, no name. When I show Cameron my new account, guys, by the way, go follow my new account, guys. Follow me at, guys, I told you, my new account. Guys, my new account is helping me take over, guys. The new account is legit, guys. People think it's a goddamn game. It's not a goddamn game, guys. Follow me at Hunter Biden's Laptops on YouTube. Go subscribe, y'all. Hunter Biden's Laptops. Oh, my goodness. When I explained this to my mod, Cameron Bennett, I said, Cameron, this is my Mr. Hillary's emails account. This is what I'm going to use to blow up on the right-wing social media, looking to pick fights with the Looney Tunes crowd, no name. I literally said to his ass, it's for the Looney Tunes crowd. We are going to Truth Social and motherfucking Parler and Rumble and whatever the fuck else they got, and we are looking for these creatards, right-wing MAGA fucks, preferably who also happen to be Christian apologists, and we are going to roast their asses, and that's the account we're going to do it from. Hunter Biden's emails, folks. We want to know what is the deal with Hunter Biden's emails, because honestly, I honestly have no fucking clue. Hang Mike Pence. Ain't that the choir from hell? But y'all, these motherfuckers tried to tell us on Nathan's stream that they don't know if these people would really have tried to hurt the vice president. They were like, well, what do you think would really happen? Oh, I don't know. Look at them cursing out the cops. Imagine, oh, we would have been shot. All right, let me switch back. Hey, Cameron, if you watching, Cameron Bennett, I love you. Hey, look, I know that in this community, it's mostly male. So I love my female fans, guys. Look, all the and the trans, the LGBT folks, everybody that's basically not a male. If you don't identify as a man, you are like two, three, four, five fans rolled in one to me. I'm gonna be honest with you. And our community is also pretty white. So it's okay for us to get into this. This is safe viewing for them. So for the sake of the Cameron Bennetts, shout out to my man Cloud. Cuz, you doing a lot right now, cuz, with your life, airplane mode 420. We see you, bro. We love what y'all doing. Listen, do not try this at home with your black ass, okay? Cameron Bennett, pay attention. I know you be working out. I know you buff and you the stuff. And Kruma Grant, I'm talking to you. And Kruma Grant's one of my good friends. He's an up-and-coming black evolutionary biologist. He's taking over the world. He's really good. He's an incredible microbiologist, astrobiology. He looks like the Hulk. He's like fucking black He-Man. Do not try this, Bruce Wayne. Do not be trying this shit at home with your black ass. You said you black ass Onyx, okay? That means you are not allowed in the insurrection zone. Okay, the insurrection zone is not a safe space for your black ass. Okay, they say that this is their freedom of democratic expression. Don't believe that shit. That's in the white people version of the Constitution. It's in the white people version of the Bill of Rights. Okay, listen, black people. I do not want you to be like, well, I saw the shit on a black person's broadcast, so I thought they were safe. I thought the next time they did the insurrection, I'd go up there and put in my 2 cents. Stay your black ass at home. Listen, folks, I'm going to tell y'all what black people did on January 6th. Now, they're going to be mad at me for revealing this shit, but it's okay, y'all. Like I always say, they don't know the number, right? Black people, all black people have a secret second phone, right? It's called the black phone. I will grab it for you, but my phone is broke, and I have it so my black phone and my real phone come to the same phone. But look, I'm telling y'all, all black people have a second phone, right? And so what happened was the black phone rang. When the black phone rang, it has a different ringtone, right? When a ringtone comes, it plays some different. Like when the black, I'm gonna play it for y'all. When the black ringtone hit, it goes, lift every voice and sing. You're like, oh shit, the black phone is ringing. The black phone is ringing. Go get the black phone. Go get the black phone. So you pick up your black phone, and you be like, so you picked up everybody picked up the black phone. They was like, what happened, homie? They doing what? Nigga, you ain't watching the TV. They insurrectioning right now. What the fuck? Right? And as soon as everybody that picked up their black phone saw it, it took about 10 seconds for them to say, yo, they would have been shot us if this was some black people. What the fuck? Oh, they would have been shot our black asses. Oh, what the fuck is going on? Are they really not going to shoot these motherfuckers? Y'all. Wait, they really... Hold on, yo, I've been watching this for about 15 seconds. They still ain't shoot these motherfuckers? Nigga, no, don't hang up. Stay on the phone. They're going to be shooting them any moment now. Stay on the phone. Nigga, we've been on the phone for 30 seconds. How the fuck are they not shooting all of them right now? Where the fuck's the military? Where's the airplanes? Where's the drones? What the fuck? Nigga, go slap your grandmother. We've been on the phone for 5 minutes and they have not shot all of these motherfuckers. What? Y'all, don't be mad at me for telling them about the black. They don't have a number. Calm down. They don't have a number. They're not going to figure out the black phone. They don't have a number. They don't have a number. Plus, they can't speak Ebonics. They can't speak. Don't worry. We good. We good. Night, Bruce.
We can't hold this. We're gonna get too many fucking people. Look at this fucking vantage point, man. We're fucked.
No, sir. No, name also uses two phones. He bilingual.
We're trying to hold the upper deck. We're trying to hold the upper deck now. We need to hold the doors of the counter. I need police support.
This shit is unbelievable. Why is everyone doing UFC with the cops? Yo, these niggas watch. I love me some mixed martial arts, but these motherfuckers watch too much UFC. This nigga's like, yo, I'm gonna go for the bar hole. I'm gonna restrain his bar and then try to wrestle him down with a ninja move. What the fuck? Oh, Nancy. I was like, what are they chanting?
In Jack Cruiser 50, be advised that Capitol Police is going to start moving their resources inside. They're going to start the M4 officers first.
Okay, H208 with 4 members. The door's barricaded. There's people flooded the hallways outside. We have no way out.
In fact, officers still remaining on the house floor, on the third floor, to use the subways themselves. It's time to evacuate so we can secure the members on the other side. Copy.
It's up to us people now, the American people.
What are you ready to do?
One more time.
What are you ready to do?
And whatever it takes, I'll lay my life down if it takes.
Absolutely. That's why we showed up today.
Bring her out! Bring her out here!
Hey!
We're coming in if you don't bring her out!
Back up!
Fuck you! You back up! You back up!
I have myself on back now.
Get him up! Get him up! Officers down! Get him up! Get him up! Get him up! Hold up! Get him up! Hold up!
Staging to send to that West Carriage door for backup.
Y'all, like, man, you know, honestly, I thought I was ready for this shit, but like, I watched a couple little, y'all saw, we did a couple of the testimonies that I've watched from January 6th. They were mostly relaying their testimony and talking like, but a lot of this footage I've never really seen. And it is just taking me back, but it's like taking us back in a way that's more revealing than ever before. And it's this kind of irony where had we all taken it as seriously as it needs to be taken from the beginning, we'd probably never be seeing all this, right? Because we'd all be like, oh, of course, this is what happened and blah, blah, blah. And we take care of all the people and the system would work. And, you know, this would have been awful, but it'd like go away. Whereas like, because we're living in this culture of denial about what actually happened, it's like given so much more weight to the public display of, you know, every little angle and perspective that adds so much vivid detail to exactly what was going on. And it's just like, man, the miracles of cameras, right, y'all? Everybody loves a camera, but you know, so many people are comfortable denying the science that makes it possible. All right, let's roll. Yeah, you don't get to chant USA while dismantling. With fucking hockey sticks and flagpoles and crowbars and crutches. Are you serious? These are great people.
Unbelievable. And I mentioned the word love. The love in the air. I've never seen anything like it.
Pursuant to the order of the committee of tonight, the chair declares the committee in recess for a period of approximately 10 minutes.
And we've been watching absolutely stunning video of the mob attacking the Capitol building, beating police.
All right, everybody, take a quick bathroom break.
We have seen, but so much of it we have not, and all that preceded by.
We'll take a quick recess ourselves for about 5 minutes or so, probably.
Statements by Liz Cheney, one of the two Republicans on this House January 6th Select Committee. She followed the committee chair, Benny Thompson, Congressman.
Are watching the David Blackman show. You were rocking with the late night crew. It is the freaking weekend. I know you guys are so bored of those lame YouTubers. Oh my God, I've been streaming for 2 hours. I've been streaming for 3 hours. Y'all, we rocking tonight. We don't give a fuck. It's Friday. We're sleeping in. We're having us a good time. We're making the best of a terrible situation. I appreciate your viewership, your live chats, your subscribes, the donations to the Bipolar Foundation. I want to send a special shout out to the mods, the co-hosts, the advisors, all the people that work behind the scenes. We appreciate you guys. But yeah, go ahead, take a piss. Grab yourself some popcorn, take a snack, get a quick nut in there if that's what you're into. You know, do what you got to do, and then we'll keep it rocking.
From Mississippi, simply a
Nathan did go beast mode today. I tell y'all, we're out here, we're influencing people. People are starting to step their game up. The influence is real. I need competition. Step your game up. Let's go.
And then watching that video, which I am sure many of you have just been watching, very hard to stomach. And as the committee takes, as you heard Chairman Thompson say, just a short break, joining me at the table here at the NewsHour to help analyze all this, Mary McCord, who served as the acting Assistant Attorney General for National Security from 2016 to 2017. She now leads the Institute for Constitutional Advocacy and Protection. With her, Paul
That's what we're here
Rosenzweig,
for,
a
no name.
cybersecurity consultant who previously served as Deputy Assistant
Logging in
Secretary
them
for Policy
hours.
at the Department of Homeland Security and as Senior Counsel in the Whitewater investigation. That was back during President Clinton. And finally, Donnell Harvin, former head of Homeland Security and Intelligence.
Almost
for the
like
District
having a
of
social
Columbia.
life.
He is now a senior policy researcher with the RAND Corporation. Donnell Harvin, I'm going to start with you because we spoke with you on the NewsHour just a short time ago, just a few hours ago, and you were reminding us that you had evidence.
Peace
you
and
had
Black Power, my
saw
brother.
warnings
Appreciate
in the
you.
days leading up to this.
I saw that Black
assault
Power
on the
earlier,
Capitol,
too.
that this might happen. So this was not entirely a surprise to you.
Certainly not, but we didn't think it would unfold in the type of violence that we saw on that day. We knew that there were groups who were coming, some of which may be armed, many of which who had bad intentions.
I'm going to just let them roll to keep an idea of on the time here or when to come back. All right, let me put this on.
Out on her one of Diamond Days, a ninja teaching flicks. I ended up to see the sign there, honey. Come on in here, ninja. This here's my ninja at Diamond Days Ninja School. Come on down. What we're going to teach you, I hold that, Lord, and what we're going to teach you in our first episode is a proper stance and a proper kung fu. And you got your Judy chop, all right? You got your karate chop, and you got your ninja chop. Now, what smart thing to do is like when you use a judo chopping, you gotta say it, you know, for you beginners, you know, like a Judy chop. Because what you don't want to do is like be a Judy chopping and a kung fu kicking, and there goes your leg. You know, that ain't much
Oh my goodness.
ninja out there. Right there, hard as a rock, but let me show you something. I'll have last time, baby. Don't put it in front of your face. I don't want to hurt you. You got me? Now, what we're going to do here, we're going to work on the ninja chop. So what we're going to do. You go a ninja chop. Now sometimes it don't always work for a ninja. You know, but it practice makes it perfect. Don't go ninja nobody. Don't need ninja. Alrighty? Now, them things there, if I was put them in my pockets, that'd get me for concealment of a deadly weapons. It says you got your son fella coming at you out in the trailer park. Regular cannon you say? No, says I. Watch this, people. Yeah, we just rolled through the trailer park. What's that? What's that fella doing? Ninja stars! Right there. Some fella jumps out behind a trailer on you. You know, you got to put them on out yonder like that, and you can't get him caught up in your ninja outfit, you know. And like if a feller's coming at you with a Judy chop, or you come with that fan motion, or you stop the Judy chop right yonder. You know, how you gonna Judy chop on that? There ain't no Judy chopping on that right yonder. Now let me tell you ninjas out there, this is not a game. Don't you be trying this at home on your kids or your dogs, okay? We got 3 or 4 fellas now. What we do is called a ninja whomping action. All right, we get our nunchucks, we get our firm hold on our ninja nunchucking handles, and we get them whomping. Thank you for purchasing one of Diamond Days and Ninja School and Coats.
Now, my analysis of that, because I was actually deep in thought while I was watching that, guys. And what I realized is that somehow, with wonderful fucking gems like that on the internet, oh yeah, yes, this guy has the Judy chop. The Judy chop energy is strong with the Proud Boys. Yes, that is perfect. Yes, the Judy chop. Yes, that is the crowd we're dealing with. They tried to take over the Capitol. Oh God, it would be so funny if it was anybody but them. Shit's hilarious. But here's what I realized. With gems like that on the internet and cats playing the piano, some of you nerds, for some odd reason, would literally rather sit around talking about theology, biblical scripture, and philosophy all day. Just think about your fucking life choices while I take a piss.
Sought pardons. I mean, that's going to be the headline tomorrow. But really, what's amazing is that multiple Republican congressmen thought they needed pardons. That breaks through, or maybe it will break through.
Because of their involvement.
No name. Send them to me on Discord, bro.
The hearing room is joining us now at the Capitol, along with Jeff Bennett at the White House. Lisa, I do want to quickly come to you. I have to say, we're all sitting here trying to take all this in and absorb it. A lot of it is new information.
That's right. And I think that in the hearing room, you could certainly see reporters very quickly taking a lot of notes. They were laying out, I think as Mary McCord said, almost a trial-like case against the former president. It struck me almost as sort of a different form of impeachment. It is not an impeachment proceeding, but they are making a case that this is a president who acted unlawfully and was at the center, as they say, of a conspiracy. I think I have to also tell you about the atmosphere in the room a little bit, as that long clip, I think a 12-minute long video, the last of the clips that they played was airing. I noticed in the back of the room, that's where there's about a little bit more than a dozen, almost maybe 18 members of Congress, all Democrats I saw back there. Many of them are members who I know were in the chamber on January 6th. I was watching them, and as that video went on, they were giving each other sort of steely-eyed glances. You could tell that they were feeling emotional, but telling each other, kind of giving each other silent support. And I saw one member, a freshman member, shaking, rocking back and forth, trying not to go to tears. It was a very emotional moment, I think, especially for those members of Congress who are in there. One going in said, I have to be here because I still don't have closure on that day yet. And you're feeling that in the room.
Yeah, no surprise. Jeff Bennett at the White House, I want to come to you for what is left of this break. We know President Biden is not in Washington tonight. He's been in California presiding over as the host of the Summit of the Americas, meeting with other leaders from the Western Hemisphere. But how closely is the White House following all this? How much stock do they put in what's going on?
Well, I'm told the White House Department of Legislative Affairs has been in close coordination and close touch with the House Speaker's office and also with leadership of the committee itself. But President Biden, I'm told, has kept a respectful distance from this committee and their work product, and that was intentional. In large part, the view from the White House is that for President Biden to offer some sort of running commentary about the many revelations about this committee's work that have come out, mainly through reporting, that would, in many ways, make this a partisan enterprise. Yeah. And this White House has also been very careful about not trying to be seen influencing or trying to pressure the Department of Justice or the Attorney General as they make their own determination about what cases to bring and when. I think it was particularly interesting to hear Congresswoman Liz Cheney to make note of the fact that there are cooperating witnesses who are working with the Department of Justice, which suggests that there's more to come on that front, Judy.
Jeff Bennett at the White House, and Jeff, will be coming back to you a little later when this hearing ends, which we think will take place within the hour. It looks like Chairman Benny Thompson is back in his chair, and we want to go back to the committee as soon as they resume. They said that on this first night they plan to go somewhere between 90 minutes or so. Let's go right now to Chair Benny Thompson.
All right, guys, I appreciate you. We are super close to our fundraising goal here for our $100 that we're trying to donate on August 12th to the International Bipolar Foundation. I want to thank you all for your donations. I really appreciate it. Actually, give me a sec. I want to give a quick shout out to all the people who have donated. All right. Wow. All right, guys, we are $72.66 into $100 here. Satan's Little Helper, YouTube Punk, KB Fit, Anonymous, Lena, and Anonymous. So fun. All right, guys. Thank you guys so much. I really appreciate it. And we're about to get going with the rest, the second part of this first part of our hearing here. And we will quickly do our offering song. If you're happy, put your money in the plate. If you're happy, put your money in the plate. If you're happy and you know it and you really want to show it, if you're happy, put your money in the plate. If you're happy, put your money in the plate. Let's get it. If you're happy, put your money in that plate. If you're happy and you know it, you really want to show it. If you're happy, put that money in the plate. Woo! Get it. Links in the description.
Committee will be in order. I want to thank our witnesses for being with us this evening to share their firsthand accounts of that terrible day. I know that some of the witnesses from our first hearing are in the room with us, along with some of the family members, friends, and widows of the officers who lost their lives as a result of the attack. Thank you all for being here for us and the American people. Officer Carolyn Edwards has been with the United States Capitol Police since 2017. On January 6th, Officer Edwards was assigned to the First Responder Unit, which serves as the first line of defense at the Capitol complex. She also served as a member of the Civil Disturbance Unit, a special subset of the Uniform Division trained to respond to mass demonstration events. Officer Edwards is a graduate of the University of Georgia and currently is working on a master's degree in intelligence analysis from Johns Hopkins University.
YouTube Punk.
Quisted is an acclaimed filmmaker.
See you later, bro. Thank you so much for using the buy command.
Documenting
guys, when you dip, let us know you're poofing. Let us know you're poofing. We'll see you next time, YouTube Punk.
On January 6th, Mr. Quickstead was working on a documentary about, quote, why Americans are so divided when Americans have so much in common, end quote. During that day, Mr. Quickstead interviewed and documented movements of the people around the Capitol, including the first moments of the violence against the Capitol Police and the chaos that ensued. I will now swear in our witnesses. The witnesses will please stand and raise your right hand. Do you swear and affirm under penalty of perjury that the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Let the record reflect the witnesses answered in the affirmative. Without objection, the witness's statement will be included in the record. Pursuant to Section 5C8 of House Resolution 503, I recognize myself for questioning. As you saw just a few minutes ago, the Proud Boys instigated the first breach of the Capitol just before 1 o'clock p.m., where rioters pushed over barricades near the Peace Circle at the foot of the Capitol. Our two witnesses tonight were both there at the time of that first breach. Officer Edwards was standing with other officers behind a line of bike racks that marked the perimeter of the Capitol grounds. She bravely tried to prevent an angry crowd from advancing on the Capitol. Unfortunately, she was overrun and knocked unconscious as the crowd advanced on the Capitol. Mr. Quickstead was a few yards away from Officer Edwards, taking footage of the Proud Boys as part of his work on a documentary film. Most of his footage has never been shown publicly before we shared it this evening. Officer Edwards, I'd like to start by asking if you could tell us why you believe it's important for you to share your story this evening with the committee and the American public. Please, your microphone.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I really appreciate it, and thank you to the committee for having me here to testify. I was called a lot of things on January 6, 2021, and the days thereafter. I was called Nancy Pelosi's dog, called incompetent, called a hero, and a villain. I was called a traitor to my country, my oath, and my Constitution. In actuality, I was none of those things. I was an American, standing face to face with other Americans, asking myself how many times, many, many times, how we had gotten here. I had been called names before, but never had my patriotism or duty been called into question.
Oh yeah, she's a fox.
I, who got up
Fox
every
lady.
day, no matter how early the hour or how late I got in the night before, to put on my uniform and to protect America's symbol of
But
democracy.
like, can you imagine how terrifying it is too, right? To like walk a mile in her shoes, having been there for that, and then on top of that, all the extra attention and shit. Like, y'all, it's terrifying to be female in this world, and then like with all the extra shit that this woman has been there. Whew. Thank you, definitely not Reverb. We appreciate you for the follow. Man, that's a tough one, man. Like, that's crazy, man. Much respect to this lady.
I, who spent countless hours in the baking sun and freezing snow to make sure that America's elected.
But don't worry, Anna. Don't worry, Anna. The one and only Anna Kasparian is my one and only celebrity boo. Don't worry, Anna. we just friends. It's just a platonic admiration.
Elected officials were able to do their job.
I'm trying to get that TYT money, y'all.
Whose literal blood, sweat, and tears were shed that day defending the building that I spent countless holidays and weekends working in.
Pause the tape. Yes. I am an atheist, Christian, Jewish, or a Muslim. Correct.
I'm the proud granddaughter of a Marine that fought in the Battle of the Chosin Reservoir in the Korean War. I think of my papa often in these days, how he was so young and thrown into a battle he never saw coming and answered the call at a great personal cost.
I'm an atheist.
How he lived the rest of his days with bullets and shrapnel in his legs, but never once complained about his sacrifice. I would like to think that he would be proud of me, proud of his granddaughter that stood her ground that day and continued fighting, even though she was wounded, like he did many years ago. I am my grandfather's granddaughter, proud to put on a uniform and serve my country. They dared to question my honor. They dared to question my loyalty. And they dared to question my duty.
You're good, no worries.
I'm a proud American, and I will gladly sacrifice everything to make sure that the America my grandfather defended
Welcome.
is here for many years to come. Thank you.
We make fun of Christianity a lot around these parts. You should know that, but you know, we don't like any religion, and most of us just have the most personal experience with Christianity. But A lot of our friends in this community are theists of all stripes, all different types of faith. From the, intellectual side of Christianity to the flat earthers and the young earthers and the our Shroud of Turin crowd like the Otangelos, our sweet, sweet evangelicals like Rebecca over on Bread of Life. We love them all around here, man. We really do. I think the best way to meet people of all faiths and backgrounds is to start an atheist YouTube church cult of internet personalities. It just brings people from all walks of life. It's really wonderful.
Officer Edwards, your story and your service is important, and I thank you for being here tonight. Ms. Quickstead.
Oh, that's a good question, actually. What made me stop believing? Man, I really started to vibe with Doug where it gets harder and harder to say it was this one thing or that one thing. It feels like it was such a long process. And I don't really know which question to answer because I always hear two questions. I always hear, you'll see where I'm going with this, like, when did you stop believing the core tenets of Christianity? And then when did you stop identifying as a Christian? And for me, they didn't coincide with each other. So I sort of became an atheist Christian, like a non-religious, like I actually worked at a church, right? It was a Reformed church, but our pastor would often preach about religion. He was like, that religion's bad. And if you're too religious, then you think you are perfect, then you don't need God. And if you don't need God because you're so religious, there's no sin in your life, then you have no need for God's grace. And I was like, oh, I kind of like that. I kind of like where he's going with that. So like I really became like a anti-religious Christian for a long time. And then being an evolutionary biologist, I kind of was like, I didn't take any of the Bible really literally. And then I kind of went through a phase where I was like an atheist Christian. And I kind of went through a phase where I thought Jesus was probably an atheist. Like he really didn't fuck with religion, but everybody was so like, religion crazy. Like he just, and then I realized Jesus probably wasn't even a real person, or I didn't know if he was a real person. Now I'm back to thinking Jesus might have been a real person, and that shit is really tripping me. That shit that Jesus might be a real person, that shit is really fucked up. So that's kind of, so my point is I stopped believing the core propositions while I was still a Christian. I stopped identifying as a Christian when, as a scientist, I realized that there was so much Christian anti-science that was caught up in the whole thing and really influenced my family and friends. So I really felt that it was liberal Christianity, the Christianity practiced, by people I'm close to, know and love, the Christianity of sort of black Christians and progressive Christians. I realized how much the anti-science stuff had seeped into that. And then really there was an intelligent design creationist group that manipulated a student group while I was a graduate student during my PhD at Michigan State. And they called out like my research mentor, Rich Lenski. I recently got into a big thing on the internet defending Rich Lenski, ironically, again. That is one way to trigger me. It's to defend the people who put food on the table for me. That tends to upset me. I tend to spring into I will whoop your ass mode if you come at the people who help me pay my bills. And they actually were attacking Rob Pennock, who's now my teaching mentor. But anyway, they did this whole Hubaloo event on campus, and it really disgusted me. And I just said, I can no longer identify as a Christian without really good evidentiary reason to do so. And I realized that if I was going to truly accept the scientific professional mindset, and I was certainly 100% committed to doing that, then it meant being honest with myself about the fact that, as we say in science, the model just works without that assumption. And even as a sort of devil's advocate, while I was a Christian, I just felt like I was finally comfortable in saying, if any of this stuff is true, it'll hold up to scrutiny. I shouldn't have to believe it until it does. And if it can't hold up to my scrutiny, then we'll just let it lie there until it does. So yeah, appreciate the very good question and wanted to take some time to address it.
Ask you to introduce yourself. Can you tell?
Blessed be he. You got to remember, I just don't believe any of that. So you could say it to us a lot. It's not going to have any more effect. But listen, I'm a YouTube pervert. I'm pro-algorithm. You hear a lot of the content creators, oh, the algorithm doesn't like me. Nobody's discovering me. I don't have any of those problems. I love the algorithm. So we appreciate you, blessed be he. We like you coming through the chat. I'm always telling Cameron this. We want 100% activity rate. If 10 people watch this show and only 8 of them are in chat, we're like, we did really good, but we could do better. If we have 5 viewers, we want 5 chatters. 10 viewers, 10 chatters. So if you want to just come through and drop your quick little, biblical fire and brimstone spiel real quick, like we said, we welcome everybody. We counter-apologize, so we don't mind being apologized. We're counter-evangelists, if you want to think of it that way. So you're welcome to come try to evangelize us. You might just want to be better at it than blessed be he. That's what I would suggest. Yeah, just be better at it. That would help.
Tell us how you found yourself in Washington, D.C. on January 6th.
But right now, I can't fuck with y'all apologists. This is not about religion. All right, I'm not taking down William Lane Craig right now. Right now, my sights are set squarely on David Blackman. You are now rocking with David Blackman, the fastest rising star in left-wing, right-wing media coverage.
Good evening, Chair and Madam Vice Chair. Thank you for the introduction. As stated in the winter of 2020, I was working on a documentary. As part of that documentary, I filmed several rallies in Washington, D.C. on December the 11th and December the 12th. And I learned there would be a rally on the Mall
I'm wearing gloves
6th.
Because I'm a professional word wrestler and I'm in a motorcycle
gang. I came down to document the rally. According to the permit of the event, there was going to be a rally at the Ellipse. We arrived at the Mall and observed a large contingent of Proud Boys marching towards the Capitol. We filmed them, and almost immediately I was separated from my colleagues.
And that's my kink, must love gloves.
I documented the crowd turn from protesters to rioters to insurrectionists. I was surprised at the size of the group, the anger and the profanity. And for anyone who didn't understand how violent that event was, I saw it.
Yes, that's the golden plate. You can put money in it if the links are in the description.
I heard incredibly aggressive
We're raising
chanting,
money for charity.
And I subsequently shared that footage with the authorities. I'm here today pursuant to a House subpoena. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr. Quested. The Select Committee has conducted extensive investigative work to understand what led the Proud Boys and other rioters to the Capitol on January 6th. We've obtained substantial evidence showing that the president's December 19th tweet calling his followers to Washington, D.C. on January 6th energized individuals from the Proud Boys and other extremist groups. I'd like to play a brief video highlighting some of this evidence.
My name is Marcus Childress, and I'm an investigative counsel for the Select Committee to investigate the January 6th attack on the United States Capitol.
What do you want to call them? Give me a name. Give me a
White
name.
supremacists and
white like me to condemn?
White supremacists and right
Proud Boys. Stand back and stand by.
After he made this comment, Enrique Terrio, then chairman of the Proud Boys, said on Parler, "Standing by, sir." During our investigation, we learned that this comment during the presidential debate actually led to an increase in membership from the Proud Boys.
Would you say that Proud Boys numbers increased after the stand back, stand by comment?
Exponentially.
I'd say tripled probably, with the potential for a lot more eventually.
And did you ever sell any stand back and stand by merchandise?
One of the vendors on my page actually beat me to it, but I wish I would have made a stand back, stand by shirt.
On December 19th, President Trump tweeted about the January 6th rally and told attendees, "Be there, we'll be wild." Many of the witnesses that we interviewed were inspired by the president's call and came to DC for January 6th. But the extremists, they took it a step further. They viewed this tweet as a call to arms. A day later, the Department of Justice describes how the Proud Boys created a chat called the Ministry of Self-Defense Leadership Chat. In this chat, the Proud Boys established a command structure in anticipation of coming back to D.C. on January.
Hang on a second. Jesus taught us to love God and love one another. He fucked up right there. That was one rule too many. I realized he wasn't the son of God, and as soon as he included two rules where he only needed one.
January 6th. The Department of Justice describes Mr. Tarrio coming into possession of a document called the 1776 Returns, which describes individuals occupying key buildings around the United States Capitol. The Oath Keepers are another group that the committee investigated.
You better get your ass to D.C., folks, this Saturday.
Yeah, if you don't, there'll be no more republic. But we're not going to let that happen. It's not even an if. It's either President Trump is encouraged and bolstered and strengthened to do what he must do, or we wind up in a bloody fight. We all know that. The fight's coming.
The Oath Keepers began planning to block the peaceful transfer of power shortly after the November 3rd election. And according to the Department of Justice, Stuart Rhodes, the Oath Keepers leader, said to his followers that we were not going to get through this without a civil war. In response to the December 19th, 2020 tweet by President Trump, the Oath Keepers focused on January 6th in Washington, D.C. In response to the tweet, one member, the president of the Florida chapter, put on social media, "The president called us to the Capitol. He wants us to make it wild." The goal was for the Oath Keepers to be called to duty so that they could keep the president in power, although President Trump had just lost the election. The committee learned that the Oath Keepers set up quick reaction forces outside of the city in Virginia where they stored arms. The goal of these quick reaction forces was to be on standby just in case President Trump invoked the Insurrection Act.
Did the Oath Keepers ever provide weapons to members?
I'm going to decline to answer that and put them with grounds
Blessed be he. Like, you guys are so, like, you keep telling on yourselves. Like, the smart thing to do is just in record numbers, shut the fuck up, right? And then just go in the booth and vote for Trump. You don't have to advertise to the rest of us that you're an idiot. We're literally watching the evidence of the coup he led, right? Right? Y'all are literally so low IQ that y'all don't even recognize when y'all should just go away and just continue what you do quietly, right? We're watching the fucking insurrection he caused, and they're like, Trump 2024, I bet that'll really teach him something. Bet I showed those. Checkmate, atheist. I only want to highlight the stupidity to make you feel stupid, because you should feel real dumb. Y'all need a little bit more what was that called? The argument from embarrassment? That's what theism needs, right? Theism needs to be defeated from the argument of y'all sound stupid as fuck. I don't even y'all sound so dumb that check the broadcast. Blessed be he, when you get a chance, rewind the broadcast. You will actually hear me summarize all these fucking Ameritards by saying there's one thing to remember about these fucktards. These people believe in Jesus. And comments like yours just make me look like a fucking... That's why I stopped. I stopped to highlight your comment because it makes me look so fucking brilliant without even trying. I feel like I'm your hype man at this point. Like, everybody pay attention to Blessed Be He, because he will just make us look like the most brilliant motherfuckers on earth just by giving us a little bit of absolute retarded nonsense as sort of a countermeasure, right? You know, like contrast. Like if the image is all bright, then you don't really see anything. But with a little bit of contrast, all of a sudden the features just pop out and shit.
And due process grounds.
In footage obtained by the committee, we learned that on the night of January 5th, Enrique Tarrio and Stuart Rhodes met in a parking garage in Washington, D.C.
There's mutual respect there. I think we're fighting the same fight, and I think that's what's important.
The committee learned that the Oath Keepers went into the Capitol through the east doors in 2 stack formations. The DOJ alleges that one of the stacks went into the Capitol looking for Speaker Pelosi, although they never found her.
These guys feel like the
Mr.
ROTC rejects.
In documents obtained by the Department of Justice, Mr. Tarrio said in an encrypted chat, "Make no mistake, and we did this." Later on that evening, Mr. Tarrio even posted a video which seemed to resemble him in front of the Capitol with a black cape. And the title of the video was Premonition. The evidence developed by the Select Committee and the Department of Justice highlights how each group participated on the attack on the Capitol on January 6th.
In
fact, the investigation revealed that it was individuals associated with the Proud Boys who instigated the initial breach at the Peace Circle at 12:53 p.m.
Weekend Warriors, exactly.
Within 10 minutes, rioters had already
That's why I hang out with shorter, fatter guys. Exactly. Makes you look taller and thinner. No name knows the vibe. That's why we love our theist friends.
Plazas.
You know what I'm talking about?
And by 2:13, rioters had actually broken through the Senate door.
Come on, let's be honest, y'all. We talk about religion and politics and debates and video games and professional wrestling, right? And we do some real deal criminal ass biker shit, gang shit, but in a fucking video game, right? So we some nerds, right? Right? So let's say we had some hot bitches that came through because it wasn't really COVID and shit, right? If we showed them what's going on in our community, right? Without our theist and religious type of friends and the meritards, right? They'd be like, man, y'all some nerds. Wait, y'all really sit around and talk about the Bible and philosophy all day? Oh, man, you really do this? Oh, you hang out with these people? Oh, you hang out with the type of people that play Magic the Gathering and talk about pro wrestling? Oh, you ain't getting no pussy. Oh, no. You wait, no. You ain't getting no pussy. No, you guys are like the nerdiest of them. You guys are not the math club. You guys are the Bible and philosophy club. Oh my God. Even video games. Y'all ever heard of Fortnite? Y'all ever heard of Call of Duty up in this bitch? Y'all know niggas is winning millions of dollars playing fucking Madden and shit? What are y'all playing? Magic the Get? No. What? You play professional wrestling video game? No pussy for none of y'all, right? But all we got to do is show them the chat and be like, nah, I'm telling you, yo, these real creatards be coming through. These motherfuckers that try to swear up and down that there's historical evidence that Jesus rose from the dead, right? They think the most rational way to explain his history is that there was literally a virgin birth. I swear to you, I have a friend named Otangelo. This motherfucker thinks that the Shroud of Turin was a miraculous display of Jesus's supernatural nature, just as a reminder of his fucking nature like that. And then they come through the chat and they be like, wait, you wasn't fucking? Wait, there really be some creatards up in your chat? Oh, these niggas be really coming through? Talking about blessed be he? You guys spoiled his fire. What? He showed you the way, but you atheists I'd be like, yo, bitch, I told you this shit is crazy, right? She like, oh my God, this shit is epic. Oh my God, this is the best shit ever. So I'm telling y'all be getting us laid and everything. We love it. Y'all turn our nerdy shit into fucking YouTube content creation magic. We fucking love y'all. LPP, my young earth creationist friend. Where would I be without you? We blowing up, baby. We blowing up. We out here. Woo! Where would we be without these guys?
And got into the Capitol building. A series of breaches followed. At 2:25 p.m., rioters breached the east side doors to
This is some atheist crap.
then right after 2:40 p.m., rioters breached the east side doors near the Ways and Means room. Once the rioters infiltrated the Capitol,
thanks, Theist. Exactly. No name.
The rotunda, the hallways leading to the House chambers, and even inside the Senate chambers.
Individuals associated with two violent extremist groups have been charged with seditious conspiracy in connection with
man,
the
looks like
January
every
6th
sightseeing
attack.
trip I've ever been on.
One is the Oath Keepers. They are a group of armed anti-government extremists. The other group is the Proud Boys. They promote white supremacist beliefs and have engaged in violence with people they view as their political enemies. Members of both groups have already pled guilty to crimes associated with the January 6th attack. Mr. Quested, as
Pause the tape. Blessed be he. This is what we mean about sounding stupid. We don't believe the religious stuff. So this language doesn't make sense. Let me explain something to you. There's no such thing as purifying a person. Right? What are you talking about? Oh, you've got a soul. I don't believe that. Oh, well, the soul you've got is dirty, and it's black is fucking onyx with sin. I don't believe that either. And you need the Lord Jesus to come purify your heart, and he'll make you white as snow. I don't believe that either. Well, checkmate, atheist. Checkmate, atheist. He showed you the way. I gave you the warning. Now you just reject it and you go burn in hell, because I clearly laid it out very logically for you and you won't accept it. So checkmate, atheist. Bro, what are you talking about? Bro, I'm an evolutionary biologist, bro. I want you to do something. I want you to come into my next lab meeting. I'll invite you to Travis Sino Lab, University of Minnesota. Look us up. Come to our next lab meeting and explain to all my partners in evolutionary biology what the fuck it means to purify a motherfucking primate. Explain exactly the biological procedure for purifying an ape. Yeah. You're going to have a room full of people looking at you like you a dumb-ass motherfucker.
part of the documentary you've been filming, you gain access to the Proud Boys and their leader, Enrique Tarrio.
Demon rats.
Your crew filmed them in Washington, D.C. on the evening of January 5th and then on January 6th. On January 5th, the night before the attack, you were with the head of the Proud Boys, Mr. Tarrio, in Washington, D.C. What happened?
We picked up Mr. Tarrio from jail. He'd been arrested for...
Demon rat. I don't like you. Demon rat. I said demon rat. I called him demon rat. Listen, demon rat. Demon rat. Listen, blessed be he. The reason I don't like you is because you mistake me as like one of these friendly atheists. And so when I do the friendly atheist nice guy thing and you come around here, you do the really mean theist thing and you try to be mean to me and be all bad guy and call people demon rats. I'm a bad guy. You don't come through my channel and try to out-heal me. That's how you get banned up in this bitch. And you gonna talk that kind of trash in my channel, you need to show up, you need to call in live, you need to not be such a lurker-jerker, you need to show your face on camera, and then actually spit that bullshit with your legal name on the screen like I'm willing to do. When you're willing to do that, we'll take you seriously. My name is Jay Bundy. I work in the motherfucking ecology and evolutionary biology department at the motherfucking University of Minnesota. Look me up, motherfucker. Look what happens when you come through my stream, nigga. That's who the fuck I really am. Now call my goddamn stream, click the motherfucking link, put your legal name in the motherfucking description, and show your face on this camera, and come up in my restream and talk that bullshit to my face. Come right up in here and talk to me. Come talk to Dr. J. Bet you got a list full of excuses of why your righteous ass can't tell us your real name and show your righteous face on the fucking camera. Bet you got a list of motherfucking excuses. Long as that fucking Bible you don't read.
Carrying some magazines.
Which, by the way, not only is it not the good book, it's not a good book. It might be the worst book ever. It is fucking dog shit. Yeah, we've read it and we regret every moment we've wasted doing so. Absolute trash from start to finish.
Some extra capacity magazines, and he took responsibility for the burning of the Black Lives Matter flag that was stolen from the church on December the 12th. We were attempting to get an interview with Mr. Tarrio. We had no idea of any of the events that were going to subsequently happen. We drove him to pick up his bags from the property department of the police, which is just south of the mall. We picked up his bags and went to get some other bags from the Phoenix Hotel, where we encountered Mr. Stuart Rhodes from the Oath Keepers. By the time I'd gone to park the car, my colleague was saying, who'd got into the car with Mr. Tarrio, that they had moved to a location around the corner, the parking garage of the Hall of Legends, I believe. And so we quickly drove over there. We drove down into the parking garage and filmed the scene of Mr. Tarrio and Mr. Rhodes and certain other individuals
just eject failure after failure after failure. But it's like that book of prophecy that doesn't matter, that none of it came true. It's just like their fucking cosmology that isn't fucking true. Their story of creation that isn't fucking true. Their bullshit about how the election was stolen, even though it fucking... We get it, we get it, we get it. You guys are emotionally attached to the worst people and the worst ideas.
And continued to follow Mr. Tarrio. There was some discussion about where he was going to go. He ended up going towards a hotel in Baltimore, and we conducted an interview with him in the hotel room. And then we returned to DC for that night. And what was interesting that night, actually, was that was the first indication that DC was much more busy than it had been any other time we'd been here, because we couldn't get into the hotels we wanted to, and we ended up at a hotel that, you know, was not as satisfactory as we would have hoped.
Thank you. So what you're saying is you filmed the meeting between Mr. Tarrio and Oath Keepers leader Stuart Rhodes, right?
Indeed.
You couldn't hear what was said, but according to the Justice Department and...
But bro, that's the type of shit I be talking about, like where they really be literally speaking in this fucking mystical language that they think is so fucking profound. Yet they don't realize to most of us, you just said the dumbest sounding shit. Like, and I'm not even trying to be funny, right? Like, we're not even being hyperbolic. Like, when we say the dumbest sounding shit, we literally mean that shit is incoherent. Purify yourself. Nigga, what? Nigga, you on some Trump shit? You want me to drink some bleach? Like y'all don't know what are you talking about? Jesus will save you. Salvation? Save me from what? To what? You know what I'm saying? Like your whole shit is just totally, you need to be renewed. Sure. can I get a coupon for that? Like you don't even, like, if you really think it's outside the Christian lens, like, if a motherfucker just said this shit to you, you would literally have no clue what they were talking about.
Of Mr. Tarrio, a participant referenced the Capitol. Now, on the morning of January 6th, you learned the Proud Boys would gather near the rally scheduled to take place near the White House. What time did you meet up with the Proud Boys, and what was happening when they met?
We met up with the Proud Boys somewhere around.
All right, I'm going to put my calzone in the oven.
They were starting to walk down the mall, easterly direction towards the Capitol. There was a large contingent, more than I had expected, and I was confused to a certain extent why we were walking away from the president's speech, because that's what I felt we were there to cover.
So at 10:30 a.m., that's early in the day. That's even before President Trump had started speaking. Am I correct?
Yes, sir.
So how many Proud Boys would you estimate were marching together to the Capitol?
A couple of hundred, potentially. Yeah, I'd say a couple of hundred Proud Boys were marching towards the Capitol at that point.
At the time, was the area heavily guarded?
No, that was, I remember we walked we walked down the mall, we walked to the right of the reflecting pool, and then north along the road that leads to the Peace Circle. And as we were walking past the Peace Circle, I framed the Proud Boys to the right of my shot with the Capitol behind, and we see one sole police officer at the barriers, which subsequently breached. We then walk up and past a tactical unit preparing, and you see that in the film where the man questions their duty and their honor, and you see maybe a dozen Capitol Police putting on their riot gear.
So how would you describe the atmosphere at that time?
The atmosphere it seemed to be much darker. I make efforts to create a familiarity between myself and my subjects to make them feel comfortable. And the atmosphere was much darker this day than had been in these other days. And there was also a contingent of Proud Boys that I hadn't met before from Arizona who appeared to wear these orange hats and had orange armbands.
So when the Proud Boys went back down the hill to the Peace Circle, did a larger crowd start together?
Well, no. First of all, we went round to the back and down the steps, and we took some photographs on the east side of the Capitol, and then we went for lunch. We went for tacos.
So, Mr. Quester, you're a journalist, so you are careful to stick to things that you have observed. But what you've told us is highly relevant. Let me highlight a few key facts that you and others have provided the committee. First, there was a large group of Proud Boys present at the Capitol. We know that from multiple sources. You now estimate that there were around 250 to 300 individuals that you've testified. They weren't there for President Trump's speech. We know this because they left that area to march toward the Capitol before the speech began. They walked around the Capitol that morning. I'm concerned this allowed them to see what defenses were in place and where weaknesses might be. And they decided to launch their attack at the Peace Circle, which is the front door of the Capitol complex. It's the first security perimeter that those marching from the ellipse would have to come to as they moved toward the Capitol. The Peace Circle walkway was always where the thousands of angry Trump supporters would arrive after President Trump sent them from the ellipse. The Proud Boys timed their attack to the moments before the start of the joint session in the Capitol, which is also where President Trump directed the angry mob, quote, "We fight like hell," end quote. He told them before sending them down Pennsylvania Avenue, right to where the Proud Boys gathered and where you were filming. Now, a central question is whether the attack on the Capitol was coordinated and planned. What you witnessed is what a coordinated and planned effort would look like. It was the culmination of a months-long effort spearheaded by President Trump. Ms. Quested, thank you for your eyewitness account of the lead up to the breach of the peace circle. This brings us to a point in time where you and Officer Edwards were in close proximity. At this point, I reserve the balance of my time pursuant to 5C, Section 8 of House Resolution 503. The chair recognizes the gentlewoman from Wyoming, Ms. Cheney, for questioning.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Officer Edwards, I want to start by thanking you for your service and thank you for your courage. Thank you for being here this evening. I know that it's not easy to relive what happened for you and for the officers behind you and for the family members of officers in the audience this evening. But it's really important for the country to have a full accounting and understand what happened. I want to start, Officer Edwards, with a short clip that shows the horrible moment when you were injured as the peace circle was breached. Officer Edwards, can you describe the crowd that had assembled at the Peace Circle as you and your fellow officers stood behind and guarded the bike racks at the Peace Circle?
Yes, so there were about, I want to say about 5 of us on that line. And there was our bike rack, and then at the bottom of the Pennsylvania Avenue walkway, or right by Peace Circle, there was another bike rack. And so the crowd had kind of gathered there. It was the crowd led by Joseph Biggs, and they were mostly in civilian clothes. There were some who had military fatigues on. We could see people with bulletproof vests on, things like that. They didn't seem, extremely cohesive, but they had gathered there in their outfits, but they had gathered there together, and Joseph Biggs started, he had a megaphone, and he started talking about, first it was things kind of relating to Congress, and then the tables started turning once the, what is now the Arizona group is what you said, the crowd with orange hats, they came up chanting F-U-C-K, Antifa, and they joined that group. And once they joined that group, Joseph Biggs' rhetoric turned to the Capitol Police. He started asking us questions like, you didn't miss a paycheck during the pandemic, mentioning stuff about our pay scale was mentioned, and started turning the tables on us. And I've worked, I can conservatively say probably hundreds.
The size of the centrifuge needed to purify me would be cost prohibitive.
I know when I'm being turned into a villain, and that's when I turned to my sergeant and I stated the understatement of the century. I said, Sarge, I think we're going to need a few more people down here. And so after that, you know, I think they started conferring. They went a little silent. They started conferring among each other. I saw the person now identified as Ryan Samsel. He put his arm around Joseph Biggs, and they were talking, and then they started approaching the first barricade. They ripped the first barricade down, and they approached our bike racks. You know, at that time, we started holding on, grabbing the bike racks. You know, there weren't many of us, so I grabbed the middle between two different bike racks. And, you know, I wasn't under any pretense that I could hold it for very long, but I just wanted to, you know, make sure that we could get more people down and get our CDU units time to answer the call. So we started grappling over the bike racks. I felt the bike rack come on top of my head.
Oh my
goodness. And I was pushed backwards, and my foot caught the stair behind me, and my chin hit the handrail, and then at that point I had blacked out, but the back of my head clipped the concrete stairs behind me.
And you were knocked unconscious, is that right, Officer Edwards?
Yes, ma'am.
But
these
then
are
when
both
you regained
victims of what
consciousness,
happened right
even with
there.
the injuries, you returned to duty. Is that right?
Yes, ma'am. You know, at that time, adrenaline kicked in. I ran towards the West Front, and I tried to hold the line at the Senate steps at the Lower West Terrace. More people kept coming. It just seemed like, you know, more and more people started, you know, coming onto the West Front. They started overpowering us. And that was right about when MPD's officers showed up. Their bike officers pushed the crowd back and allowed our CDU units as well as theirs to form that line that you see, that very thin line between us and the protesters or the rioters, you know, at that time. I fell behind that line, and for a while I started decontaminating people who had gotten sprayed and treating people medically who needed it.
And then you were injured again there on the West Terrace. Is that right, Officer Edwards?
Yes, ma'am. So after a while, I got back on the line. It was on the house side of the Lower West Terrace. And I was holding that line for a while. There weren't many of us over there. And Officer Sicknick was behind me for most of the time, for about 30 to 45 minutes that I was down there. We were just, as the best we could, we were just, you know, grappling over bike racks and trying to hold them as quick as possible. All of a sudden, I see movement to the left of me, and I turned, and it was Officer Sicknick with his head in his hands. And he was ghostly pale, which I figured at that point that he had been sprayed, and I was concerned. My, you know, cop alarm bells went off, because if you get sprayed with pepper spray, you're going to turn red. He turned just about as pale as this sheet of paper. And so I looked back to see what had hit him, what had happened, and that's when I got sprayed in the eyes as well. I was taken to be decontaminated by another officer. but we didn't get the chance because we were then tear gassed.
And we are going to play just a brief clip of that moment that you've just described, Officer Edwards. Officer Edwards, I just want to thank you for being here. And I know, again, how difficult it is. I know the family of Officer Sicknick as well, who's here tonight. One of the things one of the Capitol Police officers said to me recently was to ask me whether or not, as members of Congress, all of us understood that on that day, on January 6th, when we were evacuated from the chamber, were led to a safe, undisclosed location, whether we knew that so many of you had rushed out of the building and into the fight. And I can assure you that we do know that, and that we understand how important your service is. Thank you for your continued work with our committee and the interviews, and thank you very much for both of you for being here this evening. Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Thank you very much. Ms. Edwards, can you give us one memory of that awful day that stands out most vividly in your mind?
I can. That time when I talked about falling behind MPD's line, I remember because I had been kind of shielded away because I was holding those stairs, so I wasn't able to really see what was going on over here. When I fell behind that line and I saw, I can just remember my breath catching in my throat because what I saw was just a war scene. It was something like I had seen out of the movies. I couldn't believe my eyes. There were officers on the ground, you know, they were bleeding, they were throwing up, they were, you know, they had, I mean, I saw friends with blood all over their faces. I was slipping in people's blood. You know, I was catching people as they fell. It was carnage. It was chaos. I can't even describe what I saw. Never in my wildest dreams did I think that as a police officer, as a law enforcement officer, I would find myself in the middle of a battle. You know, I'm trained to detain, you know, a couple of subjects and handle a crowd, but I'm not combat trained. And that day, it was just hours of hand-to-hand combat, hours of dealing with things that were way beyond any law enforcement person was ever trained for. And I just remember that moment of stepping behind the line and just seeing the.
They should. Whoops. Sorry, guys. Sorry. They should force them to, but like, how long is it till like this January 6th stuff is banned from public schools, right? Critical race theory. When the teacher notices that the white nationalist, you know, when she talks about the white nationalist from January 6th, it makes the white kids feel guilty. It makes them being like they're being told like they're the oppressors, like They're the ones who can storm the Capitol without getting shot. And, oh, when the teacher says, well, the black kid says, well, can Mike? No, little Ronaldo, your brown ass cannot do that. You know what I'm saying? Like, this shit is going to be on the ban list. They're going to go through the library and remove all the January 6th books. You're going to have to refer to the insurrection, I don't know, as the flight of the honeybees or some fucking euphemism. Like, they're going to start making up fucking Dr. Seuss rhymes and shit to describe it because you're not going to be able to talk about it explicitly. It's going to be fucking Voldemort of the fucking curriculum and shit.
The absolute war zone that the West Front had become.
Exactly like the Fox News coverage, precisely.
Let me thank you for your service and obviously your bravery that you have told the world about tonight. It's unfortunate that you had to defend the Capitol from fellow Americans. None of us would ever think that that would have to happen, but it did. So let me thank our witnesses for joining us tonight and sharing their experiences with America. Throughout my chairmanship of this committee, I've continuously vowed that this committee will ensure a comprehensive account of the heroic acts on January 6th, and that we will follow the facts wherever they lead. Your testimony is an essential part of that record and helps us do our job. Mr. Quested, thank you for sharing your footage and your account of the day's events with us. The images you recorded and have shared with the committee do a better job than any of our words in reinforcing the violence of January 6th. We hope that the power of your footage help encourage all Americans to consider how citizens with so much in common could viciously brawl at the seat of their democratic government. Officer Edwards, thank you for your brave service, as I indicated, on January 6th, and all you did to protect us, and most importantly, our democracy. If you and your fellow officers hadn't held the line against those violent insurrectionists, we can only imagine the disaster that would have ensued. Your heroism in the face of danger is admirable, and your will to continue to protect and serve despite your serious injuries should be an inspiration to all of us. We wish you a continued recovery and look forward to seeing you back in uniform sometime soon. The members of the Select Committee may have additional questions for tonight's witnesses, and we ask that you respond expeditiously in writing to those questions. Without objections, members will be permitted 10 business days to submit statements for the record, including opening remarks and additional questions for the witnesses. The witnesses have just told us what they heard the rioters saying while they stormed the Capitol on that day. Now we're going to hear it from the rioters themselves. Without objection, I include in the record a video presentation.
What really made me want to come was the fact that, you know, I had supported Trump all that time. I did believe, you know, that the election was being stolen. And Trump asked us to come.
He personally asked for us to come to D.C. that day. And I thought, for everything he's done for us, if this is the only thing he's going to ask of me, I'll do it.
We're going to walk down to the Capitol.
Did you recall President Trump mentioning going to the Capitol during his speech?
Oh, yeah. So that's one of my disappointments. He said he was going to go and go with us, that he was going to be there.
I know why I was there, and that's because he called me there and he laid out what is happening in our government. He laid it out.
But I remember Donald Trump telling people to be there, right? I mean, to support.
So you mentioned that the president asked you. Do you remember a specific message
basically, yeah, he asked for us to come to DC, that big things are going to happen.
What got me interested, he said, I have something very important to say on January 6th or something like that, is what got me interested to be there.
You know, Trump has only asked me for two things. He asked me for my vote, and he asked me to come on January 6th.
When the committee reconvenes next week, we're going to examine the lies that convinced those men and others to storm the Capitol, to try to stop the transfer of power. We're going to take a close look at the first part of Trump's attack on the rule of law, when he hit the fuse that ultimately resulted in the violence of January 6th. Without objection, and with that, the committee stands adjourned.
And with that, Chairman Benny Thompson wraps up this first night of public hearings of the January 6th committee with some absolutely jaw-dropping video of the storming of the Capitol, statements by the extremist groups, members of the Proud Boys.
All right, guys, there you have it. We've made it. We made it. We made it. We made it. All right, that shit was batshit. Oh man, y'all, this is gonna be an even more interesting series than I thought. This shit's crazy. I can't believe what I'm seeing. It's just absolute wildness. Damn, this shit's a lot deeper than I thought it was gonna be, y'all. But yeah, we gonna keep it going. Probably, I guess, tomorrow, right? Because let me think. Tomorrow, Saturday, what I got to do? I got to do late night Counter-Apologetics, late night. But yeah, I guess I'll probably get back into this before late night Counter-Apologetics. We'll also probably chill, I guess, later this afternoon after I sleep some. But let's. I wanna do a little bit of R and Brown and chill. Let me.
Jesus Christ! Thank God it's Friday. No one appreciates me.
Nobody appreciates me.
Thank God it's Friday for a couple.
I'm done with this fucking week. You guys don't appreciate. Nobody's backing me up. You know, I'm tired of this. I really don't appreciate the way the community's treated me this week. So I'll be back tomorrow. You know, I fucking hate you guys. I hate you guys. I'll see you tomorrow.
Couple days I don't have to do this piece of show. What's that? Oh, hey guys, welcome back to the program. So guys, you know what it is. You know what it is. Today I just wanted to check in with my favorite YouTuber. I mean, this is the best, this medium, this beautiful medium called YouTube, where I like to think of it as the intellectual sort of salon of our time, YouTube. And my favorite public intellectual in this space, calzone. I call it a space, okay?
The calzone, all right? I'm from Jersey. You guys say it like a Jersey guy. The calzone, okay? The calzone, okay? Forget about it. Forget about it. The calzone. The calzone. You gotta put it in the microwave. The microwave. I ovened it, and then it's just not hot enough. It just needs a little bit of juice. Give it the juice. We're giving it the juice. All right, yeah, Tux can Tux, we're gonna need some backup. We got to do all the January 6th stuff. We have to the David Blackman show. The David Blackman show is committed to comprehensive coverage of the January 6th committee hearings.
That's a sociological.
That means we're gonna learn all the juicy deets from all the witnesses.
Term that you wouldn't understand. It's a space, okay? My favorite sociological term, intellectual in this space. I call it a space.
Yeah,
okay?
it's a space.
That's a sociological term that you wouldn't understand. It's a space, okay?
Yeah, it's unfortunate.
My favorite intellectual in this space is a guy who goes by the name Timothy Poole, okay?
Timcast IRL with Alex Lee Moyer and Ariel Pink abruptly disappeared when Ariel Pink said this.
Force people underground and expect them not to go crazy. Like, you need to allow people access. No, well, what? No, you don't.
No, I'm saying, like, canceling is not the answer.
No,
come on,
you really
Ariel.
need to allow people to communicate.
I mean, in their.
I just shut it down.
I was born in New Jersey, raised in the Poconos. And then most of my family still lives in New Jersey, and my mother worked her whole life through the corporate ladder and the glass ceilings and all that, and she retired, and she was going to go play golf and move to Arizona or something, and then she decided to move back to New Jersey to take care of her parents. Guys, being too nice is not the way to go in life. Right? You work your whole life to enjoy a nice retirement, and then you go, oh, I want to take care of my parents. I'm going to move back to New Jersey. You got to be more dead inside than that, Mom. I'm sorry. You just earned yourself more golf and more sun, more sand, more beaches, not more Jersey.
But of course, people were confused as it went down so abruptly. Now people are trying to say that he was swatted again, others saying that they heard something go off in the background, and instigators trying to say Tim was mad for other reasons. But no, Pink just admitted on his Twitter it was over his own personal gaffe. And sad to say, after Tim Poole's first live stream with Alex Jones,
this guy's voice is, oh my god. This guy's voice really doing something to me in the pants area, not to be offensive. Alex Jones, Tim Alex, it's like when Alex Jones was on Tim Pool.
Strike. It makes sense when Tim's guest makes a joke, but the bots obviously can't detect sarcasm.
The bots obviously can't detect sarcasm. Just look, seems like a nice guy. So, man, I really wanted to watch this episode of Timcast IRL. He had the great guest Ariel Pink. I really wanted to see what old Ariel has to say. I wanted to see what old Ariel's ass is up to.
Would you like to feed me a grape?
That's my wildest dream. That was sensual.
Yeah.
But apparently 9 minutes into this thing, 9 minutes into this stream that makes this guy millions of dollars from super chats, Ariel Pink is advocating for mass murder of people he disagrees with, probably. So, you know, guys, that's sort of the theme of this episode, is you got to be careful what you say. Okay, you got to watch that mouth.
You got to watch your mouth.
You got to watch your mouth. You can't be talking all that bullshit all the time, okay?
Can't do this anymore, man. Can't do this anymore, man.
Why not?
I am having trouble doing the show.
That's a good reason, I would say.
Covington student Nicholas Sandman has won his legal battle against CNN. Now,
what?
You may be saying, no, he didn't, Tim. The headline says right there, CNN settles lawsuit with Nick Sandman.
Okay, so go...
So going along with this theme of today's episode, which is you got to watch that fucking mouth. You can't just say things. You can't just say whatever you want about people. That's defamation. This video is from 2020. Tim Pool does a lot of these videos where he's very pissed off that people are getting defamed. And weirdly, it's always people being defamed who his audience likes, you know? So in this video, he's like, we're coming for the media's ass. And we're going to do this on the media. We're going to sue the media's ass because they're defaming people like this kid, Nick Sandman, Nicky Sandarino.
Good evening, everyone.
Hi.
My name is Nick Sandman.
What's good, Nick?
And I'm the teenager who was defamed by the media after an encounter with a group of protesters on the steps of the Lincoln Memorial last year.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Before I begin, I'd like to thank President Trump.
I'm going to be honest, I never fully understood this story. There was a kid, this group of doofuses, this group of 18-year-old ding-dongs, there was a gaggle of them. There was a gaggle of these kids, right?
You could hear the black Hebrew Israelites shouting things.
Racist things at the white people. And
They
the
were
white
shouting
people,
racist things.
And the white people were shouting racist things back at the black Hebrews.
What's funny about this story is that the whole media was like, oh, we got it wrong. We got it wrong, man. But this story has never changed. The story has always been these kids are a bunch of little turds.
There it is.
These kids are a bunch of little MAGA hat wearing pukes and turds. And now, unfortunately for Tim's a little prediction that we're going after the media. A court agrees with that too now. From Yahoo News, Covington kid Nicholas Sandmann loses lawsuits against media outlets including the New York Times, ABC, and Rolling Stone. Oh, God. What? How could that be? How could he have possibly lost? The media was portraying him as an annoying little turd, and all his friends are annoying little turds. But really, in reality, they're just kids who like walking around with MAGA hats, and they're all Trump supporters. How could they possibly be annoying little pukes? Right.
And let me stress one last point.
Yeah,
this is a victory because Sandmann's team isn't backing down. They're increasing their offensive measures. They're targeting more defendants. That says to me, they're winning.
Well,
they're gaining ground. They're pushing forward. They're announcing new attacks.
Okay, so it's a little bit of a swing and a miss on that one.
He's going after all their asses. This little kid.
This little ass kid. He's going after all the media. That didn't work out. Didn't work out. That's okay. Because what's important is that people need to watch their mouths. People need to watch their mouths. Okay, they're talking shit all the time. And we need to start suing. We need to start doing this. We need to get more and more litigious on people for saying things.
Let's talk about this the story we have here from the National Review.
Yes, please. Good source of information. Okay, go ahead.
Trump says he intends to sue CNN for defamation. At the very least, I should be able to sue and say, Your Honor, I can prove what they said is false. I would like them to be ordered to issue a correction.
Whoa.
That's it. There you go.
Do you think that in the correction they should state that they were also sued to make a correction? So it sets it apart from ones that they just chose to do?
Yes, it should say a court, upon finding of our defamation, has instructed us to correct the record and make sure our audience understands we were wrong on this count and this count and this count.
So if you say something.
So then we definitely, Trump should have to put that on his new Twitter account, y'all. And so should Jordan Peterson. Like when Jordan Peterson comes back from being banned from Twitter, right? He should have to publicly put on his profile, y'all. See how I bet you they wouldn't want it to work that way.
If you say something rude about somebody that defames them.
Oh, well, that's good. It's good that they do something about that lead finally in 2022. That's good on you, New Jersey.
Your little ass has to get up on there.
We're all
on your
gonna die.
whatever. You got to get up on there on your Tumblr, and you got to go, I made a mistake. I'm a piece of shit. I am lower than this.
Tumblr, that's the other one we need.
Reform on defamation.
We need reform on defamation.
Yes.
Because I'll tell you this, if I made a mistake, if timcast.com published something incorrect,
right,
and someone came to me and said, that's wrong, I'd say, sorry about that, we'll fix it immediately.
Huh.
Absolutely. Absolute pain for what some of the stuff that they're doing right now.
I mean, they lied about Trump every step of the way.
Oh, God,
almost
yes.
every single thing ever.
Yep.
The Shinzo Abe thing, I remember that one. Yeah. When he was feeding the fish, and they cropped the video so you could only see Trump dumping the food in, and what they cropped out was that Shinzo Abe did it first.
Oh.
He poured the food in and looked at Trump, and then Trump said, okay.
Could you imagine? Could you imagine what an absolute slander of that character. And side note, that Shinzo Abe guy, what happened to him? But yeah, that's disgusting. That's disgusting the way they misinterpreted that. So, okay, let me do the calculation in my head on this. The media looked at these MAGA kids and they were like, look at these little turds. They strike me as a bunch of little pukes. Slander.
Also, guys, it's like, the things that they choose to use as their examples, they're like, guys, they won't stop lying about Trump, right? And then there's like all the fucking red flag Trump controversies in their head, right? Fucking Russia, fucking Hillary, fucking the wall, fucking, the porn stars, the payoffs, the insurrection, getting impeached twice. And they're like, guys, they lie about Trump. Remember that thing when Trump fed the fish that the media won't shut up about? Yeah, y'all been watching the news lately, right? All the liberal media, they just won't shut the fuck up about that one time Trump fed those fish. Yeah, I've been reading the New York Times and the Washington Post and the insurrection here. Yeah, you would think they'd cover the insurrection hearings, but no, they don't even cover the insurrection hearings. All they want to do is talk about that one time Trump fed the y'all. Nobody talks about when Trump fed the fish, right? Their examples of their fantasies are fantasies, right? Like, oh yeah, the fucking libtards, they're totally triggered by that time Trump triggered the fish. Yeah, and that was photoshopped. Oh yeah, that whole Fishgate. Remember Fishgate? Fishgate was a Photoshop job, guys.
That is slander. That is slander. They should all be sued. Do that and then do this.
That's what they lie about.
Then
exactly.
they said the media said.
Wait, no name. That's the story they don't want you to talk about.
Out the fish tank, but Shinzo Abe, who by the way, Shinzo Abe did that too. Shinzo Abe did that too. And that was a disgusting slander. You know, all this slanderous, blasphemous, delegitimous slander and defamation. That's the vibe I get from what Tim's been saying. The video that I'm about to show you right now is from 6 days ago. So here we go.
James Lindsay was suspended on Twitter for calling someone a groomer.
Whoa!
Of course, many of you know the word groomer, what it means.
Yeah.
It refers to someone who is trying to introduce certain things to children by gently coaxing them towards it.
The news and the left promotes pedophilia. The news and the left promotes pedophilia.
And we've seen it. Drag Queen Story Hour is quite literally grooming.
Whoa! Jesus, Tim.
There's a meme. It said, you don't need to ask yourself whether it's okay that an individual who's in drag is reading to children. You have to ask why an individual in drag wants to be in drag reading for children.
Right.
What's up, Tex?
Hey. I have to reset some things.
Oh, all right. I'm going to keep playing this clip.
I didn't
the
look at it that way.
idea is to introduce the concept of drag.
I didn't look at it that way. Okay,
you gotta talk dirty everything to make it work. All right, how about that? Can you hear me?
Yeah. How you doing?
Yeah, I'm doing well.
Did you catch any of the
I had never
footage?
heard of the slanderous moment of Trump dumping fish food in.
Yeah, I know.
Until just now.
They literally the worst. They just. I was reading this article yesterday about how because I know the guy that wrote it, but it's like the how intelligent design creationists don't publish anything, right? Like how they're always talking about it as an alternative theory, and it's like, well, let's see how much peer-reviewed literature is using, intelligent design as a legit biological alternative theory. Oh, wow, we combed all the fucking huge databases of scientific journals, and it turns out absolutely zero motherfucking people are using intelligent design as an alternative biological theory, right? And so, every time they go on about, oh, well, all the research they won't show you because of the scientific cover-up of the great evidence for intelligent design that all the scientists don't want you to see. It's like, yeah, right. Like, dude, we literally live in a world of biblical apologetics. I don't understand why people don't see that. It's all the same shit. They try to use the same tactics. They just have the same playbook for everything they don't like. And they pretty much don't like reality, right? So it just ends up being like a catch-all anti-reality playbook. Fake news, it was the other side. Y'all just need to stop listening to the authorities, indoctrinate you with dogma. If you would just put aside all your authoritarian preconceived notions, you would see the light and be purified or whatever the fuck. It's just misquoting abstracts, exactly.
No, I had never heard of Fishgate until today.
Yeah, I'd never heard of Fishgate. They just keep making this shit up. Like it's And then they try to trigger us, right? Because we're talking about all the things that we need to reform, right? You know, we're trying to help women. They're trying to tell us we don't know what a woman is. We're trying to help trans people. They're like, oh, fuck them. They're transing the kids. You know, we're trying to do something about racism. They're like, fuck that critical race theory. You know, we're trying to like elect new leadership. They try to fucking do a fucking coup, right? It's like they just stand in the way of every fucking thing. It's all like muddying itself. It just all blends together into a milkshake of anti-reality fuckheadedry. So I don't even know what to do.
Covered the January 6th stuff, and I really didn't.
Yeah, we got plenty. We got plenty more. We got plenty more to go. That was just day one.
Crappy internet.
Yeah, my internet's been tripping out.
We had a storm about 2 weeks ago, and it just seems like it's been intermittent as hell since. So I wasn't gonna come on when it was so crappy. It seems to be better now, but still testing a little low and intermittent. But you were kind of on a tangent, and I was tired, so I hit the hay. It was a gorgeous night here in the Midwest. And Mrs. Tux and I went in the hot tub.
Oh.
And so
that sounds nice. All right, well, I'm probably just going to do this clip and then go to bed. Are you free Sunday at 3:30 p.m.? Because I need a co-host for Hot Program for the next 3 weeks because my one black friend's out of town.
I am. That would be 2:30 my time.
Probably.
Central. I'll let you know.
Yeah, let me know.
I think so. I've got some host duties tomorrow.
At the store? At the shop?
At the home.
Oh, the home.
I've got
yes,
one of
hosting.
Mrs. Tux. Yes, Mrs. Tux's friends is in town from Australia.
Oh.
And I'm not sure when she's, what the plans are.
Sure.
So I have to keep that in mind. But there's a good chance.
All right, let me know.
Who's the guest? Who's the guest?
I don't know yet.
Tangelo?
I don't know.
Maybe.
I don't know. Yeah, maybe I'll ask him to come in. I'll shoot him a message on Facebook. I was going to ask Deepak, but I got to see if I can get in touch with him in time.
Oh, yeah, Deepak he's a good substitute for my one black friend. I am.
No, I don't have a co-host. I meant as far as guest.
Oh, as guest?
Yeah. I'm asking you to host it with me for the next 3 weeks, but I need but I don't know who the guest is going to be yet.
Yeah. Yeah, I am definitely not going to be able to fill the shoes of either your one black friend or my one black friend.
Yeah. No, we just I told them I'd probably get somebody to do it with me just because it'll be a good chance to promote our other stuff. But let me get back to this clip because I want to go to bed soon. So I can get back to this fuck the past insurrection tomorrow. All right, Tux. All right, guys, tune in to Hot Program this week. 3:30 p.m. Eastern on Sunday on the Hot Program YouTube channel. Also, dude, you see my new YouTube channel? Hunter Biden's email laptops. Hunter Biden's laptops.
Yeah. What's up with that? Do tell.
I don't know. I just want something. I need to start triggering more right wing. I need to get more right wing activity going. So,
the enemy of my enemy is my friend.
Yeah, there we go. Where the fuck did I put the? Oh, I think where did I put the? Oh, it's over here. I see it. I keep, for some reason, I don't know why.
My friend changes everything. Okay. I got it now.
Can you hear it?
No, if it's playing right now, I can.
Is inherently a sexualized performance.
Whoa.
They rip their clothes off in exchange for money.
Just a little ways to go.
I had to put it.
I don't think that's. I don't think that's.
I'm going to come out and say.
You can't hear that in the restream though. What's going on with the audio? No. Oh no, it's not set up right. Hang on a second.
Unmute this. Would this?
No. It was on mine. It was mine. You should be able to hear it now. Hang on.
Okay.
The Daily Dot has said Twitter says it will ban using the word groomer.
You can hear it now, right?
I can hear it.
Yeah.
Groomer as an anti-LGBTQ slur, but its enforcement is lacking. Claire Goforth, who wrote this article, I believe is a pedophile.
Whoa, Jesus.
My personal
Tim.
opinion.
Jesus.
And I will also go on to say that I believe the LGBTQ community is now dominated by overt pedophiles.
Whoa, Tim.
I've not believed that previously.
Well,
there's a group
that's
called
good.
Gays Against
Jesus.
Groomers.
Good.
You know, I grew up with
Jesus,
LGBTQ
Tim.
activists. In fact, I even fundraised on behalf of some of the largest LGBT rights organizations.
Some of my best friends. Right. Some of your best friends. Right.
Organizations in the country.
Yep.
I'll leave them unnamed. Some people probably already know who I did campaigning for.
Okay.
Fundraising for. But now things are different.
Oh.
It used to be that when...
But now things are different.
And so my question is, when I point to a groomer and I say, that guy's grooming.
Yeah.
And then a bunch of LGBTQ people go, he's just insulting LGBTQ people. I go, no, I'm talking about the pedos. Wait, why are you getting mad when I insult pedos?
Oh, wow.
And there it is.
God,
they have no reason to be mad.
There it
Claire,
is.
go.
When I'm out pedo pointing, you know, I'm like, dude, you are you. And then some group is like, hey, don't say that. Well, what do you got to... When I'm out on what I call an accusation...
Guys, this reminds me of Rebecca with James Apperson. James, how dare you say that lying to children deliberately is child abuse? How dare you say that because you don't agree with me, that you think teaching my children my ideas is child abuse? Now, I got to say something. With all this language of war and enslaving people, I'm really worried about you. You know, this type of language is really dangerous. You know, this type of thinking that you're demonstrating right here, it's really fucked up. I don't know if you're the type of person that is, I don't know, fit to raise a fucking family, but how dare you say that you disagree with me, so my shit is child abuse? Like, that is exactly what we're seeing here.
Crawl. That's when I go out, you know, Friday night. I go out, I'm like, hey, that guy did sex trafficking. Hey, that guy owns a blood diamond mine. And then someone's like, hey, shut up, man. I go,
wait, he had a talk with Darth about the shroud? Okay, I'm actually kind of into that.
Oh, no way.
You know, I'm into the train wreck that is Otangelo the Darth Dawkins.
I've never rooted for Darth Dawkins so much in my life. That would be...
Are we allowed to watch that for free? Is that on pay-per-view? How much is it gonna cost me?
Oh wow!
Oh man!
Oh, look what do you got to hide, bro?
What do you got to hide, man?
And then when they dump me in a trash can, beanie first, they're trying to silence me, bro. They throw my little ass in a dumpster. You know, that's how I know. I'm in that dumpster thinking, well,
Taco said
another
Tom
one
Rabbit
caught.
has the audio, all right.
Why I watch Tim Pool every day is because he is a great legal mind, I believe. You know, he understands how the system works and how to sort of game the legal system. You know what I mean? That's what makes him brilliant. He's sort of like I compare him to great lawyers like, you know, like Johnny Cochran, Alan Dershowitz, you know, like these kind of great legal thinkers. Justice Melito or whatever that guy's name is. Is that he understands that you want to be able to sue anybody for being mean to you.
At the very least, I should be able to sue and say, Your Honor, I can prove what they said is false.
You sue their ass, you know? And then simultaneously, you test that law. How well is the law doing? by calling everyone a pedophile publicly to millions of people on your public YouTube channel. He's really great. He's really great because he is just like a money amoeba or something. He's just like a single-celled organism that gravitates toward money. This is what my audience wants to hear. I gotta do this. Or ain't getting none of this. I mean, this dingbat, this goofball, actually named somebody too. Some reporter for the Daily Dot who wrote some, obvious, banal article about how you can get your crap taken down on Twitter if you're calling people groomer. You're just running around calling people groomer like they are. This guy is in so far over his beanie. I mean, he's a multi-millionaire from this. He lives in some compound out in the woods, and he just cannot, and he's like, I'm a boss. I'm a boss. I own a small business. I'm successful.
All right, guys, we interrupt this our routinely scheduled program here called RM Brown and Chill. As I said, I'm one of the fastest growing RM Brown and Chill streamers on YouTube. Let's check out this quick preview here of the Tom Rabbit channel.
Hey, Discord debaters. Are you trying to figure out how to politely interrupt someone? Scratching your head on what you should say? Next time you want to interject, try these helpful tips and you too can be a dominant debater and crush someone's worldview. Number 1, ask them to stop.
Stipulation of a God.
Okay,
but I
sir.
think,
Okay, good. Okay, stop right there. Stop right there. Listen to me.
Number 2, ask them to stop again.
I don't think so. I think it...
Excellent. Stop. Stop.
Number 3, ask them to stop again.
I think it's...
Excellent. Stop.
I think it's consistent
stop.
with both.
Stop. Stop. Do you know what stop means? Stop.
Number 4, ask them to stop again.
Okay, I would argue that the Christian worldview is also a
Okay,
dependent
stop right there.
dependent on your
Stop.
own
Stop. 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 Do you know what stop means? Speaky English? Okay.
You talk a lot about it.
Bye-bye, turd. Bye-bye, turd.
Uh-oh. Look out, Discord. Looks like somebody's ready to be a dominant debater.
Oh,
that
wow.
was so good.
Well, that's not the Tangelo clip that I
No,
thought
we're
you were
gonna
going to play.
No, I'm gonna play that next. But I just want to see what that was about. Oh, I just subbed and turned on notifications. That was so good.
That was hilarious.
Oh.
Hey,
who is Tom
Rabbit?
Rabbit, and how come this is how I find out?
I literally
Bless
have
you.
no idea. Sorry, somebody just.
Did you just hit your sneeze button?
Yeah, I think I tried to. I may have missed it. But
no, I think you hit it just fine.
Oh, okay. Yeah, it's the I don't know. Somebody just mentioned in the chat. I've heard the name before, but I don't really know anything about him. Chat, what do you guys know about Tom Rabbit? Because I don't know anything about him. I've just heard the name. I've seen the rabbit, but I don't know who this is. I think I've just seen him maybe on Darth Dawkins chats or something.
I hope you got this.
All right, but here it is. Darth versus Otangelo.
Tom Rabbit likes to record these. Hey, Tom Rabbit.
Oh, I think maybe he just records Darth Dawkins shit to troll him. Maybe, who knows?
Hello, Jordan. Are you a Christian?
All right, this is Darth Tribber by Long Hair Jesus, who is this Jordan person, and I guess Otangelo is here somewhere. I don't know if Jordan Otangelo. I don't know what's about to happen.
Yeah. Is that supposed to be Jesus in your avatar?
Yeah, I guess so.
The New Testament says it's a disgrace for a man to have long hair. So why are you depicting Jesus that way?
Well, I've got long hair.
That's not an answer to my question. That was a deceptive response.
Oh, here comes Otangelo. Now Otangelo's on
Well,
screen.
I've got long hair.
For those of you that are in podcast
Okay,
land,
that's
listening
strike
along.
2. Give me a deceptive response a third time, and I will kick you from the room. Okay?
He said Tom is cool. He discusses them with Jefferson Spatchcock a lot. Yeah, what happened was I noticed Jefferson Spatchcock in the chat a couple of times, and I was like, where do I know that name from? And now it's all coming back to me. I knew that name from Darth Talks. I want to get Spatchcock. I want to interview him. I haven't seen him in a little bit, but he pops through from time to time. I might, if somebody gets me his info, I'll reach out to Spatchcock. I definitely know he's familiar. I think he'll come through.
Did you need me to
so I
repeat
can
the
interview
question?
him?
Yeah.
Why are you depicting Jesus with long hair when the New Testament says, specifically Paul says, does not even nature show it's a disgrace for a man to have long hair?
I don't know.
Yeah, that's because in popular culture, because they've repeated imagery of Jesus from the Middle Ages, that they depicted him with long hair. They confuse
no name,
Jesus
that'd be
being
dope.
a Nazarene with being a Nazarite. Nazarites would not cut their hair, but that didn't entail that they wore it long and appeared like a woman. So if you're really a Christian, you shouldn't depict Jesus as having long hair.
Okay, should I take it down?
I think you shouldn't depict Jesus Christ as having long hair.
I actually really love that question. Should I take it down? Because it's like, Darth, where the fuck is this going? Right? Like, this is how to deconvert people by being just a fucking irrelevant idiot. Like, this actually makes me like root for the Christian. Like, damn, I just want to, everybody grow their hair out just to trigger Darth Dawkins. Like, what the fuck is he talking about? But honestly, this is kind of a version of the issue I have with Richard Madsen. I like Richard Madsen a hell of a lot more than I like Darth Dawkins, I'll tell you that much. But it's like, even if Richard Madsen's interpretation of the biblical world was correct, it's just so foreign to most people that by the time we take the effort to wrap our heads around it, it will be so unrecognizable. And so nobody will even think he's talking about Christianity, which is about as far as you're ever going to get with this. You know, with this one scripture about Paul says, dumbass, you think Christians read the Bible like they give a shit about whatever this obtuse scripture is? Yeah. Oh, well, y'all shouldn't depict Jesus as having long hair. All right. Well, not only do fucking atheists and skeptics think you're an idiot, but now every Christian on earth officially thinks you're a fucking moron.
Yes. Well, I have my own individual interpretation of the Holy Bible.
Right.
And the only thing about my interpretation, even though I share it with the world orally, it is the butt plug to my holy. And it should be only used for one person.
Yeah, exactly. And you know what you're talking about because you don't have any of this bullshit ass long hair. You know, you're not one of these fucking long hair perverts.
Well, nobody can see me. I'm not on the stream, but I definitely do not have.
Yeah, you were. I put you up there. I put people up there that way that people know who we're talking to. But then when you go back to the voice of, it's like radio. It's like a mix. You know, it's like a It's like who we're talking to, but
no hair, except for these crazy eyebrows. You know, I woke up like this.
Woke up like this. Yeah, exactly.
And they're just like, you know how many walk of shames I had to do when I was single with my eyebrows, just a mess.
The eyebrows.
Everybody could tell when I walked by. Look at those eyebrows.
I think it's like a different deal. I think for one party it's a walk of shame, and I think the other parties it's kind of more of a peacocking strut home.
That's right.
You know what I mean?
Yeah. Yes.
All right. Yeah. All right. Let's hear more from Darth Dawkins, y'all. If y'all really want to see this community blow up, y'all need to get me a one-on-one with Darth Dawkins. You know, I will just lose all my civility with Darth Dawkins. I promise to stoop to Darth Dawkins level. You know, guys. You know what? This would be my counter to Darth coming at my long hair, right? Hey, Darth, only butthole perverts don't show their face on camera, right? You know, only the biggest doofuses in the fucking world hang out on fucking Clubhouse and don't show their face on camera. You know, how can I take anything you say seriously if I can't even see your fucking face and know your legal name, motherfucker? What's your real name, Darth Dawkins? Hey, Darth Dawkins, fuckface. You know what I'm saying? Like, just go full. Give Darth Dawkins the full Darth Dawkins treatment. Let's have him on my channel so I can mute his ass a bunch. You know, and then every time he says stuff like, stop right there, stop right there, stop right there.
When
I'll just use it to get sound clips of him, you know, and then we'll just make videos with the sound clips. Like I'm just trying to use Darth Dawkins as a come up. You know what I mean?
Testament clearly says, does not even nature show it's a disgrace for a man.
It won't last 30 seconds exactly.
Hi, Darth.
Oh, Otangelo!
Doing good. How about you?
I am fine. I can't complain.
Otangelo, why are you in mono?
If you have to. Oh, I changed it for you.
Yeah,
I don't want you to change it for me. The issue is it's not that I'm offended. The issue is you said you're a Christian. If you're a believer and a follower of Jesus Christ, you should not be representing him in a way that is not accurate or honoring to him.
You know, Darth, I have a little bit different view on this. As you probably know, I believe that the Shroud of Turin is Christ's burial cloth.
Why?
And there doesn't have, well, there are many reasons. I can send you a link, and it is very robust and substantiated.
Otangelo be using his mic in fucking video game mode. Otangelo be sitting there with all them damn speakers talking about he an audiophile. Otangelo, get yourself a regular mono-ass microphone that's the same in both ears, nigga. What the fuck is wrong with you?
Why do you continue to believe that, given the discrepancy?
It's going to give us a nice back and forth bouncing in the stereo field.
Are you referencing in regards of the strips that John mentions, rather a linen cloth?
Yeah, he said that the head wrapping.
Yeah, I heard he's a control freak, even worse than LPP.
Demarcated from the body wrappings. Now,
wait, hold on. We got to go back. They going Shroud on us. Hold on.
With the end of the Gospel of John.
Oh, I believe that the Shroud of Turin is Christ.
Y'all, Otangelo is another one of our apologist friends that I swear to God will get you bitches. Okay? Guys, here's what I'm telling you. You got to understand this about something in this community. Y'all are the biggest dorks on the internet, right? If the YouTube executives are sitting around, right? There's three communities, right? One is the atheist religion counter-apologetics community. The other is the community of people who watch cats play pianos, right? And the third is the community of at-home sushi chefs, right? And the YouTube executives sitting around, well, you know we can only afford to keep two out of these three communities. They are dropping the atheist counter-apologetics community 10 out of 10 times and twice on Sunday, which y'all think is a big-ass YouTuber in this community. Like, oh, look, so-and-so has 10,000 people. They have 10,000 subscribers. Y'all, I could pull up a fucking Japanese lo-fi channel right now that has 40,000 people watching right now, and it's nothing but a fucking some repetitive-ass lo-fi playlist on a loop and some animated picture of a girl sitting there studying. Like, YouTube don't give a shit about us. So you guys who sit on the backwoods of the internet and want to talk about the Bible and theology and philosophy all day long, y'all ain't getting no pussy. You have to up the entertainment value. You have to up the crazy, okay? And so it's like I told you, baby, I told you, look, this shit is really entertaining. Jay, there's no way philosophy and religion and theology is interesting. I'm telling you, bitch, there are young earth creationists, flat earthers and motherfuckers who are apologists for the goddamn Shroud of Turin. Jay, you keep saying that shit. Nobody be out here talking about the Shroud of Turin. I told you that shit was on some documentary like 25 years ago when you was in high school. Nobody's out here talking. Baby, look, just look. This Otangelo. Baby, listen. Just listen to Otangelo.
You know, Dart, I have a little bit different view on this. As you probably know, I believe that the Shroud of Turin is Christ's burial cloth.
Bitch, I told you. My man Otangelo will go full deep-throated Shroud of Turin on your ass in a minute. Otangelo, like, is it my turn? Is it my turn? Is it my turn yet? Is it my turn yet? Yeah, can we talk about the Shroud of Turin, please? Like, oh, y'all don't know. Otangelo will get you laid up in this piece. This is the crazy, folks. This is the Jerry Springer drama. This is what people want to see. Jerry. Right? They want to see.
Otangelo.
You know what I'm talking about? You know what I'm talking about? You gotta get in there with somebody that's really nuts. You know what I'm saying? Somebody that's gonna really throw out some conspiracy theories, some wild shit out there. You know, y'all don't know. Y'all gotta appreciate Otangelo. He's a gem.
Why?
And there he doesn't have, well, there are many reasons. I can send you a link, and it is very robust.
He has a library on it, y'all.
Why do you continue to believe that, given the discrepancy with the end of the Gospel of John?
Otangelo is our Mississippi,
are
exactly.
You referencing in regards of the strips that John mentions, rather a linen cloth?
Yeah, he said that the head wrapping was demarcated from the body wrappings. Now,
yeah, there are actually two. There is actually
was the
a
Shroud
cloth
of Turin
in
above or below the head wrapping and the body wrappings?
You know, there are actually three separate wrappings that we are talking about.
Oh, here we go. Three
One
wrappings,
is the
y'all.
big linen cloth.
Can you answer my question?
Yes, I'm answering your question.
Was
there
the Shroud of Turin above or below the head wrapping?
Well, it enveloped the entire body.
Okay. Was the shroud on top of the head wrapping?
Okay, let me explain that to you. There is a sudarium which which covers Christ.
You're overly complicating this. Okay?
This is like a turtle trying to explain astrobiology to a goldfish.
This is like Jimmy Tux trying to explain astrophysics.
Period, right? Like just, oh man, this is so good.
Was the Shroud of Turin enveloping the head wrapping and the body wrappings where it was on top, or was it underneath?
I don't understand your question.
Okay. Either the Shroud of Turin, that the head wrapping was wrapped around the Shroud of Turin at the head point, or the Shroud of Turin was covering up the head wrapping. Which was it?
You asked me that already another time, and I explained you that there is a distance between the back and fourth image, which
You're
explains
not answering the question. You are dodging it.
No, I think I'm not understanding precisely what you're asking.
Either the Shroud of Turin was above or below the head wrappings. The head wrapping, excuse me.
Well, I don't know if it was below or above the
Which
big
one? Which
cloth.
one? Well, it was one or the other.
Y'all, this is literally like living in a fucking warped alternative universe where two grown-ass men are engaging in an actual public debate in 2022 about whether the Shroud of Turin, the head wrapping, was above or below. And And the fucked up shit is Darth somehow is like a dog on a bone who thinks there's some brilliant point to be made here that can't be let go of. And Otangelo is trying to repeatedly explain to him, no. The shroud is like a 3-piece jigsaw puzzle. There's 3 separate pieces. And I'm not quite sure even what to think. It's only entertaining because of the pure cognitive dissonance that it actually elucidates in me. Because I can't decide if I'm totally uninterested because this is total horseshit and who gives a shit, right? Versus, wait, it's so fascinating because I can't believe they actually think this is worth talking about. And then I have no idea who I'm pulling for because neither side is arguing for something worth arguing about. It's like I'm experiencing what it's like to be a brain in a vat, observing the fact that I'm a brain in a vat, and like, God damn, it sucks to be this brain in a vat. Why don't I stop being a brain in a vat? And it's like, oh, I can't because I'm stuck in the vat.
Right. I suppose that it was below the.
Okay, thank you for finally answering the question. Now, here's the problem. It makes no difference to the line of reasoning whether it was above or below.
So why the fuck were we talking about it for 5 goddamn minutes?
Because either way, the head wrapping would not be demarcated.
Oh,
okay?
my
Do you understand?
goodness.
No.
Okay. If the Shroud of Turin was above the head wrapping and the bodily wrappings, when Peter and the other disciple looked into the tomb, they would not have seen the demarcation. But in the Gospel of John, it says they did see the demarcation. They were separate from each other. They could clearly see they were demarcated. They were not contiguous. Okay? Now, if the Shroud of Turin was above the head wrapping and the body wrappings, if the head wrapping was below the Shroud of Turin, they could not have seen it demarcated from the body wrappings. Okay? If it was
I
above,
don't understand. Maybe you can quote
This is not very complicated. If the Shroud of Turin was covering
there were
up
2
the
separate
body
pieces.
wrappings, and the head
Otangelo broke
wrapping,
this down for us.
then they would not have seen
body wrappings. The body wrappings.
Although he was
what
wrong
are
about
you
all that
talking
shit too, right?
Okay. The Jews would traditionally take linen sheets and tear them into long but wide strips and wrap the body in a spiral fashion. Every time they wrapped it, they would put various aromatic spices in between the wrappings of a layer. Okay?
I'm not sure if that's what actually happened there.
Okay, well, here's the problem, okay? The text actually says that the head wrapping.
Y'all, do y'all see what it's like when you're not a fucking believer? You're like, oh, where's all this building up to? Where's all this building up to? And you finally think you're going to get off. You finally think you're going to get some joy and it's going to go somewhere. And they just wrap it right back to the Bible. Well, the text says, guys, the text says, oh, bro, this just came back to Darth's argument of what it says in the Bible. Boo.
I think that is in regards of the Sudarium.
Now,
because there is a faith.
You're acting like an unbeliever now with your constant interruption. The head wrapping, according to Jewish tradition, would wrap the body separately from the body wrappings. In the Gospel of John, it says they looked in and they saw that the head wrapping was separate.
Yeah, you have to look at the text.
From the body wrappings.
Oh, I'm getting what you're talking about, yeah.
It says it
but that's
demarcated.
That's fun. That's not the
they
Bible.
Could distinguish the head wrappings from the body wrappings.
Right,
If the Shroud of Turin was on top, they could not have been able to do that. If the Shroud of Turin was underneath, then the head wrapping would have been contiguous with the Shroud of Turin, along with the body wrappings.
Taco. This is
It was not a
definitely
situation
Darth's
where
area of
there's the
expertise.
Shroud of Turin and then the head is wrapped on top of the Shroud of Turin. That's not how the Jews did it. Okay? But if you want to insist that, then all you simply then have is the head wrapping, that it would then be contiguous with the rest of the wrappings, and it would not have been demarcated. It would all have been seen as one contiguous unit. This is not very complicated. So whether the Shroud of Turin was above or below, this conflicts with the eyewitness account in the Gospel of John, at the end of the Gospel of John. Okay? Nice to see you.
Whether P or not P conflicts with the account. Oh, God, Darth. Oh, you're so much worse than I remember every time I listen to this motherfucker.
Uncle Joe, bro.
Yeah,
nice
I am
to see you as
confused.
well. Thank you.
You know, Tangelo, is it above or below? Above or below? Above or below? 30 minutes later. A below. Well, glad you finally said so, because it didn't fucking matter.
What you're saying, and I don't see any problem. What I know is that there is a sudarium that is a face cloth which is stored in Spain, in Oviedo, and it matches the blood strands. It's the same blood, and it matches also with the signs with the Shroud of Turin. And they also used wrappings, which is what
I feel sorry. I feel
in-
sorry for you. There were a number of shrouds circulated in the Middle Ages.
The next day.
Hey, Tom Rabbit in the live stream chat said you were talking about the Shroud of Turin yesterday. Did you change your mind on it?
No, why should I? Give me a good reason, and I changed my mind.
I
And
don't
my
know what he's
standard
talking about. But
my standard question about this is: show me how the image on the shroud was made, and I will disbelieve that it is actually the burial cloth.
I want to try the outsider test for faith.
Never seen.
Okay, yeah, fine. I just wanted the answer. No, Tom Rabbit, he hasn't changed his mind. That's all I wanted to hear.
Okay.
But
go on to Tom Rabbit's channel. Okay.
That was good. That was good. I'm a big Tom Rabbit fan. That was fun.
Tom.
Go ahead.
So there's a conflict between biblical record on this that Tangelo is clearly being an apologist on. And secondly, it says that they washed the body in multiple accounts, if I'm not mistaken. Well, in John, it says something like he was just covered in 75 pounds of myrrh or spices. And there's another one that says that they washed the body according to the Jewish burials, which means you wouldn't have a shroud with a perfect image of dripping blood and crowns of thorns and various wounds if they'd washed the body.
But that's not people always, but that's the thing, is that's not Otangelo's theory, right?
That's not Otangelo. Otangelo is blind. He has blind faith, full faith that the Shroud of Turin is real.
But he also fully believes that it was miraculous.
Well, it is a miracle that we're still talking about it.
That's the one I'm sitting here scratching my head about. That's the one I can't seem to wrap my head around. All right, look, we're going to wrap it up for tonight. Folks, my main thought is people just need to stop believing in religion. I'm sorry. I can't put it any nicer way, but folks, this stuff is just not that true. And look, we can't even get these people to read the newspaper. We really just need to stop arguing about all of this stuff. Oh my goodness. Oh, y'all people are so nuts. Oh my goodness. Wow. All right, folks. We started with January 6th. We ended with the Shroud of motherfucking Turin. We'll be back tomorrow with more retarded Americans. Because God bless America. This is the good old US of A. In the name of the Darwin and the Dawkins and the Christopher Hitchens, science bless you all. Poof!
She got that sweet juice, Minute Maid, some of out that lemonade. Take a sip, blowing purple clouds, taste like lemon haze. Conversations back and forth like damn, we could go on for days. Look